Jennifer. Hello, Brett.
Hey, Kim. I don't think it matters, but our Zoom is saying it's in a practice session. I don't know what.
Yes, you're correct. I have not started the webinar yet. We're streaming, but I'll wait till 9 o'clock to start the webinar.
Oh, okay, great.
Thank you for the reminder.
She's very close with Dawn.
All right, so I would like to call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. And with that, I would turn to Rabbi Ivan Yakar from the Temple of Bat Ram Yam to give us our invocation this morning. And we recognize, Rabbi, that you reside in the Tahoe area, so there may be a special message you want to deliver related to this. So welcome, and please share with us the invocation.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for the honor of sharing my words of invocation, and thank you for your service on behalf of the citizens of our county. When we invoke the divine, the mystery of creation, God, whatever it is any of us believe, we are often seeking something or asking for something. While some of us pray and petition for specific things or actions or changes in our lives, that is not my belief. And yet it is all I want at this moment. As so much of our county burns, so many lives are impacted, and the Caldor fire grows towards my home, my synagogue. And yet my sacred scripture does not teach that God is the fire, nor does my liturgy articulate to a God who puts out that fire. Rather, God is the strength in our hearts. The divine is the connection between us as people. And the mystery of creation is the power of our brave and courageous public safety personnel to do whatever they can to engage this destructive force of nature in an effort to preserve life, to protect home and property. We are grateful, all of us, to CAL FIRE, the United States Forest Service, the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, the South Lake Tahoe Police Department, California Highway Patrol, the National Guard, all those that I'm forgetting, and all the mutual aid agencies partnering on our behalf. We are grateful for the leadership making impossible decisions for our sake. For all those out there in harm's way, we pray for your safety. And as someone with dear friends fighting on our behalf, this truly runs deep. As Moses sends the Israelites into the promised land, he tells the people, Chizku ve'imtzu, be strong and of courage. Today we say Chazak va'ametz to all those fighting this fight. To you, our County Board of Supervisors, we say Chazak va'ametz, be strong and of courage. To all those sheltered as evacuees around the region, we say Chazak va'ametz, be strong and of courage. To those who have lost property and homes, our hearts ache alongside your loss. and your pain. And we can be your chazak v'ametz, your strength and courage, because God is the strength, our strength and our courage when we connect with one another for the common good of all, for our county. We live this charge from Moses to the people when we set aside what divides and uniformly do what needs to be done, whatever that may be. May this be our strength and courage. I also share a prayer for all those affected by COVID. May those suffering from its effects know health soon. May those caring for them and providing our frontline healthcare find strength and know our gratitude. And we can say together, Amen. We pray, Hamakom, may the one who is ever present, the divine God, the mystery of creation, whatever it is we believe, provide you, our County Board of Supervisors, strength and courage to lead, the forbearance to engage in the challenging days ahead. May your leadership and that of this office continue rising to the moment and model strength and courage for all of us citizens of the county. And may the source of life be our Sukkot Shalom, our shelter of peace at this difficult moment. And we can say, Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi. Really appreciate the invocation this morning, and Godspeed with you and your community up there. Hopefully he protects the properties and we move on with this and get back to some sense of doing normal business again, but sparing obviously the loss of houses and lives to the best of our ability. So thank you again. Without belaboring that, I want to move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and Supervisor Thomas, would you lead us in that?
Be delighted. Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We will now move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Kim, do you want to give us the information on that?
Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you. So that'll be the public comment portion of this, but we're going to go to the board first and ask for any items, any discussion you may want in terms of polling items from the consent calendar. So with that, let's start with District 2. George, you have anything?
None.
None? District 3?
No.
District 4?
No changes.
District 5?
No changes.
I would like to request that we pull item 14 and item 32. And this was just recent decisions I made based upon inputs I'd received. And the discussion on 32 is relative to a proposed continuation of the item, given the fire situation and the lack of the ability for the public to readily participate in that, even though it's a second reading. So I know it's kind of a surprise, but I felt that that was the appropriate thing to do. And on item 14, I've received a lot of input relative to HealthNet, and I would just like to have one discussion on that again. So relatively short, hopefully. So sorry for the late determinations, but it's always a subject of what inputs you get. So
Can we vote on whether we want to do that and postpone 32? I don't see a need for that at all.
I've asked for it to be pulled, and so we will address it there, if that's okay. I think that's my right. So
Sure.
we will pull it. We will have a short discussion, and hopefully it'll be very short. All right. So with that, I think we are ready then to open it up for public comments on any consent items.
Now taking public comment on consent items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Right. I'm looking at item number 3. We're waiving 180 days waiting period for the extra help.
Oh, that's going to be a department matter on the agenda.
Item 3 has been moved to department matters, so it will be held under department matters. So it's already pulled, essentially. It's been moved to department matters.
So it's open for public
It
discussion?
will be when we get to discussing that specific department matter. So you'll
Okay,
have
so
to-
it's no longer on the consent.
it's no longer on the consent calendar. It's been removed
Okay.
from the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ruth Michelson, District 4. There was 2 items on consent that I wanted to mention, 36 and 37. The 36 I'll be brief about. I noticed that the Sheriff's Department often is retroactively bringing up issues. It could be due to the fiscal year starting July 1st, but we're 2 months into that. And it's such a huge staff and such a huge budget. It's problematic to me that they continually do things retroactively. I also wanted to know for 36, with the fires going on, if this is really still applicable, if that facility is still going to be operable, and if there's a way for this to be negated, this agreement, if this educational area up on Sly Park Road, I don't really know the conditions of that area, but I just wanted to make sure there was a way out of this $10,000 contract. That was number 36. 37 is a larger item. This has to do with this Celebrite Premium Unlimited Package software license. Basically, it's something that can hack into your phone to find out what kind of texting. I mean, I don't really know. I'm not a technical person, but this is what I get out of it. But that's not really the issue. The issue is the letter that was submitted by Celebrite, saying that they are the only provider of this service. And therefore, not only should there not be a competitive bidding process, but the sheriff recommends that in perpetuity, a perpetual purchase agreement contingent upon county council. Well, number one, would you only consider a letter from a vendor and not have your IT department look into if this is truly the only provider? This is not the only provider of this service. They are the biggest. And if you look them up, which I had a technical person do for me, they do provide for everyone worldwide, both the good guys and the bad guys. And I'm not going to go into who the bad guys are. I think we can imagine that. So the other thing about having it be a perpetual contract is, with technology, things are ever developing. And even if someone were to say, Celebrite, yes, there are other companies, but these are the only people who meet our requirements. Don't you think very quickly there will be other companies that would provide this service? So I see no need for this to be a perpetual agreement. It should be put out to bid each and every year and make it truly competitive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Good morning, Board. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just in a general sense to consent calendar for the lady that just came up, you have to get the addendum, which is 5 o'clock Friday, board agenda to know exactly whether things have been moved around or things have been added. So you have to get the addendum. If you don't have the addendum, have an earlier copy of the agenda, you won't have the information that she wasn't aware of. So I just wanted to say that generally for the public, that please wait until Friday at 5 o'clock and you'll have the final agenda. And that takes care of people then that may come up here and not be realizing it. About item 32, it is the final passage. It is the reading, the final reading of that vacation rental ordinance. And what that means essentially, if you don't take any further action, which consent calendar actually allows you to go ahead and do all of the items in one vote, if you don't take any time to discuss some of the things that may be stragglers, then you miss the opportunity. So I completely understand the chair's idea about why this needs to be at least discussed and pulled. But at the same time, I want to recognize that there's going to be people that are not happy, are just not happy with what you're doing. That's the sensitivity of it that I feel all the supervisors have. And so certainly on item 32, I respect the right of the chair to pull it, but at the same time, it is the final reading.
Mhm.
And so it is very late.
Mhm.
Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Good morning, Board. Jonathan Gainsborough. Want to speak to number 18 and 19.
I just want to comment, I appreciate everyone telling us which agenda item, which consent item they're talking to. This really helps the discussion, so thank you.
You're welcome. So item 18 and 19. 18 is talking about not having sufficient need for the addition of permanent staff. It's dealing more with temporary medical practitioner services. I want to contrast those words with item 19. Item 19 on consent talks about the provision of mental health services with a retroactive date, which I'm all for, but my comments relate to mental health services. I'm going to be talking a little later on, contesting the housing element and its lack of directly addressing the homeless situation, but bear with me here. The point of time count says that 40% of our 613 homeless self-assess as a mental health problem. 40%. That's true citywide, statewide, but nationally, the reality and the realities in Sacramento and the reality here in El Dorado County. The reality of mental illness amongst the homeless that I've dealt with for a half a century is more like 2/3 or 3/4. And so stating that from the reality of experience more than anybody on the board has had, because none of you have been homeless, but I have before some of you were born, but be that as it may. There's 2 vacancies in the mental health department that are drastically needed, and one of them needs to be directly targeted and consigned to the crisis that's ongoing in the county, which is the homeless crisis, which was spectacularly obfuscated in the housing element that I'll directly address. But those 2 empty positions, one of them needs to be targeted for the great majority of his or her time to on the hot team or with the hot team to deal with the 613 homeless, the majority of which are dealing with 2/3 to 3/4 of different degrees of mental health challenges. God bless you. Thank you for hearing my words and moving toward those vacancies being appropriately filled and that emptiness in the hot team toward mental health being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Not seeing additional participants who want to speak here in the boardroom. Kim, please open it up for our Zoom and phone participants.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, Board. Ken Greenwood, District 2. Rome burns while Nero fiddles. Today's agenda, thankfully, except for one item, seems to be pretty well focused on getting the job done. And this is adoption of the agenda, so this is a valid comment. I do agree with Ruth with respect to sole sourcing this and items 36 and 37. Can't remember specifically which one, but I do agree that sole sourcing this out forever is probably not the best thing we can do there. Options in the tech field appear every day, every minute. So locking in may or may not be the best thing to do. It's troubling that there are an item on the board or on the agenda that really has nothing to do with the fact that District 5 is fully evacuated and in flames, literally, and actually. And so I'll get to it. Why item 43 is even being considered today is beyond my comprehension. We will talk about that at 1:30 time certain. I also noticed that, of course, we have to wait till 1 o'clock to do our open forum. Again, why, and why? If we get this all done in the morning, people could go on and do their jobs and this and that and the other thing, and a more perfect union, if you will. But I do question why item 43 is on the agenda at all. Thank you very much, and we'll be talking to you later.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Jen.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Vitt. I wanted to take the time to thank the board members for including item 44, which is a smoke-free housing option and housing element update. I personally live in an apartment complex.
We are not to that item yet, Jen. That would be appropriate to discuss that when we actually open that up for discussion.
Okay, no problem.
You hold those comments for just a few minutes more.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I'd like to address John Heidel's comments regarding pulling items 14 and 32, but some general comments as well in regard to consent. John, you said you think it is your right to pull these items, and that you had received some emails from some individuals in regard to these agenda items. John, as you know, you are an elected official. You should be aware of the Brown Act, in particular, the preamble to the Brown Act. This is not something that you have the sole discretion. This board meeting is the people's meeting, and one of the few opportunities that the public has to interact directly with the board of supervisors and their representatives. However, there have been numerous occasions when I and others have requested that items be pulled from the consent from the consent calendar for public discussion, and there has been absolutely no response in regard to that from any of the supervisors. I want to read to you the California Brown Act preamble. It says, the people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. With that in mind, this board of supervisors has consistently restricted the rights of the public to remain in control and informed over issues on the calendar. Item number 43 is another item that is, I know it's going to be discussed later today, but the issue is the lack of transparency and accountability of this board of supervisors and how they manage the public's time. This is, again, the right of the people in delegating their authority. We do not hand over and consent to you abusing the rights of the people. The Brown Act also says care must be given to avoid violating the speech right of speakers by suppressing opinions relevant to the business of the body. And as such, members of the public have broad constitutional rights to comment on any subject relating to the business of the governmental body. You have been chipping away at the rights of the public, and it needs to stop, and it needs to stop now.
Thank you, Melody.
Now taking public comment from John Heyer.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, John.
Wonderful. So I'm with the Young Adults Fighting Tobacco Coalition, along with my coworker Jen, and we are to be discussing item 44. Is that, do we still have to wait for that, or is?
Yeah, just please wait for that. We'll get to that shortly. We're trying to get through the consent item review and agenda approval. So if you just hold for a few more minutes.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Recall Placerville.
Good morning, board. This is Mandy Rodriguez, and yeah, Melanie really summed it up for us this morning. You know, I'm just listening. You guys have been in session, what, 20 minutes? And I feel like vomiting. Unless it's to do with the fire or paying bills, we shouldn't be discussing any of this, especially petty item number 43. There's no transparency. You know, Sue, she's, I guess she was forced out of her basement from the evacuation, but I can't even wrap my mind around.
So Mandy, do you have an item on the consent calendar that we're discussing? 43 is not on consent.
43 needs to be pulled, and you know, it just goes to show there's no rest for the wicked.
43 will be heard. 43 will be heard at 1:30 p.m. If you didn't get the agenda, it has already been.
Yeah, let's just discuss things that don't have anything to do with the fire. Let's just keep discussing and spending money we don't have. Great job, you guys.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on 525.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. And please identify yourself voluntarily.
Leo Bennett Cochon.
Leo.
I reside in Single Springs. I'm just clarifying because I unfortunately logged on late. We can comment on specific consent agenda items now. Is that the time?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So I don't know if you covered, but there is an addendum to the agenda where you're adding a couple of items, and that's fine, but I'm urging you to specifically identify the urgency, since in my understanding, they're added to the agenda after the 72-hour time frame. I believe those
That's
are
not
agenda
accurate.
items.
Agenda items are added within the 72-hour time frame. So
I'm
changes
just
in the
making a
addendum
comment,
are added
sir.
before that time frame expires. So that's part of our process.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying, because when I looked at the agenda, it says it was printed on the 30th. So that was my assumption, and I appreciate you correcting it. I can tell you're a little testy, so I apologize. I did not mean it to come across in any kind of confrontational way. I just wanted to clarify. If you can help me, or I can just make a general comment about your housing elements. I can't find on my tiny tablet.
That will come later.
That general comment?
The housing
Oh,
element
that's not on the consent.
That will come shortly here if you just hang on.
Okay. And then I did want to commend you on pulling item 43. And I just wanted to share with the community my perspective, which is I think that both you and the board does an exemplary job of balancing the public's involvement, the district's, the board's business. It's different people. I attended your workshops. They were great. And I think maybe you need a mini workshop for the public to be aware that no, we don't have a right to insist on consent agenda items and all the things I'm sure that you've studied, because there seems to be misinformation out there about how we balance what we do. And I think everybody takes enough stress and abuse, and maybe a little education would help lower it. Thank you for your time. And again, I apologize if I misspoke about the addendum items.
Now taking public comment from Karen Davis.
Good morning. Thank you for the time this morning. I'm not sure which item this is on consent, but I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors remove Commissioner James Williams from the Planning Commission And what I've heard
That's not
about
on an
item
agenda item.
43
That is
is
not
you
an
must
agenda
have
item.
the
So it's
wrong
not consent.
name
It's not
listed.
otherwise an agenda item. So that would, the appropriate comment for that would come under open forum, which is at 1 o'clock. If you want to make comments there, you can, but it's not a consent item.
So item 43 has the wrong name. It should be James Williams, not
We've heard you,
Leicester.
but that's not the way it's agendized, so we will not be speaking to that today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Supervisor Heidel, I would just like to address the comment made about the agenda being published. What happens in Legistar is every time we publish the agenda, meaning if we have public comment, it will timestamp it at that time. So every day that we're sending out public comment, it will look like that was the day it was published because that's how Legistar is set up to work.
Got
So
it.
it was published, the addendum was published within the 72 hours, but the public will continue to see that, the timestamp of the most recent additions.
That's the Legistar software methodology that it uses to put those on there so you can track changes. What was the last change, et cetera. So thank you for that additional information. I think that's helpful for people. And at this point, we don't see any more public comment. Is that correct, Kim? We're finished with that. So I would just like to ask staff if there's any additional comments they would like to make on any of the public comment that was made. All right, so seeing none, then I think we're ready to bring it back to the board. So Kim, would you please read it as it stands right now?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 14 and 32 for discussion.
All right, very good. So do we have a
I'll
motion?
move approval except for 14 and 32.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So Kim, please roll call.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Very good. So we can now move beyond. But before we go into our 9 a.m. time allocation, I would like to bring the CAO update forward because I would like to make sure we share some information on the fire situation before we get into the other business. So with our CAO Don Ashton's agreement, if we can go ahead and just give a brief summary of where we are with the fire and all the things the county is doing to try to support our residents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. We are now 17 days into this fire, and by far the most significant disaster that's ever hit El Dorado County. Someone could argue it's the most significant disaster that's hit the state of California. And we're not done. CAL FIRE reported today that it's about 16% contained. They don't expect full containment until September 13th. And to be honest, that's their best guess at this time. This, as tragic as it is, we have about 17% of our population that's evacuated. It's burned about 19% of our entire county so far, and it's not over. So we have a long ways to go. And we have a long ways to go for many years. We're just getting started because once the fire's out, we're going to have significant policy issues and conversations to talk about recovery. Where we're at right now, this community should be proud. El Dorado County should be proud. I often say that it takes all sectors to come together to serve the community. It takes the government sector, it takes the private sector, it takes the nonprofit sector, it takes the faith-based sector. No one can do it alone. And it takes everyone to come together. And that's what's happened. There are people who don't want to go to government-run shelters. I get that. They have that right. We've had the faith-based community and private individuals and nonprofits step up to house and provide services to those people. There are people who want to go to the government shelters and they can get additional services there. So everyone is doing what they can. And what is humbling to me is everything you see that's happening, that's just the tip of the iceberg, because there's so many people doing so many things that none of us know about. And that's the way it should be. You know? So we should be proud of that. We do have a long way to go. On September 10th, a week from Friday, we're going to have a special board meeting to begin discussions about the recovery efforts. We are in this really weird phase right now. We're in the response phase. We're in the middle of the response phase, but we've also had people evacuated for 2 weeks or more. So they want to get on with recovery. And how do you balance all those things? And you can't balance all those things. You just do the best you can. We all please all be patient with each other. There are so many people here giving everything they can and doing the best they can. And we're going to mess up. Every single one of us is going to make mistakes, but we're doing the best we can. And if we continue talking to each other, continue that collaboration, we will get through this and we'll figure it out. Please come to the meeting, listen to the meeting on September 10th. We hope to have that agenda posted on Friday, that September 3rd, a week in advance. The reason for that is because with Monday being a holiday, we want to give people as much time to review the documentation as possible. We will have updates from our sheriff's office on where things are with the fire. Hopefully it's close to containment by then, but the damage that's been caused, things such as that. We'll have an update from our assessor on how this is going to impact property taxes and what actions he can take to help people rebuild from the property tax perspective. We will have a draft ordinance for discussion with the board to talk about streamlining the rebuilding process and how we can help the community with that. In a perfect world, that ordinance would get approved on the 10th. I don't think it will, because there's some significant policy conversations you guys are going to have with staff. We are not doing this in our normal process. Normal process is we get conceptual approval. We kind of get a sense of where the board wants to go, and then we bring it back. We're skipping that part right now to get something to the board sooner rather than later. We're also going to have an update from environmental management on the hazardous materials remediation and cleanup. There's conversations happening today, Thursday, with Cal OES, how to start that cleanup process. It's going to take time. So be patient, but those are happening. Thank you to our community for stepping up and helping. In my role, I want to thank all the county staff. We have, well, before yesterday, we had 165 staff who've been evacuated. I don't know what the number is after yesterday in the Tahoe Basin yet. We're still getting that. Many of those staff are coming to work to serve and trying to balance taking care of their families and taking care of their community. So thank you to the nonprofit sector, the public as a whole, our staff, and thank you to the board. You guys have been, this is horrible times. There's times we probably feel helpless. The work's just beginning, everybody. There'll be plenty of opportunities to help. You guys have been great trying to manage the communication with your constituents as best we can. The information is changing all the time and going really fast. I appreciate the patience and I appreciate the support you've given to me and your staff who are serving. So I can answer any questions if you want.
Don, can you give us an update on the establishment of a second local assistance center? Is that being provided in Nevada somewhere, Gardnerville or Carson City, or is that a work in progress, or has it happened?
It has not happened. So local assistance centers, that's a term defined, it's a term created and defined by Cal OES, and it came about from different emergencies in the state of California. And the primary purpose of those is to help people in the recovery process and to rebuild. Now, we were advised by Cal OES not to open a local assistance center until we had 50% containment. Okay. My office, in conjunction with the Emergency Operations Center, decided to open that now. In 2 days, it's been open for 2 days. We've helped over 240 households that need help. But considering the primary purpose is to help people with the rebuilding efforts, there hasn't been structure loss in Tahoe, as far as I know, as of yet. So there has not been conversations on opening one there. Separate from that, though, and what we're seeing a lot of people come into the local assistance center for is aid to help them get through the evacuation process. So we're having those conversations, how we're going to assist the Tahoe Basin, absolutely. You figure the city of South Lake Tahoe city limits is 20,000 people. You know, that's just the city limits that have had to move and had to move on. Your peer, one of my bosses, Supervisor Novosel, is mandatorily evacuated right now, twice actually, because she moved once because she was in the initial phase on Sunday and then had to move again. Those conversations are happening, Supervisor Heidel, but it's a little different than the local assistance center true definition. Hopefully, we won't have those recovery efforts in Tahoe. The report I received this morning is the fire is in the Tahoe Basin, but it is in the Christmas Valley area. But the firefighters did an amazing job protecting the homes and the structures in that area. And to my knowledge, there were none lost, at least as of the report I got at 6 o'clock this morning.
I had a question. And I don't know, I didn't know where to ask this, so I'm just gonna take this opportunity. Has there been discussion about as we rebuild for PG&E to underground when we rebuild, because they're supposed to be doing that anyway, and this just seems like an excellent opportunity to get ahead of that.
Yes.
Can I speak on that?
I'm not going to tell you no.
Okay, well, one of the, I had a conversation with PG&E and they're looking at Grizzly Flat and that's what they're going to do. It's going to be
Perfect.
underground. So.
Very good. That's good.
And they have been in touch with the Department of Transportation, so those conversations are taking place. Yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions.
Just excellent report, Don, and just, express extreme gratitude for all of our staff and community as well. Just really thank you so much for that update and look forward to this ordinance coming before us and tackling this as a community. And just so our thoughts continue to be with you and all your neighbors in the Tahoe Basin.
Yes, Sue Novus, are you, there you are, okay. Did you have?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, I've been evacuated twice and
Sue, your audio is going in and out, so we can't hear you very well. Your audio is going in and out, unfortunately. Yeah, Sue, we're going to have to move on. We can't hear you. So just to let you know, if you can get to a better location for connectivity, that would be advisable. Thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to defer the two pulled items till later on the, in the day, and I'd like to move to our item number 44 at 9 a.m.
Still going.
How do we communicate with her? We got a text message that we can send her.
I want to thank everybody.
Yeah, so if you can hear us, we can hear you.
Responders for all the work they did. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you to everybody.
Very good. Thank you. So Kim, if you'd read item number 44, please.
Item 44 is a hearing to consider the unanimous recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission on General Plan Amendment Housing Element Update and recommending the Board of Supervisors Board take the following actions. 1, adopt the California Environmental Quality Act addendum to the El Dorado County's General Plan Environmental Impact Report. 2, approve General Plan Amendment amending the General Plan to incorporate the 2021-2029 Housing Element Update based on findings as presented by staff. And 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to amend the county general plan to incorporate the 2021-2029 housing element update. Supervisor Heidel, could you please open the public hearing?
I hereby open the public hearing. And Brett, I don't know if you or CJ are going to kind of do the lead in and then the discussion here. Is there anything you'd like to present at this time?
I will go ahead and start this off, Supervisor Heidel. First of all, thank you all for being here today.
CJ, can you speak up or get closer to the microphone? You're coming through faintly.
I was afraid of that, and I will speak up. How is that for sound?
That's a little better. Yes, thank you.
Barely.
Okay.
Hard to hear.
Barely?
Please, can you get closer? They're still saying it's hard to hear.
I apologize. I did a sound check this morning, and if that's better, hopefully.
It's about the same. I'm not sure what we can do to
Okay.
boost.
Brett, if you'll start with the introductions, then I will scoot over and use your sound system, if you don't mind. Okay.
Sure, that's no problem. Brett Sampson with Long Range Planning. Myself and CJ Freeland and Efren Sanchez are handling the staff portion of the housing element update. And then we also have Cynthia Walsh and Jennifer Gastelum from Placeworks. They have done incredible work getting this housing element up to speed and ready under the timeframes that we're under. So I will kick it now off to CJ to start the presentation.
And you have that on your computer? Share that screen. Backup plan. Go ahead.
Yep, that's much better, CJ.
Good.
If you speak a
Sorry
little bit
about
louder,
that.
that would help too.
All right,
Thank
we
you.
want to make sure you can hear. And we'll share Brett's screen.
This is going well, thank you.
There we go. That'll work. That's okay. Oh. You'll just entertain us for just a second. Are you sure it's there?
It's on the, it's open.
Okay, I need to see that. So can you all see that screen, the introduction?
Not yet.
Not yet. We
Not
can hear
yet?
you better though.
Okay.
Yeah. For whatever reason, it hasn't populated the screen. There we go. We got it now. Thank you.
Yay. All right. Thanks for bearing with us and thanks for heeding this item today. This public hearing is to consider adoption of the 2021 to 2029 housing element update. Let me first introduce the team on this. Oh, there we go. I see we're doing it this way. From our consultants PlaceWorks, our project manager is Jennifer, and Jen's on with us today to help with questions and answers. Cynthia Walsh is our assistant project manager, and she'll be handling some of this presentation today. From the county staff, Brett Sampson, who you just met, our planning manager, myself, and then Efren Sanchez, our senior planner on the team as well. Just as a reminder, this project kicked off in 2018, so we've been working on this for several years. While I understand the circumstances that we're in today, this is a policy document. Unfortunately, it's not a recovery or that sort of document, but it specifically also does not address any particular housing projects or individual housing types of things. Wow, I'm really shaking today. I'm sorry. I think it's just the circumstances and conversations we've had about this evacuation and stuff. So bear with me. Apologize. But this is weird. I did it. Let me just take you a little bit back to where we've been. We submitted a draft housing element update to the state, the Department of Housing and Community Development for review on June 7th. They replied with some comments on August 6th. We presented the joint workshop with your board and the Planning Commission as part of that whole thing on, we didn't have that. So we took into consideration both comments that we got from the state, comments that we received from Planning Commission and the board, as well as public comment that we received during that workshop. So we met with the Planning Commission on August 17th for an adoption hearing. We received a unanimous recommendation to approve, and we'll cover that a little bit later. So we're with you here today, keeping in mind that our deadline for submission to the state is September 10th. So what we're presenting you today is the draft housing element with those changes and additions that we included to address those comments. And that's what we will be submitting to the state for review. So as a reminder, the primary intent of the housing element is to provide for the regional housing needs allocation. And I realize under current situation that we're going to be throwing some of this out the window because, as we know, we're unfortunately losing some of our housing stock, and we're going to have to address how we replace that. It won't play into a regional housing needs allocation probably until our next housing element update, and will be considered into the RHNA at that time. So until then, our 2021 through 2029 housing element RHNA allocation is as stated on the screen. We've gone over this several times during many of the workshops, also through the RHNA methodology that was done. And so we're looking at a total number of units for the West Slope at 4,994, East Slope, again, for the arena allocation is 359. On the 10th, as our CEO was saying, Dawn mentioned we'll be coming with some policies and possible programs to address what we're going through now. And that will play into what we're looking at in the Tahoe area. So as of now, we have a variety of housing types in the county. Primarily 89% of those are single family. Our 2 to 4 unit properties, which is a smaller, either duplex, triplex, or fourplex, only makes up about 2% of our current inventory. Multi-housing units, apartments, condos, townhouses only make up about 4% right now. And mobile homes, be that on private property or in mobile home parks, is only making up about 5% of our inventory at this time. So as we've talked about before, who are we considering low income? Much of our hospitality workers, food service, we have very low income, getting into teachers, even up to firefighters and EMTs and things like that. We want to keep those populations in mind when we're looking at that multifamily and addressing that lower income housing. When we completed the land inventory analysis, we looked at vacant lands. We looked at underutilized lands, and those are considered to have something on them. It could be a barn, could be a well house or something. It's just not absolutely vacant. We looked at different infill potential, the opportunity for mixed use, the combination of residential and retail. We looked at transit-oriented potential, as well as realistic capacity. And what is the realistic capacity? We went over during our workshop of what would be realistic to getting units onto properties, not just looking at the full density potential. So our land inventory came up with this particular summary. Currently pending and approved projects, we have listed the available inventory on our west slope and east slope. You'll see as well what our total RENA allocation is there near the bottom. And then most important is what surplus units we have in each of those categories, because we fully understand that not all of the properties that have been identified will be developed to the reasonable capacity that we projected, but we have to take our best guess. Oops, where am I? I think at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia Walsh. Cynthia, are you there with us?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. So as a part of the housing element update, one of the big steps is updating the programs that the county plans to move forward with over the next 8 years. So you can see that as a part of this update, we have 39 implementation measures, 13 that are in progress or have been rolled over from the 5th cycle, 17 that have been amended or slightly revised, and 9 new measures, most of which are to address new state law requirements and public input. Next slide. Oh. CJ, can you go to the next slide for me?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. You forgot that was your job.
I did.
Okay, so looking at these a little bit closer, these are the new measures. We have HO6, which is looking at ecological preserve fee program. HO8, which is the state density bonus law. This is to comply with current state law. Accessory dwelling units, the state now requires that the county actively promote ADUs, so that has been included. HO28, this is regarding large community care facilities, and this is referring to residential care facilities and treating them consistent with the definition of family and fair housing regulation. HO29, this is the State Employee Housing Act, and this is regarding employee housing, again, just consistent with state law. And then HO30, and this is adding the definition of SRO, or a single room occupancy unit. Next slide. Additionally, we have HO36, which is to promote middle income through policy or ordinance. And this was based off of comment that we received. HO 37 is to review the county affordable housing ordinance and consider including an inclusionary housing requirement. That was also based off of public input. HO 38 is to create objective design standards to ensure more local control. And then HO 39, this is just an HCD requirement that the housing element must be, once adopted, submitted to the water agency. Next slide. So as a part of the update process, we have received some comments on the public draft. These were regarding accessory dwelling units, fair housing, inclusionary housing. As I mentioned, that program has been revised. Land trust and other housing partners, mobile home parks, objective design standards, special needs housing and homelessness. As you heard a little earlier this morning, smoke-free multifamily, also heard this morning. And these have been addressed in the document, some of in the way of new or revised programs. Next slide. Also in response to HCD's comments, so fair housing is an entirely new section of the document. And so this has been revised to add an analysis of racially concentrated areas of affluence and other environmental conditions. We also added an assessment of overcrowding, overpayment, and housing conditions with historic analysis of public investment. And we added analysis of moderate and above moderate income sites that we're relying on to meet a portion of the RHNA. Next slide. So we also included additional analysis in the document to justify that the county's 24 units to the acre in the multifamily zone is appropriate to meet the lower income RHNA. We are still working to contact additional developers to strengthen this discussion. The county's default density is 30 units to the acre, so justifying below 30, we do need to reach out to different developers to ensure that 24 units to the acre is an appropriate density. We have received that feedback from a few developers, and we're hoping to get one more. We also added discussion tying the available water and sewer connections to the number of units needed for the RHNA. This discussion mainly focuses on multifamily housing types. Next slide. And then we also clarified ADU projections and strengthened our programs to promote this type of housing. And then regarding impact fees for single and multifamily, we included additional data and expanded the analysis of fee impacts. And then last, we updated the timing on measures HO1, HO5, and HO9. CJ, I'm going to hand this back to you.
Sure. So on the 17th, when we met with the Planning Commission, we went through this entire presentation and also listened to some of their questions and comments. I just want to recap those right now. So we talked about ADUs and junior ADUs, made some clarifications there. As you know, the county has some projects coming forward on updates to the ADU ordinance, as well as a program to develop permit-ready ADU plans. We discussed inclusionary housing, and that remains an important consideration for the Planning Commission. We are addressing that through Measure HO 37 to memorialize, if you will, that we are moving forward with the affordable housing ordinance, and that will be coming to your board for contract approvals on the 27th of October. And then we'll be kicking off that program right away, and we'll be back to the board sometime in 2022. We provided some clarification about emergency shelters for the homeless and the inventory that's provided in the housing element. And again, that is just a available inventory and not any specific plans at that point. And we had some other discussions, of course, about water. And we realized, you know, under current conditions that that is going to be of concern as repairs to infrastructure is made. And since that will influence individual projects, we may see some restrictions that come about as of that, but it does not have an effect at this point on the housing element or our projected housing needs and land inventory. We talked a little bit about disaster and how destroyed homes would be replaced. As we mentioned early on, or at the very beginning, we'll be coming back to the board on September 10th to have some discussion specifically about that. And again, as we've seen from other counties that have experienced similar disasters, those lost housing units are taken into consideration in the following RENA cycles. So we'll see more of that in 2029 and how that's done. But and we're anticipating recovery, but we know it's going to be a long road. At the Planning Commission, we did receive some public comment regarding the larger residential facilities, 7 or more. Again, those are state licensed facilities, and the state's desire to make those or create fewer barriers for those to be in residential areas. And we still have some concern over that, so we'll be looking into the appropriateness of that. Primarily, their goal is to make sure that there are no fair housing issues about any type of housing that's available for protected groups. We discussed, well, we did discuss, but I also wanted to point out that as part of the public comment that we received at the workshop from the board and going forward to the Planning Commission, we included some updates on the measures having to deal with homelessness. We realized that 10-year plan was a little bit outdated. We have tied that back to the interjurisdictional discussions that are going on to address homeless issues both in the unincorporated county and the city of Placerville and the city of South Lake Tahoe. And I anticipate we're going to be having some pretty robust discussions about programs available for those folks that are currently homeless, who have been displaced, and those that don't have family or friends to lean on at this particular point in time. So the Planning Commission took a vote. It was 5-0 for approval. They're recommending that the board adopt the addendum to the El Dorado County General Plan Environmental Impact Report, and to approve the general plan amendment, project GPA 21-0002, amending the general plan to incorporate the 2021 through 2029 housing element update. So our recommendation to the board is, following the close of the public hearing today, we ask that you adopt the environmental document, approve the general plan amendment, amending the general plan to incorporate the housing element update, and adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 107-2021 to amend the county general plan and incorporate the 2021 through 2029 housing element update. And with that, we are open to questions from the board and from the public.
Thank you, CJ. So questions or comments from board members first? I'm not seeing any lights lit up yet. So anybody? Go ahead.
I do have good morning, CJ and team with us. You touched on this, but I just need to ask from the board standpoint, given that this is a policy document, is there anything else we need to put in our housing element to address the aftermath of the fire? I'm specifically thinking of like the definition of hardship mobile homes, or will all of that be accomplished through a future disaster relief ordinance?
We see all of that being addressed through the future disaster relief ordinance, and that definitions for hardship mobile homes and those things are found in our zoning ordinance. So those wouldn't be affected by this general plan amendment.
Okay, and all that will be integrated with our housing element and our zoning ordinance. Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
District 2, George.
That's the question I was going to ask, Wendy.
Okay. So not seeing any other question, and make sure we get Sue Novosel in this. Is she, I'm looking for her on the screen. I'm not, she's still on with us? Okay, I'm not able to find her, so, okay. I did have just one question for CJ, and given the fact that HCD has reviewed this now, will there be another review and a finalization of this, or are they basically through with their comments, and once the board takes action, then we're done with that part of the cycle?
Well, I'd like to say yes, but thank you for bringing that up because we frankly anticipate that the state will have some other minor tweaks and adjustments, and we expect those primarily under the fair housing section since that is new. And frankly, they're still getting their feet under them as far as what the reviews require. So we full well anticipate that we'll be returning to the Planning Commission and to the board with a possibility of amendments to the housing element update in order to gain the full certification from the state of California. We're required by statute to make this deadline for adoption. That's kind of phase one. Phase two is to get the certification from the state. And if for some reason they're not satisfied with this submitted version, we'll be coming back with those amendments for your consideration.
Thank you. That's the clarification I was looking for. So not seeing anything else from board members. Kim, would you please open it up for public comment? And again, we'll start with members present in the boardroom.
Now taking public comment on item number 44. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those of you participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Thank you very much for the time. Key point, Supervisor Thomas, this is a policy document. Essentially, this doesn't approve any projects. Projects that may come up obviously have to be looked at in terms of the policies that you establish. And I think that's a key point here. People that might comment on the fact like it's already happening to them through a project or something, and maybe looking ahead to what the future might hold by the policies that you're going to establish. The two that I want to talk about, and I think it's not necessary to explain them any further, but I think it's the political aspect of these. HOA number 9, which is the accessory dwelling units, and HOA 37, which is inclusionary housing. So the reason why HO number 9 is so political, and it's not, I mean, it's common for people to understand the politics of these. Because once you set policy, that means then essentially there's follow-up, maybe possibly ordinances or other things that'll be required. So there'll be other times before the Board of Supervisors that these will be discussed. But every so often, every 8 years or so, we have this cycle where we come in, and this isn't the first time that we've done this. We've had a housing element since the general plan was approved. And so therefore, from time to time, we've spent the time, you're spending it now, to be able to update it and make it consistent with what we need right now. And as the fire is occurring, certainly the future holds more discussions and more possible policy that you'll have to be discussing. Now, to the point, number 9, I think the problem I have with accessory dwelling units is that there seems to be in the policy itself, very little restriction. I think the perception most people have is that they're in a community, they built their house under certain rules, and now the rules are changing. That is, you may not have somebody next door right now, which could be just a single family residence, but you can expect additional traffic depending upon a community changing by allowing more accessory dwelling units. And we're talking granny flats, in-law quarters. We're talking about secondary buildings, all on the same parcel. And that is troubling to some who feel that that's not what they bought into when they came into their community. They came into their place where they live. So that's the problem I see with HOA 9 is not the policy itself, but the restrictions that implementing the policy, what can people expect? Almost finished. Number 37, inclusionary housing. The state's going to mandate certain things that the county is going to have to look to in the future. And this is just the beginning. Inclusionary housing is not something that's pleasing to a number of people. Some people, yes, hey, the better, more the better. Other people, no, we didn't want this, we don't want this. And so I think some of the public comment may be to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Ruth Michelson, District 4. I followed today's presentation as best I could. And there's so many layers and it's hard to understand it all. And I think it's the same for many lay people. It's hard to follow it all. So I have a question and I want to put it in the form of kind of a scenario. And I'm hoping that staff could answer this question. So I paid a lot of attention to planning commission meetings that occurred on July 22nd, August 12th, and August 26th. I watched them and rewatched them to try to understand the nuances of what was going on in those meetings. There was a time during those meetings, and this has to do with Parker Development, Serrano, putting in a new 51 homes near Tong, near the freeway. So anyway, there was a time, especially I think in the first meeting, which this issue was addressed for 2 hours, where planning commissioners wanted to put in some affordable housing into that new 51 houses. And essentially, Kirk Bone said, you really can't enforce that. There's nothing that the county has on record that makes that enforceable. Yes, the state has some ideas about that, or rules, whatever, laws, but the county has done nothing. And so, nice idea, but no, even council stated the same thing. So bottom line, what I want to know, being a proponent for affordable housing, so that young people can actually buy a home here. I have 2 children, 27 and 30, and there's no way they could buy a house here. So I have my 27-year-old at home. Hey, I don't like him to be somewhere else. But anyway, yeah. So, and by the way, he's an engineer. So he's a professional guy.
Yeah.
Point being, so there's reference today, I have 39 seconds, reference today to an ordinance on October 27th, an affordable housing ordinance. What I want to know is, bottom line, will there be the ability to enforce that we have duplexes, that we have whatever all these options are that could get people in, because enough is enough and everyone knows we have a housing crisis and developers can do whatever they want because we don't have anything to enforce if they do something different. So staff, does this mean when this is done, we'll have something that can enforce affordable housing entry level? Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jane McGinnis, and I would like to address on page 29 under homeless and other groups in need of temporary and transitional affordable housing. Paragraph 3. There really doesn't appear to have been any significant response to the public comments that were made during the last meeting, except the removal of one line that says data on where in the county each of these homeless community members were residing is not available, so it's not possible to determine how many were staying in the unincorporated county areas. So that line's been taken out. I guess my question is, why remove it? Because failures are there to be learned from, and clearly we have failed to count our homeless. It comes out with a line, leaving the line that says 78 residents experiencing homeless were living in the unincorporated county area at the time of the count. Essentially, we started with over 600 people and end with a statement about, but there's only 78 in the unincorporated county, without noting that we didn't do a very good job counting them. So we're not really sure that we're right. It comes down to a not our problem. We still have not made a statement that was in the last housing element saying it is our goal. Doesn't have to say we're going to do this and this is how we're going to do it and there's so many screws and nuts and bolts we're going to buy. We just need a statement that says it will be our policy that we are going to strive to produce shelter for the unhoused. This is kind of like if the planning department got up at 3 o'clock in the morning with the phone book and called every single resident in the county and hung up after 2 rings, and then said at the end of that, okay, the resident count is 0. We don't need any infrastructure. Yank out all the electricity, take out the water lines. Nobody lives here. That's essentially what has happened in this paragraph. And the last thing I just wanted to say, and I'm pleading with you, if this is not real to you, there is a lot of literature involved in this. In most cases, homelessness is a temporary circumstance, not a permanent condition. This is so untrue. This is so absolutely untrue. Anyone who has been on the streets for as much as 6 months is in danger of never getting off the streets. And any study on homelessness will tell you that it is most likely, unless nipped in the bud quickly, going to be a lifelong condition. I don't think they are finished yet. I don't think you should let them be finished with this yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. Jonathan Gainsborough Board. I agree that the board needs to step up to the plate with the 2013 housing element. Some changes are crying out as desperately as the 20% of our population now that are evacuated. The word crisis comes from the Greek word krisis, K-R-I-S. It comes from the verb krino, K-R-I-N-O, which is the verb to judge. Crisis comes from the word judgment. I'm not tying it into the fires, but I'm saying God is not pleased that in 2013, there was a statement by the Board of Supervisors of El Dorado County. We commit ourselves to the elimination of homelessness in El Dorado County in the next 10 years. Have we backslid? Do we obfuscate that statement? Because the numbers, you can say anything by numbers. 600 out of 1,600, 166, only 36% of the Titanic's occupants of 1,600 people drowned. That doesn't sound that bad. Now, several things about the point in time count. There's no page numbering in it. Very poor for the $10,000 or $20,000 you paid for it. It has a page numbered index, but it has no page numbers throughout the document. But to my point, when it says that there's 600 in the middle of the paragraph on page 29, when CJ says there is no, as to the homeless, there's no current plans, no current specific plans, her words this morning. I would like you to insert under where it says that 1/3 of the homeless were sheltered. But sheltered in what way? In our emergency shelters? I need to specifically say that of the 2/3 that it says were unsheltered. We hear the sheriff saying there's only 70 or 80 homeless in the dirt. But the numbers here, if you work the percentages out, the numbers show us there were 70 living in vehicles as animals, 65 in parks, 65 living in outdoor homeless camps, 50 more living in parks, 20 more in abandoned buildings, 40 more on the streets, 20 more in underpasses, and other specific unsheltered places, 40 more. So we have almost 350 living as animals. with no specific plans. Last week, you approved 300,000 for a Volunteers of America director to take care of a permanent shelter and transition navigation center for the homeless. I plead with you. There was some opposition by the Planning Commission, not direct, but it was felt. Our comments for the homeless have not been taken into account. We must. God said, "Where is your brother?" And Cain said back to God, there's two questions. Cain, where is your brother? And Cain spoke back the wrong answer.
Please wrap it up, Jonathan.
How should I know? Am I my brother's keeper? We're moving toward a navigation center. Let's keep moving and put something at least as strong as the 2013 housing element. Let's not backslide. Let's move forward as the leaders God has appointed you to be. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, seeing no more participants from the boardroom who want to come forward, Kim, if you'd open it up for our Zoom and phone participants.
Now taking public comment from John Heyer.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, John, you're fine.
Wonderful, thank you. So I'm with the Young Adults Fighting Tobacco Coalition. I'm also here with Jen, another coworker who lives in the county. And one of the major, after reviewing the housing guidelines, one of the concerns I'd still like to keep on your minds while this is being implemented and while you're rebuilding from the disaster that has been COVID-19 and the fire, is that we focus on a smoke-free multi-unit housing. And at least from my personal experience, I'd like to give a testament to how limiting tobacco smoke in these in these very high density areas helps all of us. So for example, I am a recovering addict and I come from a family a bit north that suffers from opioid abuse. And one of the major parts that have contributed to both my own personal experiences with relapsing and with the experiences that my family has had in relapsing is that very, very social element to smoking, that ambient secondhand smoke that just clings around and activates that part of the brain that drives us more to not fulfilling our recovery from substance abuse. And so since the document talks a lot about fair housing and it talks a lot about helping our community, I think we should always keep in mind the absolutely detrimental role that tobacco use and secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing poses for this community, and how encountering it, we will make El Dorado County a better place to live. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having me here and for all the work you've been doing. Again, I'm from the Young Adults Fighting Tobacco Coalition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from Jen.
Hi, thank you guys so much. Thank you, John, for giving your testimony. I want to take the time to, again, thank the board members for including item 44, which includes a smoke-free housing option and the housing element update. I personally live in an apartment complex in El Dorado County, and it does bother me when other residents smoke in the complex. It bothers me when I grab my mail or when I'm passing by other units to do my laundry. And there's also this concern with residents smoking in these multi-unit housing when there are children who, like to play outside, and I don't want them to suffer the dangerous effects of secondhand smoke. I want to stress that there is actually no safe level of secondhand smoke exposure. And according to the CDC, secondhand smoke and even thirdhand smoke directly puts children at an increased risk of a number of health problems, including acute respiratory infections, more severe asthma, respiratory symptoms, and a slowed lung growth. And smoke, of course, can travel and get inside other units, which further puts children at risk. And according to tobaccofreekids.org, tobacco does kill more Americans per year than AIDS, alcohol, car accidents, illegal drugs, murders, and suicides combined. And as you may know, tobacco waste is also horrendous for the environment, and tobacco waste, like cigarette butts, they can cause fires, which, as you know, is something that we are currently struggling with, is a major fire. So again, I would like to take the time to personally thank the board members for including the smoke-free housing and the housing element update. And I say this as an El Dorado County resident and as someone who works in tobacco control. Currently, my coworker is John, who spoke before me. We're part of the Young Adults Fighting Tobacco World Coalition. For more information about us, you can email us at yaft@healthcollaborative.org. Again, that email is yaft@healthcollaborative.org. Yaft is spelled YAFT. So thank you guys for taking the time to listen to our public commentary, and thank you again for including item 44.
Thank you, Jen.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon again. I have the honor of being in Supervisor Turnbow's district and have visited him a couple of times. And hopefully, eventually, we'll be able to do that more and see each other in person as the Delta variant subsides. I'm fairly new to El Dorado County and probably won't make you guys super happy since I tend to be a gadfly, but I finally finished putting my property in San Joaquin County, from which I retired, on the market. So I'm switching my focus to my new home county. 20 years ago, I became a school teacher, and schools have a very large population of students struggling with homelessness. And 20 years prior to that, before my children did an intervention and said, "Dad, you need to stop working with poor people with the emphasis on us being poor," I worked in shelters for the unhoused. That's actually where I met my wife as staff. And our primary focus was small. We only worked with maybe 5 to 10 people in terms of long-term interventions and what's called a side-by-side ministry, which is a religious focus, trying to address some of what people are sharing with you, that once you've been unhoused for 6 months to a year, if you don't start with mental health, you have mental health. And reversing that is a long, slow process. And our success rates were not good, but we at least had successes, which is better than what happened before our interventions. I appreciate everything that's been shared today. Fascinating to me as a teacher. Hey, I just got great free teaching, and my wife's rolling her eyes knowing that I'm going to read all those documents to come up to speed. What I feel I would suggest from these 40 years of experience is this amount of data needs to be quantified at the end in some sort of dashboard, just like in education, that you as the policy makers review, and I would suggest at least quarterly, but at some regular level, so that you can see that your policies are working, that your people realize what they're doing, and that everybody's perspective is included. It's a bit disconcerting when I hear homeless advocates feeling cut out. And to summarize, my benchmarks would be, what is an affordable average house and what's the salary? So the data just off of Zillow, very rough, 95K is what you need. I love the reference to teachers and firefighters who average 50 to 52K in El Dorado County. To me, that tells me you have a very significant issue, a crisis, if you want to have a healthy future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning, board. Andy Nevis, Shingle Springs. I just wanted to thank staff for the inclusion of implementation measure 38 on design standards. I think that's really important to making sure that the new housing construction that we're going to be developing here in El Dorado County is in line with the community's expectations. And it's becoming more and more important every year. I'm not sure if the board is aware, but the legislature has just passed a bill, Senate Bill 9, which is going to allow duplexes in single family neighborhoods so long as they meet objective design standards. And so I'm not quite sure if the governor, I don't think the governor said if he's going to sign it or not, but he probably will. You know, design standards are going to need to be a significant focus, I think, in the next few years. So really just wanted to thank staff for including that, and would recommend approval of the document. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Jeff Short.
Good morning, Chair Heidel and Board of Supervisors. This is Jeff Short with North State Building Industry Association. As you know, we represent about 500 plus member companies in the greater Sacramento area, including the overwhelming majority of home builders. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I also want to thank the staff for the hard work that they've put into this housing element. That's not an easy document to make in any jurisdiction, but especially difficult in a largely rural community like El Dorado County. In general, the building industry supports the housing element. And again, we appreciate the commitment that your board has made to creating more sorely needed housing units, including affordable housing, which BIA members also build. We do have one major concern, and that is item HO 37, the inclusionary housing ordinance, or the consideration of one, I should say. No jurisdiction in our region has a hard inclusionary zoning ordinance. And in fact, we are currently developing a study that, according to the early drafts I've seen, will likely show that such an ordinance actually increase the costs of new housing, as you might expect, but it also raises rents and reduces overall housing production. Of course, I look forward to sharing this study with you and your staff once it becomes available. And I also hope to work with you all on ways that we can attract, positive, proactive ways to attract affordable housing to El Dorado County. So again, overall, we are supportive of adoption of the housing element. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'm going to close.
I'm sorry, there is
one.
Natalie Yanish.
Okay.
Now taking public comment from Natalie Yanish.
Yeah,
hello, am I coming through?
You're fine.
Thanks. This is Natalie Yanish. I'm with the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe, and I just wanted to echo the comments of the representative from BIA. We are also concerned about the inclusionary housing policy in the element. It is a problematic policy when it's put into place on the ground, and there are unintended consequences to setting that up. So again, I just want to echo those comments, and hopefully you can keep that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Now taking public comment from Julie Robinson.
Hello, board. I agree with Jonathan. El Dorado County is in crisis. We're struggling with a wildfire crisis, a health crisis, a housing crisis, an educational crisis. These may all stem from a climate crisis. As our local government officials, that all falls at your feet, and you have a huge role. I beg you to be creative, bold, and caring, to shift from the usual focus on developer needs to how can we deal with the very real challenges of climate change. Where are those who've lost their homes in this fire gonna live? Please, please plan for more affordable homes in all our major communities. Please treat our homeless to the same comforts that our stray pets experience. I believe they need walls and a roof to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Then there's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment portion of this hearing, and I would just entertain any responses that staff or PlaceWorks would like to make at this point based upon those public comments. So I guess to CJ, to you first.
Yes, thank you. First, let me address some of the statements that were made on accessory dwelling units or ADUs. So as Chris may have mentioned, we've announced plans to amend the zoning ordinance, secondary dwelling ordinance, in order to make that consistent with state law, which is now accessory dwelling unit law. And it's that state law that is allowing for more opportunities for accessory dwelling units in all zones that permit residential use. So we'll be bringing that again to the Planning Commission and to the board and be having some discussions on that and how that will be interpreted. But at this point, the county by default is under the direction of the state law. And so we are doing that amendment to our own ordinance so that we can preserve some of the local provisions that are less restrictive. So that'll be coming back. We actually have no control at this point over, well, we have some control, but anyway, it's the state laws that have changed that Chris was addressing that may change some neighborhood provisions, because in addition to the state law for ADUs, there was some current legislation that also overruled local CCNRs or homeowners associations from preventing ADUs entirely. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of changes on that one. As far as inclusionary housing, Measure HO 37 is for an affordable housing ordinance. We have added to that discussion an exploration of what inclusionary housing looks like, what the opportunities are, because there is not a one size fits all, any kind of inclusionary ordinance or policy. So those discussions will be coming to the board as part of that project. There is no inclusionary housing policy currently in place. So to answer the one public comment about whether that can be required or not, we don't have that policy in place. So until the board considers all the options and adopts a policy for that direction, no action is being taken yet. But again, that measure is for an affordable housing ordinance that will include exploration of inclusionary housing, because we do need to have additional discussion on that topic as you've gathered from today. I'll go back to some of the others on the homeless. I want to cover that though. No tobacco. There was a public comment on reviewing and doing data on these measures and things. So we are currently doing an annual progress report on the housing element implementation, and we bring that to your board, and it has quantitative and qualitative review of how we have progressed on measures, how we've progressed on issuing permits, how we are looking on our affordable housing numbers, and all that is available to the public as well as to the board, typically towards the end of March of each year. That the report is due to the state on the 1st. And I apologize to those that are just coming into this project at this particular hearing, because we've covered so much of the in-depth data and really looked into the numbers and the income limits and the income gaps required for housing. Today's hearing is more of a streamlined approach on everything that we've covered to date, just not going into all of that information again. However, we do have that available on our website if you want to go take a look. And I'm going to have Cynthia help me on this, addressing the homelessness. But first, let me say that the point in time count is done every 2 years. That's a HUD requirement. And there are different definitions of homelessness within that count. This comes under the purview of our Health and Human Services Agency. And also, if there are community members interested in the details of how these programs are operated or what programs are done, there's the El Dorado County Opportunity Knox organization that coordinates things, also our continuum of care. There are many programs and strategies that have been implemented since our 2013 housing element was adopted. And we intend through the measures, especially HO 26, in this current housing element update, to address continuing working with those groups and identifying different programs and strategies that can address the crisis of homelessness within the county. Like I said, we may be facing more of that as we go along. But I have to remind you to keep in mind that the housing element update is more of a land use document. And so when it comes to appropriate zoning for those shelters and appropriate zoning for those transitional centers and navigation centers, that's the work that we are completing and that has been identified in the housing element. Cynthia, do you have anything to add on that or the other measures that we've included?
Just to add, we also have some overarching policies, policy HO 4.4 and 4.5, which touch on the county's efforts to assist with homelessness.
Thanks. I just want to make the board aware that the issue is not being ignored. It's not the kind of issue we can fully address within the housing element. However, those policies and those measures that we have do direct us into specific strategies working towards the end of homelessness.
Very good. Any other staff comments? I'm not seeing any at this point. So let's bring it back to the board. Are there any board questions or comments at this point? No, not at this time. Oh, you good. Wendy.
First of all, I'd just like to commend all of you for an excellent document. Enjoyed going through the housing element. It is rich with details and information that will really help inform all of our decisions going forward. So just well done. Like to follow up on the measures regarding homelessness. I know it's a topic that's, you know, an evolving topic that we will continue to deal with. Measure HO 27 also talks about our amending the county zoning ordinance to ensure our compliance with state law to encourage emergency shelter, supportive housing, transitional housing, and related services for persons experiencing homelessness, and that we shall amend the zoning ordinance to allow for a low barrier navigation center. I know that is a hot topic, and so our housing element specifically addresses that. So that reaffirms our commitment to making progress in this area in the years ahead. I also agree with the comments that folks called in on about design standards. I think that's a big area of focus for this board, and I am very optimistic that we can accomplish that in the years ahead, and this board has approved additional funding to help accomplish that. So we completely agree with you that as the state continues to enact more law that takes away local control, design standards are a way that we can preserve community character and enhance that while meeting our goals for more attainable housing and more diverse housing options within this county, which we all know we desperately need. And so also look forward to exploring more proactive ways to attract that diverse housing stock, and look forward to those engaged conversations with developers so you can help inform us what's possible from a proactive standpoint. So that's all my comments for today.
Very good. Any other board members? Go ahead, Lori.
Wendy's comments reminded me of something.
Okay.
So I think to follow up maybe on what Ruth said, you said the word diverse housing, and that's exactly what the Planning Commission has been chewing on in conversations about the Serrano specific plan. So I think that when we have our conversation about inclusionary policy that's going to be coming to us sometime soon, I think that's probably when the board could address that definition and maybe get to the bottom of that. Because I have been watching the Planning Commission meetings also on video, and they have struggled with that because in their minds it is defined, but apparently it's not clear enough. So I think we need to chime in and provide that clarity at some point.
Okay, and I just had two comments. I want to echo some of the
John?
comments. Yes, go ahead.
Oh,
Sue,
thank you. I
go
think
ahead, please. I didn't.
Can you hear me
recognize-
okay?
Yes, please.
Okay,
You're good.
great. Yeah, I just want to ditto what Supervisor Prowling just said. I agree. We need to have a good, robust discussion about inclusionary housing. I think it's critical, and so I'm all for that discussion. At a board level, because I think it is frustrating for all that that we need to define it a little better at the board level. So I'm happy to do that, and just want to thank staff for getting us to where we're at today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I just want to add two things. I'm very much in support of trying to determine what we can do with the supportive homeless housing. We recognize we have a homeless issue. We can talk about numbers. But the bottom line is, I think everybody would agree, we do have something there that needs to be worked on, and we need to do what we can to try to resolve that, mitigate it, whatever. So I heard the comments here very strongly, and I support those. We have to not lose focus on that particular part of this housing element. And the second thing I'll mention is the smoke-free housing option. I know a lot of people, particularly multifamily residences, feel that that's a violation, taking away personal rights. But when you look at the fact that we're breathing the same air and you don't have control over what air you breathe to get from point A to point B and stuff, I do think it needs to be highly considered and determined what we need to do there, because it just puts people's health at risk unnecessarily because of the way some of these things happen. So again, that's one that I think we really need to look at hard and try to determine what we can do. The tough part on that's going to be enforcement. I can tell you right now, I'm not sure once we establish those things, how you're ever going to enforce it other than some kind of a complaint system. And that just means more obligation by county services. And so that it's a difficult thing to determine what the balance is there. But those are two things that weren't mentioned that are of particular interest to me. So again, thanks staff for the great report, great progress. I want to compliment PlaceWorks on all their inputs and stuff. I think you responded to the HCD comments very quickly, very effectively. So again, thank you for all that effort. And with that, and seeing no more board.
I got one
Okay,
comment,
George.
especially when it comes to design standards and stuff,
Yes.
especially when making sure that these homes are fire safety. Fire safety is a big issue and stuff, especially with siding and all the other issues that's going on, especially in our county right now. So.
Thank you. We have building codes that
Well, I
determine
know,
what those
exactly.
standards are, but yes, they need to be looked at extensively and implemented appropriately. So with that, back to the, okay, CJ, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. Two things I want to point out before you entertain a motion and closure of the public hearing. I want to make an additional recommendation that was noted by Planning Commissioner Ross, but we didn't get it into the Planning Commission recommendation. And it's just basically a change of terms in implementation measure HO 11. It currently talks about secondary dwelling units, and we're trying to change all that language over to accessory dwelling units. So it's not substantive, but we just want a recognition that we would like to make that change before we submit it to the state. And secondly, there's a currently uncompleted portion in the draft housing element that's attached to your agenda, where it talks about public hearings. And I just want to note that there'll be some basic language there that just captures what the Planning Commission action was and what action may come out of today's board hearing. So just acknowledge those, and if you could acknowledge that within any of your recommendations today, so that we can make those updates before we submit to the state. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Last call. Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I will move staff's recommendation with the additional recommendation to change the wording in HO 11 per Commissioner Ross's comments. Does that suffice, CJ?
Yes, I think so.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Very good discussion. Appreciate the public's input on that one.
And to be clear, Supervisor Heidel, you did close the public hearing,
I
correct?
did. I closed the public hearing right after we took the last public comment. So yes. Just for clarity, yes.
Yeah.
And I'm turning to our CAO now. I assume we want to move on to number 3 based upon staff availability, or is there a preferred way to address the department matters?
Mr. Chair, I think it's your discretion. We could go to consent items pulled or staff number or item number 3, whatever you prefer.
I would prefer to go to item number 3 because I think that the pulled items are going to be very short discussion, and it seems to be a lot of interest in item number 3. So that would be my preference.
Okay.
Wait, item number 3. Oh, it's a department matter, not poll. Right. Okay, got it.
Right.
I have to go get a power cord. I'll be right back. Carry on. Sorry.
I got
my
one right here.
assistant's
You
out
want-
today.
There's one right here.
I need my plug.
Oh,
All right. So Kim, with that, would you please read item number 3, department matters?
Item number 3 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board consider the following. 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to waive the 180-day waiting period for extra help employment of CalPERS retired Inuit in order to fill a critically needed position within the Chief Administrative Office. 2, authorize the appointment of Greg Stanton as extra help principal management analyst effective September 11th, 2021. And 3, authorize an exception to Personnel Rule 604.3 to hire at step 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. The board may recall that in February or March of this year, when we updated our strategic plan goals, the board added a priority to explore the feasibility of biomass and cogeneration plants to the county strategic plan. There are no, well, one, there's no real department where this would belong. If I were to look at the organizational structure and see where it would belong, it would likely be in planning and building or environmental management. I believe the board would agree with me. Planning and building is tapped out with resources. If we were to wait for them to get to this priority, well, you established their priorities, and this wasn't one of them. And environmental management with the new director and a vacancy there, it didn't seem like a good responsibility to place on them, especially with a lot of issues they have going relative to solid waste disposal and things such as that. We had an opportunity here because Mr. Stanton, the prior director of environmental management, was interested. In addition to that, there is a lot happening regarding biomass and cogeneration right now. About 8 weeks ago, I got a call from the CEO of Placer County asking if El Dorado County would want to explore a partnership with them. There are conversations happening at RCRC. There are conversations happening at Pioneer Energy, which we are a part of, as well as SOFAR. So there's a lot of discussions taking place, and we're simply not part of those. So my concern, because we don't have the staff to do it. Now, some of you are in your roles as elected officials on those bodies, but at a staff level, we're not part of those. So rather than waiting and perhaps potentially missing an opportunity for funding or partnerships or ways to do that, I did reach out to Mr. Stanton. He is well qualified for this position, and he agreed to come back as a retired annuitant to assist with that. To do so, the board has to, if the board wants to bring it back now and start those efforts now, you would have to waive the 180-day requirement for bringing back a retired annuitant. You don't have to do it. You could wait until that 180 days is up. That's your option, but I wanted to present this to you. There have been questions about why step 5. Our personnel rules are clear that extra help, if a competitive recruitment is not done, they should come in at step 1. So one point to note with that, the intent of our personnel rules recognizes there's times you don't do a competitive recruitment. And those times are when you identify someone with the skill set that you need to bring them back. The rules does say bring back at step 1. In talking to Mr. Stanton, he's making far less than he was making as a department head, and he agrees he shouldn't make the same salary as a department head because he's not managing staff. Step 5 is $60 an hour, $61 an hour or so, and it is from a consultant standpoint. If I were to go recruit for a consultant or look for a consultant, most people who do professional consulting are charged at least $100 an hour. So because of Greg's knowledge of the county, his knowledge of the players involved, and his background as a registered environmental health specialist that understands the concepts of biomass and cogeneration, we felt it was a good fit. So that's why it's here for your board's consideration.
Thank you, Don.
Take the lead on this.
Go ahead.
No, I would like to.
You do?
I don't see any red lights. Who's first? Who's first? Okay, District 4. District 4.
You got it. Okay,
She got
go
the
ahead.
button
She got
first.
her button first.
Go, Lori.
No, George, thank you, though. I will say that I actually spearheaded this request because I have been attending the SOFAR collaborative meetings for years, even prior to being on the board. As the RCRC representative, there's a lot of effort there they have their Golden State Natural Resources company now underneath RCRC, and they have placed a wood pellet plant in Tuolumne County. And so I would like our county to be in the running for something fabulous like that. And prior to Greg's retirement, he was working heavily and collaborating in cooperation with when we joined Pioneer Energy. Pioneer really is looking at placing more facilities to generate energy locally, and Greg was being pulled in on those conversations. He is very familiar with the state unfunded mandates. I'll say it again because we all despise those, but SB 1383, where we have to divert organics out of our landfill stream. He's very familiar with that, and this could be also worked into the same project. So I can tell you that I talked to a former supervisor, Santiago. She is still plugging away, trying to get this kind of effort going in El Dorado County. And she said when she was on the board, she was very frustrated we couldn't get it going. And I felt that when I'm going to all these different meetings, we just haven't had a point person, that one person. And so I can tell you that there is a group at our CRC that's chomping at the bit to talk to our consultant. The SOFAR Collaborative wants to talk to our consultant. The funding, the timing, it is time to go. So please support this, and let's get this great project in the works for El Dorado County. It is obviously, with what 19-20% of our county on fire, this is long overdue. And so I would love it if we could make this happen.
Yeah, thank you, George. One of the things when I first started running for supervisor, I talked about this many, many years ago about bringing in a cogeneration plant in El Dorado County. And I had a lot of different ideas and stuff like that. And the biggest thing is, do we have enough feedstock? Well, we do have enough feedstock, especially now with these horrific fires that are going on. But one thing good about it, Greg and I have had our differences in the past when I was on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, but he is willing to work with me to get this going. I think it's a great thing for a county. I visited a facility in Kenosha, and it's unbelievable how big that particular plant is. And it's a biomass facility that burns green waste, but also burns garbage. And that thing produces enough electricity for 2.7 million residents. Unbelievable what it does. And if we could bring a facility into our county, it's a win-win situation for us, especially with all the debris that's in our forest. And if we can clean our forests and stuff and good forest management, we wouldn't have these horrific fires today. Now, we visited that facility, Lori and I visited a facility down anyway, yeah, Lincoln and stuff. And it was really good because they took us for a tour through there. And that cogeneration plant supports 17.5 I think million residents, no, 17,500 residents, I think is what it is, that particular facility. And I wanted Todd to bring that cogen plant home to us, load it in your car. I told him that. So it was kind of a joke, but it'll be a great thing for our county. It produces jobs. It'll clean our forests, reduce our fire danger. It's a win-win situation for us. It really, really is for our county, especially producing electricity. So we have another source of electricity for our county, especially teaming up with Pioneer Energy. And Greg would be a great asset and stuff. They're working with Rod Pimentel, which is he's on CDAC, and Chris Payne. And they're working really hard for a cogeneration plant also in our county. So this is a great thing. And I really am honored to have Greg fill into that spot because he brings a lot to the table, especially when we need grant money. He knows the ins and outs and stuff, what our county needs, and it's going to be a great thing for us.
Thank you. Other board comments, questions? Sue, did you want to add anything at this point? I'm not seeing her come off of mute, so. I just want to echo the comments that were made. I mean, this has been something we've been looking at for a long time. Biomass, cogeneration, whatever you want to call it. We have all these agencies, but as Don pointed out, we don't have a focus and staff, somebody dedicated to do this. And this is the ideal opportunity, I think. Greg has all the contacts with the state agencies. He knows the players. He knows the people. He's well respected. I mean, this is an ideal fit from the way I'm looking at it. And I do want to emphasize, as a retired annuitant, he's limited to 1,080 hours of employment in a calendar year. So that works out to roughly half-time. But I think that is the kind of resource that we definitely need. So I fully support this, but any other comments from our CAO or anybody else?
John, sorry, I couldn't find my mute button. Sorry.
Okay.
I agree also. I think this is a great step forward in helping staff and our county get to where we need to go with biomass and whatever else we can find as an alternative. So I support this too. Thank you.
Is there a comment on the retired annuitant?
Just a minor correction. It's 960 hours max.
960.
1,080.
All right,
A little
thank you.
less than half-time.
So a little
Yeah.
less than half-time, but it's still a,
Yes.
basically half-time type of position. It isn't full-time. I just want to make sure the public knew that this, even though it has a title and it's kind of a classy title of principal management analyst, it's roughly half-time.
But
Okay.
it's enough to get this up and going.
It'll fund it for a year and then we'll reevaluate at that time.
Sounds
Right.
good.
All right, very good. So at this point, Kim, if we'd open it up for public comment, starting with the boardroom.
Now taking public comment on item number 3. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Rod Pimentel from Camino, California. I've been in the lumber industry my whole life. Can't imagine what's happened to this county. It's totally been destroyed. This fire that we have now was totally preventable. And as you can see from just the Forest Service, this is the Forest Service from 1965 to like 2016. You can see in 1990, when they shut off logging in El Dorado County. And 3 major lumber companies went out of business within 10 years. Sierra Pacific took over Michigan Cal and ran it for till 2009, but they left. Wetzel Oviatt's gone and Georgia Pacific's gone. They were the largest landowners in the county next to the Forest Service. The Forest Service has approximately 550,000 acres. With this fire and the King Fire, the Forest Service has just about lost a third of their property that they manage, a third of their property. For 25 years, I've been coming to the Board of Supervisors, trying to get a supervisor to really look into the problems with cogeneration plants, with more mills, with more stuff to do with the forest products, because it's only 1,000 feet to the Forest Service and they might as well be 3,000 miles away, because we have done nothing with those people to take care of our forest, which is, they're one of the largest, they are the largest landowner in our county. And yet nobody wants to get involved with them to see why they are doing what they've done since 1990. And if you look at there, this is the whole thing. From 1965 to 1990, it was between 35 and 40,000 truckloads of logs that came off of our national forest. Not what came off of Wetzel's property, not what came off of Michigan Cal's, and not what came off of Georgia Pacific, and not what came off the private landowners. So from 1990 till 2020, it dropped to around 5,000 loads of logs. In that amount of time, there's a million loads of logs just on the Forest Service property that hasn't been harvested. A million loads. They're all burned up now because a third of the property is gone. And in our lifetime and our kids' lifetime, we'll never see the forest that we had. And the whole thing is just totally ridiculous that, in the 80s, the Division of Forestry changed the regulations on how you can log your own property. So they made it so it's impossible for people to go out and really log their own property. They'll give you an exemption for a couple acres, but you can't go out and log your property, and there's no place to take the logs. As anybody will tell you, when the King Fire happened, Sierra Pacific went and logged their property. Same thing happened in Angora up in Tahoe. Sierra Pacific logged all their property, left all the Forest Service property until they had all theirs logged. And then they came and logged what was left over. They took what they wanted and left the rest of it there. And The cleanup on the King Fire was almost nil. They're still logging part of that, hauling it to Martell to make particle board out of it because they didn't ever log it. And all this could have been done under a Health and Safety Act, which nobody at the Forest Service wanted to do it. Nobody in the county wanted to get involved in it. And it's time that it's past time. It was just like past time when the King Fire happened. So I guess I'm out of time, but hopefully you guys get together and put in a cogen plant that'll take care of the forest management and the garbage, and go talk to the Forest Service and tell them that they're going to support this, because you guys have the right to make them support things and that it's under your jurisdiction, and the forest is partly under your jurisdiction. So thank you.
Thank you, Rod.
Thanks, Rod.
What item are we on?
Pardon, what?
What item are we on?
3. Item 3, this was.
Yeah, I know, but you truncate people all the time for not discussing the issue. And that gentleman, while I do not disagree, we're talking about bringing on a person for whatever this.
Right, for working cogen facilities and other things. So it's and other things, but yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you, Ruth.
Well, hallelujah, Jonathan Gainsborough. I thought that was brilliant comment by the gentleman there about the lack of taking care of the forest. As God said in the beginning, He gave us the planet to take care of. And they only, before the Titanic, they just cavalierly provided lifeboats for roughly 50 to 60% of the people on the boat. After the tragedy of the Titanic, they legislated you should have lifeboats on a transoceanic liner for all the people, the passengers and the crew. So anyway, I highly recommend what it is you're talking about with this biomass and regeneration center. Pass it and tell the Forest Service, as our speaker previously said, they work for you. They will dance to your music. Tell them to dance and take care of the forest according to what you're going to pass. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, seeing no more public comment from anyone present in the boardroom, open it up for our Zoom and phone participants, Kim.
There's no public comment.
May I
Okay.
add one more thing, just so everybody knows? Supervisor Veerkamp last year, I think it was pushed really hard with the Forest Service, and I tagged on to that effort, so I knew what was going on before he termed out. But we do have a master stewardship agreement with the Forest Service here. So we are ready to rock and roll, Rod. We're on it.
Okay, so I think we're back to the board for any.
I just want to make a
Action.
comment. Welcome aboard, Greg.
Yes, welcome
I'm-
back.
I'm looking forward to working with you, and so we can get this implemented into our county. It's going to be a great thing for our county. Thank
Gonna
you.
be good.
Is
I'd
that
like to make a
George?
motion and move the
That's a
item.
motion, yeah.
I think we have a motion and a second. Is that correct?
Sure.
All right, so roll call.
We're gonna give it to George.
You got to give it to me. All right.
Wish you could be more direct.
Well, I just
Supervisor
added a little-
Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes by them.
Right, so I'm going to ask if we need a break, 5 minutes before we go
5.
to our 11 a.m. So.
It's 5.
All right, 5-minute break, and we're currently, let's see, we're at 11:07, so we're back at 11:12, 5 minutes. Let's keep it going. Thank you. Okay, we are back after our short break and we are ready for our 11 a.m. time allocation item number 45. Kim, if you would read that, please.
Item 45 comes from Health and Human Agency, recommending the board receive a presentation and update regarding the El Dorado County Opportunity Knox Homeless Continuum of Care Program and related HHSA homeless grants, program outcomes, and upcoming opportunities.
Good morning, board members. Daniel Del Monte, Chief Assistant Director with Health and Human Services. Very happy to be here with you today and give you all an update as requested on the Homeless Continuum of Care Program grants, as well as HHSA grants that are supporting the development of a system response to homelessness. I have some support today with the presentation. We have Dr. Marisa Muscat, who is the current chair of the El Dorado Opportunity Knox Board of Directors. And we also have Carolyn Wiley, who's a deputy director with Home Base, who's our consultant, who's assisted EDOK and HHSA acquire the number of grants, and also they assist with technical assistance to providers in the community. I just want to start also by referencing, we had Allie McMillan, who's HHSA's first homeless program manager, ready to support the presentation today. However, she's involved with some of the evacuations for folks in the Project Room Key program. So she's no longer available, and I'll do my best to cover her parts of the presentation. We're going to provide you all with an overview of the COC and HHSA homeless grants for these past 3.5 years. We're going to provide you with an outcomes update and data that's pulled from our homeless management information system. We'll talk about some upcoming grant opportunities. Carolyn with Home Base will provide a strategic plan update, and then we'll end with an affordable housing discussion. So without further ado, I will pass the microphone to Marisa Muscat. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, board members and members of HHSA. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Dr. Marisa Muscat. As mentioned, I'm a physician at Barton Health, and I'm currently serving as the co-chair of our Continuum of Care. I want to apologize in advance for any technical difficulties and my lack of video. Unfortunately, I'm evacuated to a campground in the middle of the desert, and I'm not able to do that today. So
no apology necessary, my goodness.
Thank you. So our local COC program.
I know how you feel there, Marissa.
I relate, Sue. So thank you guys for this opportunity. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're fine.
Great. So our local COC program has operated as El Dorado Opportunity Knox Continuum of Care since 2017. And for context, a COC is a local or regional planning body, and it's responsible for coordinating federal and state funding and for the delivery of housing and services for residents experiencing homelessness in its service area. For us, El Dorado County is the service area. And EDOK is made up of nonprofit service providers, faith-based groups, homeless advocates, local government agencies, as well as other stakeholders like the Office of Education, probation, our local hospitals, and more. So basically, we seek to develop and coordinate our local system response to homelessness. And while applying for and obtaining HUD and state funding is one of our primary functions, our role in the community is actually much broader, and that role is required by HUD. So some examples would be that the COC is responsible for developing a strategic plan to impact homelessness for subpopulations of residents experiencing homelessness, such as youth, families, seniors, veterans, or chronically homeless individuals, and others. We're also responsible for ensuring that grant funding supports our countywide intake process, which helps enter individuals experiencing homeless into available COC programs, and that's called coordinated entry. We are also responsible for collecting data and submitting a number of data reports to both this federal and state government. And that's done through a federal database called the Homeless Management Information System, also known as HMIS. So by ensuring that these and other federal requirements are maintained, our grant funding is then made available to the El Dorado services area. And these grants are targeted and leveraged, and we invest in 7 general components of the homeless system response, and our presenters will touch upon that in more detail in the coming slides. The next slide we'd like to share reflects federal and state grants that are received both through HHSA and EDOK since 2017. So if you look at that first column, fiscal year 2017, you can see roughly $19,000 came to us from HUD just by having our COC. Additionally, you can see the ESG grant was leveraged by operating the COC program. And at the time, that was used to operate a domestic violence shelter through the Center for Violence-Free Relationships. Also in 2017, HHSA received 2 grants. The larger supported homeless families, HSP, has for about $600,000, and the smaller supported outreach for homeless residents and mental illness, or homeless residents who have mental illness, and that was called PATH for roughly $35,000. The next 3 columns you can look at occurred as EDOK increased its technical assistance to local providers, and as our funded and other local programs improved their program performance, their program data and outcomes, and as well as our county continuing to invest more of our grants into the system response to homelessness. So you can see that by year 2, EDOK and HHSA increased funding by over 350% and by over 500% by years 3 and 4. In those first 3 fiscal years after 2017, EDOK and HHSC have received a total of over $15.5 million in grants. The details associated with those grants and where those funds have been allocated will be discussed more on the next slide. But I also want to just point to the last column, which reflects some of the upcoming grants that'll be referenced later. New grant information has even become available since this PowerPoint was completed and submitted to the Board of Supervisors. So EDOK continues to function very highly and grow our ability to perform. So I just want to acknowledge the staff at HHSA. You should be very proud of them because they help us administer and partner with us in these efforts. And I also want to acknowledge our local organizations and faith-based groups who've really improved program performance and data performing, and all the local partners who work hard and participate to develop our federally compliant COC program and to bring it where we are today. So now to continue the discussion, I'm going to pass the microphone to Daniel Del Monte, again, the Chief Assistant Director from HHSA.
Can I chime in for a minute? Is Don Simone, is he around or available? I mean, if we need him or whatever.
Yeah, Supervisor.
Yeah,
yeah, Don Simone is around, correct.
All right.
So a few comments about these grants. As Marisa had indicated, the 21-22 column we put together some weeks ago to prepare for this board item. But since then, we've learned of new upcoming grant opportunities that EDOK and HHSA expect to have somewhere around $7 or more million received this fiscal year. So grant funding continues to come in from maintaining these basic requirements. But a few quick comments about these grants. I want to acknowledge that seeing the grant titles reflected on the left can be very confusing. All the acronyms that are used. Some of them, for example, the HHAP grant that stands for Homeless Housing Assistance Program. The ESG grant stands for Emergency Solutions Grant. And so those acronyms stand for, very particular wording that comes from the funders. But in short, the grant sources are intended to be intertwined to develop that system response to homelessness that Marisa explained. As no county general fund is utilized in the system, we don't have flexibility to decide exactly how we'll spend the funding sources. However, we do have some options to choose from through our COC programs, through utilizing the strategic plan, which we'll get an update on in several slides from now, and ultimately what eligible uses are defined by the federal and state government. The grants received this past year are primarily focused on the COVID response for residents who've resided outdoors during the pandemic. And then those not specific to COVID are focused on housing individuals that have lived outside the longest, as those individuals often have disabling health conditions and needs that have developed from living outdoors. Next slide, please. So referenced prior was that there are 7 general components to a system response to homelessness. Those components are reflected on this slide. So here you can see a visual chart of what I'll call client flow, from intake to being permanently housed. You can see the first step is the intake process that Marisa referenced as coordinated entry. In short, it's an intake process that's streamlined and designed to achieve a goal of matching people experiencing homelessness to available permanent housing with any available services as quickly as possible. It seeks to prioritize those who've been outside the longest, as often they have the highest health needs, as I made reference to. And it provides crucial information that helps the COC to allocate resources and identify gaps in services. For some, homeless prevention and diversion services, or the number 2 component, can help certain individuals to connect with family or friends, or another means to not have them come into sort of the system and to help them get out of homelessness through their unique connections. If prevention and diversion can't be an option, the process then seeks to place the household in any permanent housing, if that's available, with available supportive services. However, if the permanent housing programs aren't available, as this is often the case across California, any available temporary or transitional programs would be considered as a short-term approach. Again, much like a hospital emergency room, this process targets resources for the most vulnerable person or household. Next slide, please. So this slide's very exciting, and I'm pleased to share with you outcomes data from 2018 through 2020 captured in our homeless management information system. For some highlights, the total number of single adult households who exited homelessness went from 82 persons in 2018 to 167 persons in 2020. So that can be seen with the blue bar. And that's an increase in exits of over 100%. A total of 200 families exited homelessness between 2018 and 2020. And that's the orange bar. In total, 541 households have exited homelessness during that 3-year period through EDOK and HHSA homeless grants. And those 541 households were made up of 917 people. 576 individuals were in families, and 341 individuals were in households without children or single adults. By exit, what we mean is exits to permanent housing, to temporary housing, which can be a shelter, a hotel, friends or family, and institutional settings, which could be a psychiatric facility, substance use treatment, detox, or long-term care facility. Next slide, please. So to drive a little bit further, this slide provides an overview of the particular exits for both single adult households as well as families. For adult households without children, 83% of the exits were to permanent destinations, so they were permanently housed. Nearly 9% of exits were to temporary destinations, and nearly 9% were exits to institutional settings. For families with children under the age of 18, 80% of exits were to permanent destinations. So 8 out of 10 families were permanently housed. 18% of exits were to temporary destinations, and 2% were exits to institutional settings. When considering that about 15.6 million was received between fiscal year 17-18 and fiscal year 2021, that supported 541 household exits, the average cost per household exit was $28,911, and the average cost per person exit was $17,057. So in other words, based upon this cost per exit average, every $1 million put toward any efforts in El Dorado County these past 3 years would have reflected an ability for the COC and HHSA to exit approximately 59 individuals from homelessness in the county. Next slide, please. So this speaks to other outcomes over this past year beyond the exits from homelessness. We had 96 beds added in our community. 70 were added through 3 home key projects in the South Lake Tahoe area that were pursued through a partnership between TRPA, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and a local nonprofit, Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. We also added 26 transitional beds for Project Room Key, which your board's familiar with, and which also currently has exited 60% of its participants from homelessness. And the project's expected to reach the 70 percentile range of exits from homelessness over the coming months ahead. Worth noting also, the El Dorado Public Housing Authority received 70 emergency housing vouchers for homeless households who've resided outside during the pandemic and are vulnerable due to COVID-19. So that was part of the American Rescue Plan Act package for housing authorities, as well as the Housing Authority received 5 mainstream vouchers for homeless households with a disability. Not reflected on this slide were also 30 Veteran Affairs supportive housing vouchers that the Housing Authority received in late 2019. Because El Dorado County has a COC program, and because EDOK has improved our outcomes and data to reflect a more accurate need for housing and beds locally, this community went from 0 veteran vouchers in 2018 to having 30 in 2019. I'm pleased to share that 8 of those vouchers helped 8 veteran households exit homelessness. Now they're permanently housed. And there's also 7 vouchers that have been issued to homeless veterans that are receiving assistance from Mather to locate units locally. Additionally, a handful of these vouchers are anticipated to be made available to local developers with projects in the pipeline as they develop housing, so that we can secure permanent units that are dedicated to homeless veteran residents that served our country. Next slide, please. So this is the final slide I'll speak to for now before I pass the microphone to Carolyn Wiley with Homebase. She's going to provide an update on our homeless strategic plan through EDOK. But this slide provides an overview of a number of grants that will be made available this year for the COC and HHSA to apply for. The top 2 grants, the Homeless Housing Assistance Program and Project Roomkey, are both allocations. So we simply will receive these funds for having a compliant COC and developing a homeless strategic plan. Secondly is HomeKey. HomeKey is the next phase in the state's response to COVID-19 to help seniors and folks with health conditions to exit homelessness to be protected from the virus. Last year, the state announced the HomeKey Round 1 funding opportunity. However, the county chose not to pursue due to not having enough capacity at that time. There are many, many requirements tied to site control and location, and the state wants to award communities that will develop projects and have sort of shovel-ready projects, I'll say. In winter of 2020, the board gave direction to HHSA to consider how the county may participate in this program. And at this point, we expect HomeKey grant to launch over the next 90 days or so. Since receiving that direction, HHSA has had discussions with the board around the opportunity to consider a single site for a HomeKey application, which would be used as a transitional housing program for seniors and medically vulnerable homeless residents, but only if a property passes the county's due diligence process. In support of this, the city of Placerville contributed their CDBG grant to the county, jointly applying with El Dorado County for the state's recent CDBG coronavirus grant. And that would be used if awarded in collaboration to support the purchase of a property. To date, the first site that was being considered is no longer being considered based upon the due diligence process. A second site is going through the due diligence process currently. And if that process is successful in time for the HomeKey grant, an item would be brought before your board to authorize the application for the site. Lastly, moving on below that, there's a grant focusing on encampments, supporting services and helping folks exit homelessness. That grant should be released over the coming months. It's a competitive grant. And the remaining grants like CalWorks HSP, Home Safe, Bringing Families Home, and Housing Disability Advocacy Program, those are programs that serve HHSA clients specifically, those at risk of homelessness or facing homelessness. That concludes this portion of the presentation. I will pass the microphone to Carolyn Wiley with Homebase, and she'll take the next few slides. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to be here for this update. Next slide, please. I'd like to just give you an update on the homeless strategic plan. We have just about completed phase 1, which includes a housing and homeless environmental scan. So that's gathering relevant materials related to housing and homelessness in the area. And we had started that when we started the strategic plan prior to COVID-19, but we have updated that with some relevant materials from the past year. We formed a steering committee with stakeholders from the area who work in housing and homelessness who are helping to oversee the process. And the community engagement process, we have surveys that have been in the area for about 2 months now. We have gathered about 50 surveys from people experiencing homelessness who have lived experience of homelessness and economic insecurity, and 175 community surveys from stakeholders in the area. We were able to analyze those along with the surveys that we did about a year ago and use that feedback as part of the strategic planning process. We've also doing consumer focus groups. So those are focus groups with about anywhere from 8 to 10 people who have lived experience of homelessness or economic insecurity in the area. And so we're able to take that feedback and incorporate that as well. We've done about 8 of those, and we have 1 or 2 more because we are trying to do some with subpopulations like youth, seniors, things like that. So we're just about wrapped up with that. We did a stakeholder focus group with members of the continuum of care as well. Next slide, please. The other thing that we have worked on is developing strategies and recommendations. So that's phase 2 of the plan. And we had prior drafted a mission and vision statement. So the vision is that all individuals and families in El Dorado County have equal access to community resources and safe and affordable housing. And the mission to collaboratively identify and address social vulnerabilities, reduce inflow, increase prevention, and build a robust emergency response system to accomplish the functional end of homelessness in El Dorado County. So those were developed previously and are incorporated into the plan. And then we identified the following goals that you see there for the strategic plan and have been working to move those forward. With goal 1, we have held a meeting with stakeholders in the community for stopping homelessness before it begins, and identified some more detailed tasks and strategies around prevention and diversion. We've been updating that given what's sort of the context has shifted due to COVID-19. Some of the funding has shifted around that, and also some of the interventions. So we've been incorporating that information. For goal 2, increasing access to housing, we had a meeting planned for this past week to really dive into that more, particularly around non-permanent housing options and opportunities. We postponed that due to the Calder fire, and knowing that a lot of the people who needed to be a part of that and are interested in that and are relevant stakeholders were unavailable or were working, in fire response. But we are ready to go with that, and as soon as it makes sense, we'll have that meeting and continue. And we'll also be able to incorporate disaster recovery strategies into that planning for goal 2, both around non-permanent and permanent solutions, and looking at funding streams that can directly relate to people who are newly homeless and the response to that fire. Then goal 3 is about expanding supportive services to help people obtain and maintain housing. So, people who are placed in housing often need additional connections to services and a variety of things like that. So that goal 3 really focuses in around what's available now and how we can improve that, and then improving quality of life for all El Dorado residents. So that is something that we will move on to once we have those housing meetings, which are next. Drafting the strategic plan is kind of the final piece, but we have laid out parts of it that relate to that goal 1, since we had a lot of information and community meetings around that already. And then making sure that we incorporate community feedback once there is a draft, including your feedback as a board and the continuum of care board's feedback. And then once we have a final plan, ensuring that we present that to you and others. So next slide, please. Then the very final phase is drafting an implementation plan. So taking the strategic plan and then ensuring that we highlight priority actions, who can help move those into action, who's going to kind of hold that accountability, what needs, how to fund some of those steps, and ensuring you have that sort of first year map of how to move that forward. So that would be the final phase. Next slide, please. So this is just a timeline to kind of help guide that process. You'll see community engagement at the top all the way across all months because, we really view this as a community project and process, and always ensuring that there is that engagement. We had scheduled that non-permanent housing meeting for August, but we'll be doing that in September, and permanent housing meetings as well. We would look to do the services meeting in October then, and be drafting at the end of the year, and then having that review and editing sometime thereafter. And then towards the first of the year is when you get that implementation plan drafted and really get that feedback around, well, how do we now start carrying out that plan? So that is the end of my slides, but I will pass it back to Daniel. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right, board. So I will be closing out the presentation today with a discussion around national, state, and local data related to workforce and affordable rental housing and the impact of housing stock and higher rents on homelessness. And then I will conclude with some remarks around homelessness. Next slide, please. So this chart in front of you comes from the 2021 report, The Gap. And The Gap was released by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition. This report provides a state-by-state look at how much affordable rental housing is available for our lowest income renters. The figures on this chart represent how many affordable rental units are available in each state per every 100 extremely low-income households. For context, extremely low-income households earn 30% of whatever the area median income is in each county. What you can see, unfortunately, is that no state has an adequate supply of available affordable rental housing for its lowest income renters. The top ranked states are Wyoming and Mississippi, both with 61 available rentals per 100 extremely low income households. California, unfortunately, ranks second worst in the US, in front of only Nevada. California has 24 rental units available per 100 extremely low-income renter households. The severe shortage of affordable homes for extremely low-income renters is systemic, consistently affecting every state and metropolitan area during both periods of economic growth and recessions. The rental market, unfortunately, has been losing low-cost homes for decades. Between 1990 and 2017, the number of homes with monthly rents lower than $600 in inflation-adjusted terms declined by 4 million. Over this referenced 27-year period, the lowest cost rental homes persistently saw higher rates of rent inflation when compared to higher cost homes. Because the market has consistently failed to provide adequate affordable housing for these renters, the government has a more essential role to play to correct for this structural failure. And as you can see, with shortages in every state, the policies must start with the federal government. Next slide. So often these studies reference extremely low-income households. And sadly, the numbers are staggering. However, to truly understand how extreme of an issue we face in the US and locally, it's critical to understand who extremely low-income renters are. Renter data from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition shows that 30% are seniors, 18% are a household with a disability, and 3% are single adult caregivers to a young child or household member with a disability. 4% are students, and 36% are in the labor force. Of those in the labor force, worth noting is nearly 8 out of 10 work 20 to 40 hours per week. This slide provides an overview of this renter data, highlighting that 36% in the labor force are working low-wage jobs. However, the majority beyond that group are unable to work. And extremely low-income renters are more likely than the general renter population to be at least 62 years of age or older, or to have a disability. Next slide, please. Here you see statistics regarding the number of cost-burdened and extremely cost-burdened households. On the left are those statistics for the state of California, compared to the right, which are for El Dorado County. These data points are released annually for all 58 California counties by the California Housing Partnership, a private nonprofit organization that supports governments to target strategies for developing adequate housing stock for residents. For context, cost-burdened households are households that spend more than 30% of their income on rent alone. And extremely cost-burdened are those households that spend more than 50% of their income on rent. Though there are figures here for low-income and very low-income renters, I'm going to keep the focus on extremely low-income households for this discussion. So on the left side, for California as a state, in the furthest left bar, 78% of California's extremely low-income renter households spend more than 50% of their income on rent, which is the darker orange color, and 89% spend more than 30%. In El Dorado County, the 2021 report figures were unfortunately higher. 90% of extremely low-income households spend more than 50% of income on rent, and 95% spend more than 30% of income. For context, in El Dorado County, a household that consists of one person and falls into the extremely low-income category earns $19,050 annually or less. Households of two earn $21,800, and households of three earn $24,500. In other words, for an extremely low-income household of two in El Dorado County, spending more than 50% of income on rent reflects having less than $10,900 annually for basic needs, such as food, transportation, medication, and more. For working households in this category, having less than $10,900 annually for basic needs reflects just being a handful of reduced hours of work per week away from being forced to choose between those basic needs, which puts them at risk of homelessness on a regular basis and unfortunately leads to it for many. A group of the workforce are often working in restaurants as cashiers, janitors, maintenance workers, care aides, and many more job types. It's important to note that many of these workers either were directly impacted due to COVID-19 closures of their businesses, or if their employers were open, they were deemed the essential or frontline jobs that put them at greater risk of exposure to the virus. With so little disposable income, being a frontline worker again further put these households one health issue away from choosing between basic needs and facing homelessness. Now, for seniors or disabled households, having less than $10,900 annually for basic needs, these households are mostly on fixed income and in a very similar situation. A car repair, a health issue, or a life crisis away from having to choose between food or medication, again, putting them at risk of homelessness. Next slide, please. For a little deeper context, I wanted to show a comparison from El Dorado's 2020 report compared to 2021. Keep in mind that in order to produce a report, you need a complete year's worth of data. And therefore, the 2020 report utilized 2018, 2019 data, and the 2021 report utilized 2019, 2020 data, if that makes sense. What you can see is the 2021 report jumped 13% in the extremely low-income category for extremely cost-burdened households. That jump was from 77 to 90%, spending more than 50% on rent. This can be mostly explained by a few different points. First, as higher income renters and distressed homeowners, for any reason, need to seek cheaper alternatives to their current housing, competition for less expensive rental homes increases. Meanwhile, few of the lowest income renters have the option of leaving the rental market altogether. Consequently, rents for the least expensive homes, particularly in California, increase because of greater demand. Property owners therefore have little incentive to provide housing in the private market at rents that are affordable to extremely low-income renters. Another challenge playing into this locally is the issue of fire insurance. As property owners have increased costs due to fire insurance increases, it's expected that those costs may likely be passed on to our local renters, even if in part, hence increasing rents. There are other contributing factors. For example, one being the lack of development of units that are strategically targeted toward extremely low-income renters. However, the combination of these forces combined are noted as the key driving forces behind these increases. Next slide, please. So for this slide, we can see a sort of a different look at some of the same information. However, now we're looking at cost burden households in both the extremely low combined with the very low income categories. And so very low income is 50% AMI, area median income. And again, extremely low is the 30% area median income. By utilizing data to show how many very low and extremely low income renters are cost burdened, one can calculate how many affordable rental homes are needed in El Dorado County to allow these households to pay a sustainable amount of 30% of income or less on their rent. As you can see from the 2021 report, there's an estimated need of 3,920 units. Or in other words, there are an estimated 3,920 very low and extremely low income El Dorado renters paying more than 30% on rent. It's critical to see, however, the drastic increase of nearly 30% in that figure from the 2020 to the 2021 report, going from 3,070 rentals needed to 3,920 over that single year. Now, I've talked about risk to the renter being faced, the household having little to spend on basic needs and being at risk of homelessness, at best at risk, if not falling into homelessness at worst. But what's the economic impact of the lack of stock and folks spending more on rent? In 2016, the McKinsey Global Institute released a study on California's housing shortage at the time, reporting on the economic impact of inadequate housing stock and households being rent burdened. The study showed that California ranked 49th in the nation in units per capita among the 50 states. From this, as mentioned, higher income earners, renters, and distressed owners are being pushed to seek cheaper alternatives to their current housing, creating competition for less expensive rental homes and increasing rental prices due to the competition. And as more and more renter income goes toward rent and not economic output, in dollar terms, the study estimated that California loses $140 billion per year in economic output. That equates to what was 6% of the state GDP at the time, more than $90 billion in missing construction investment, and more than $50 billion per year in missing consumption that is crowded out by housing costs. Without a local study conducted in each county, or in particular El Dorado County, it wouldn't be possible to quantify and understand what that loss is in economic output locally. However, it's important to note that the jump from 3,070 rent burdened households to a little over 3,900 reflects not only increases to households at risk of homelessness, it certainly reflects lost economic output locally for businesses, less funding as a bloodline to support our local businesses and offices, as well as general fund dollars to local governments and more. Next slide, please. I've talked a lot about our lowest income renters. So now I'm going to shift to who can afford rent. This is again from the 2021 The Gap study. You can see in the data on the left that countywide, renters need to earn 2 times minimum wage to afford the average asking rent in El Dorado County. The red bar reflects that at $28.38 per hour. Now, keep in mind, the average asking rent is taking into account all unit sizes. So whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4 bedroom units, that combined data is reflected here. Now, on the right side is a little deeper of a dive through a tool provided by the National Low Income Housing Coalition. Online through their database, you can enter a zip code and see what a household needs to earn in that zip code to afford the average 2-bedroom rental asking price. and afford meaning 30% of the income going toward the rent. Data is mined through online databases to capture the rents, and I used the tool and entered all zip codes in El Dorado County. I won't read them all to you, but you can see that 96150 at the bottom requires an earning of $25.58 per hour to pay 30% of income toward the average 2-bedroom rental. And the scale goes up from there to $43.08 per hour for 95762.
Hey, Daniel?
Yes.
96150, the bottom one, is the only one I really wasn't familiar with. Where is that?
To be honest, I'd have to go and check, Supervisor Parlin.
Okay.
I utilize.
Hey, it's Marisa. It's South Lake Tahoe and the county.
Right.
Got
Yeah,
it.
that's
why.
Lake to all of, that's all of South Lake Tahoe.
Perfect. Thank you.
So thank you for the question. So the level of earning needed to afford the average rents and average 2-bedroom rentals while spending no more than 30% of income highlights how our frontline workers earning between minimum wage and into the low $20 range per hour leaves these populations challenged and with an increased risk of falling into homelessness. Now, when considering seniors, households with disabilities, et cetera, these are our more vulnerable residents, and they're often on fixed income. And when following the data and trends, it isn't a surprise that homelessness and households at risk of homelessness have steadily increased across California and in El Dorado County over these past years. Next slide, please. So this is my final slide. And as I conclude my portion of the update, I want to speak to some themes around homelessness that I've heard over the past 7 months in meetings and in the community. First, I want to speak to the point in time count. And up on the screen are some data points from the last point in time count. Also, just to speak to one of the earlier public comments, the page number is on the point in time counts pages. It's on the bottom left of those pages. So just a quick comment since I'm referencing the point in time count now. And the PIT count, I'll call it for short, is a federal requirement. And the PIT count provides a snapshot of data on a given day in January of an approximate number of people experiencing homelessness at that point in time. So, for example, the last count being in January of 2019 showed that on a given night in January of 2019, there were approximately 613 residents facing homelessness in the community. On an ongoing basis, the number of residents facing homelessness from 1 week or month or a year to the next is never a fixed number. As you saw earlier, there's around 3,920 residents who are low-income renters and who don't have access to an affordable home, whereby these households are on the brink of losing their housing through job loss, life crisis, death of a loved one or breadwinner, etc. You also saw that COC and HHSA programs housed over 900 individuals between 2018 and 2020. And what you see on this slide at the far right from the last PIT count shows that 38% of those counted were experiencing homelessness for the first time, while for 60%, that was not their first time, and therefore have come in and out of homelessness 2 or more times. Folks fall in and out of homelessness, sadly, on a regular basis. Some folks can get assistance to get out of homelessness. Others remain homeless for longer periods of time, particularly when there isn't a temporary or permanent place to reside and where they can get help. And some sadly remain homeless indefinitely. The PIT count can be mistakenly used to measure homelessness as a fixed number. However, its true purpose is to provide a snapshot from that point in time that the count was conducted, so that leaders can see how homelessness is evolving over the span of years, as you can then compare multiple point in time counts compared to homeless management information system data, strategic planning goals, and assess how programs might be working or how different approaches to respond to homelessness should be considered. Secondly, I want to speak to comments that I've been told directly, that I believe our staff have been told as well as some of you on this board, suggesting that HHSA and COC programs don't house or assist people who sleep outside or who are in encampments. Remember earlier, we shared that 341 single adults exited homelessness between 2018 and 2020, with 82% being permanently housed. 25% of those exits, or 1 in 4, were living outside in an encampment, off of a trail, or in a park before our program supported them to end their homelessness. And 12% of those individuals were living outside for over a year before these programs helped them. This is data and evidence that we have and are able to track in our homeless management information system database. And so I want to be clear that statements suggesting that these programs are not serving individuals from encampments or who live outside are not factual. I presented a statistic to your board in 2017 and 2018, and many of you being on the board at the time may remember this statistic, but it remains true today. Over the past 27 years, research regarding supportive housing programs has demonstrated that it is by far the best evidence-based practice to reduce homelessness. Through those 27 years of research, 75 to 93% of people who were previously experiencing chronic homelessness are able to obtain and stay stably housed within a year. With exiting over 900 people over a 3-year period, with 341 single adults having exited, and 25% of them living directly in encampments, in a park, or off of a trail prior to their exit. And remember, with 80 to 82% of them being permanently housed, our local outcomes and results, and that being consistent with every research that's been conducted over the past 27 years, should hopefully highlight where the COC, HHSA, and the county must continue focusing. The last topic I want to speak to is specific to Project Roomkey. Project Roomkey was designed to protect residents who, due to their age or pre-existing health condition or disability, are vulnerable to COVID-19. The project is a public health response on its face. However, through having state and federal funding to pay for all of it, HHSA and the COC were able to utilize it as a tool to end homelessness now for 60% of the people it served. That's 6 out of 10 people. There are still 16 individuals being supported in the program to exit, and they've had to evacuate, by the way, 2 times over these past weeks due to the Caldor fire. It's expected that placement of those 16 individuals will occur over the coming months ahead, and as it does, the program has the potential to have a 78% exit rate. Again, falling within the 75 to 93% exits from every research over the past 27 years. I want to emphasize 2 key points about Roomkey that have been overlooked in each discussion or comment that I've heard about the program. First, of course, the program is in response to COVID, but Project Roomkey specifically targets El Dorado County seniors. 83 people that came into this program are 55 or older. 64 people are over the age of 60. And 36 individuals are over the age of 65. Project Roomkey is ending homelessness for our seniors and those who are medically vulnerable. Second, I want to point out the impact for homeless veterans that Roomkey has helped. 12% of individuals that have entered Roomkey are veterans who've served this country and are residents of El Dorado County. 6 veterans have exited homelessness from this program, with 5 being permanently housed and 1 exiting to a temporary housing destination. It's worth noting that 3 of the 6 were living outdoors for over a year and had disabling conditions, and as such were chronically homeless. The fact that these individuals served this country and ended up becoming homeless for a long duration of time while having health conditions, without this program, I can't speak to what would have been done in a normal environment, let alone during a pandemic. By the way, 2 of the 16 individuals still remain in the program, and those veterans will soon become permanently housed. Project Roomkey is ending homelessness for not only our seniors, but our disabled residents and those who served our country. Should the Homekey grant be an option to pursue, this transitional project would continue in the same form, providing a pathway to housing for seniors, disabled, and our veterans. Let me be clear, Project Roomkey funding is simply the funding source, and HomeKey similarly is the funding source. This project would continue forward in the same format and should be expected to continue these successes. Without a HomeKey award, if the due diligence process didn't pan out, or if the board for any reason didn't approve of an application, Roomkey would ultimately end over the months ahead. Should the current clients be unable to exit during that time, the 2 remaining veterans and remaining seniors that remain in the project may potentially be forced to exit back into homelessness should another option not be available. I'm so very proud returning to this county 7 months ago and seeing the phenomenal work of our COC, our HHSA staff, countless volunteers who've supported this project, our faith-based groups, contracted partners who've worked tirelessly throughout a once-in-a-century pandemic to support a very successful program that's never before been done in El Dorado County. As I've heard comments questioning Project Roomkey as well as HomeKey, I felt it necessary to speak to the data and the facts, not folks' beliefs about this program. Not supporting Roomkey or HomeKey would essentially be saying no to pathways to housing for our most vulnerable seniors, medically vulnerable, and veterans. Our COC is continuing to grow. Local providers who support it are receiving technical assistance, incorporating evidence-based practices. And HHSA now has a homeless program manager dedicated to this work. And we recently hired 2 social workers dedicated to homeless programs. While we further capitalize on state and federal homeless grant funding, and let me emphasize that no county general fund is used in these programs, the odds of continuing to trend this positive direction have never been stronger. I want to thank the EDOK board for their leadership, all the organizations that make the COC a success. And again, thank you, board, for the opportunity to provide this update to you today with so much going on in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Comments or questions from board members?
One of the things I want to ask, Daniel, is I know you're based on per person on wages, but usually there's 2 people that support the household. You know, I mean, if you're talking about wages, 15 to 20 bucks an hour, that's usually $40 if you base it on that, because there's usually 2 people that support the household. So can you give me a little bit more clarification on that? I'd like to see a little bit more. I know you got it per individual, per household. And you were saying that more people are going to end up homeless with the wages where that is going on. But you got to understand there's 2 people that support usually that household, or maybe even more.
Well, so households have, of course, different sizes, as you're alluding to, Supervisor Turnbull. Some are single persons in a household, some are 2, as you mentioned, and some are 3. And so I'm not sure exactly which data point you're referencing, but the rent burdened households was considering whether it's 1, 2, or 3 people, their combined income and how much is going toward the rent. And those were for the extremely low income households and very low income households. So let me see my talking points so for extremely low income, if there's households of 3, it's a little over $24,000. So it's considering not only the household size, but how much is being earned in each household. And then from there, how much of their income is going toward the rent based on their earning.
Okay, yeah, I just want a little bit more clarification on that. That's why I was asking that question.
Other comments or questions from board members? Wendy.
Good morning, Daniel. Just like to thank you for this presentation. One of your ending comments really struck me. You were with us at the beginning as we were starting to remake our COC, and you led that effort. And without your leadership on that, this wouldn't have gotten off the ground. And I think it's quite, it's wonderful that you're back to be with us at this end where we have the resources and we are in the final stages of developing a strategic plan and in the continued process of implementing it. So we're glad you're back. I was really struck by this report. As you were going through that, it occurred to me that it is so easy to think that there's nothing going on or that we're not addressing homelessness in El Dorado County because we don't see a place. And your data, your statistics, the fact that in the last 2 years, 541 households have exited homelessness, which equates to 917 people. That is sobering. That is impressive. And realize that our approach to homelessness is multi-layered and faceted, and there's not a one-size-fits-all approach, which is the best approach. So I was really struck with this presentation and look forward to reviewing the strategic plan and having dynamic conversations around that, as well as housing. So thank you so much.
Any other board comments?
I'm gonna ask a hard question maybe, but plans are great. I'm glad we're doing this. We all wanted to do it last year and, you know, COVID pushed this year out. So then what? We get a plan and it's awesome and amazing. When are we going to get some, you know, I know there's an implementation plan I saw at the end of that diagram. When are we going to actually have programs, buildings, a navigation center in place? When do we get there?
Well, so as mentioned, you know, we're in the process of considering the Home Key grant at the direction of the board this past winter. We have funding that's been allocated for those 7 general components to the homeless response that I talked about earlier. And those are all required by the federal and state government. Much of the efforts this past year have been sort of paused in the strategic plan development due to the pandemic. And that's been at the direction of the state. And so now though the Delta variant is alive and thriving, that we have to be mindful of, particularly in serving vulnerable folks, we are at a point in time when we're now sort of pivoting to finalizing the plan. And now we can start talking about, you know, Supervisor Parlin, as you said, a navigation center, particular locations or sites. And so we, again, have the funding earmarked and we can be ready to consider options. It's also worth noting that should Room Key transition to a Home Key project, it really does function much as a navigation center. It's a temporary place to reside with supportive services. And so depending on the direction of EDOK in the community, that may function much like a navigation center, and other additional programs can be considered and discussed in the weeks ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that.
Sue Novosel, did you have any comments or questions for staff?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Good presentation, Daniel. I appreciate all the hard work. And yeah, the implementation is, you know, it's getting there. It's never easy. It's never fast. But you know, obviously, from looking at all those statistics, we really need to get moving. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So I've just 2 general comments. Daniel, again, thank you for all the data. That's one of the things that's been sorely lacking through this journey, is to try to really understand who our homeless are, how long they've been here, what are the things that need to be provided in terms of services, how do we get them to a more sheltered condition and ultimately self-sufficiency in housing. So thank you for all those numbers, very impressive, particularly when you look at what's going on across the nation and other things, all very relevant. But I do want to reflect back on how we got here, the history of this, because there's a lot of people that are relatively new to El Dorado County that don't understand the process we've been going through for many, many years to arrive at this point. Unfortunately, things don't happen quickly. So I'd like to make some quick comments relative to the history. After the closure of Hangtown Haven and the decision by the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors to not set up a new homeless camp, attention shifted to finding other ways to address the issue, which up to that point was largely handled by churches and volunteer groups. The result was in 2014, a broad coalition of service providers, agencies, and individuals who deal with the homeless came together to do some joint planning. Among those leading the efforts were Placerville City Councilwoman Wendy Thomas, El Dorado County Supervisor Brian Veerkamp, and representatives of the Placerville Police Department and El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Out of that came Opportunity Knox, which was folded into Housing and Urban Development's Continuum of Care program. The HUD program supplies grants to organizations and communities to establish permanent and transitional housing for the homeless, as well as ancillary services. One of the outcomes of that collaboration was the establishment of HOT, the El Dorado County Sheriff's Homeless Outreach Team. So this was started a long time ago, and it's been a progression. And if you look at the history of the first couple of years of the COC, it was not highly successful. It was getting your feet on the ground, getting organized. But we've gotten past that. We're doing really, really well, in my opinion, now. And I want to just make sure we continue down that path in all regards. That said, there is one other thing I want to add. I know there's a lot of concern being expressed right now, primarily with Project Home Key, in terms of the lack of transparency or visibility by the public as what's going on. And I would appreciate if somebody would just comment on the sensitivity of that, because in doing our due diligence and negotiations, we don't want to disclose sites to the public, because what that does is it destroys that opportunity to secure an agreement of some kind or determine its suitability before it becomes public information. So I know everybody would like to know more about it. Where are they going to go? Who are we talking to? But if somebody would just understand why that's not our normal practice and acceptable from the standpoint of trying to conduct business in an orderly fashion and getting to the point where we can either decide thumbs up, thumbs down, and hopefully reach an agreement. So any comment back, Daniel or Don Simone, I see came on the screen as well.
Yeah, excuse me. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, please, Don.
So Don Simone, Health and Human Services. Supervisor Heidel, I appreciate the bridge there. And as the board knows, late last year in the wintertime, it was probably in November when I did an update on homelessness. And one of the concerns at the time, I had recommended against our pursuit of Home Key Round 1. And Daniel said during his presentation as to why I was very concerned about our capacity at the time to actually pull that off. And I sent the board that recommendation. And at the time we had the discussion, a couple of board members in open session asked if we could please be ready to be prepared when Home Key Round 2 came out. So as the board knows, HHSA has been moving in that direction. We've had a couple of closed sessions to do exactly what Supervisor Heidel just said, which was, and both of those addresses, I believe, are public knowledge. They were on the open agenda. Okay. We did go through one due diligence process and we pivoted away from that location. I don't think it's a surprise that the current location we're looking at is the Pollock Pines Hotel. That address was publicly given when we had the closed session board item. And so it is only one site that we are looking at. It makes sense because that site is a non-congregate shelter site. During COVID, it worked for Room Key. It made sense because if we did not pursue that site, there is a greater likelihood that we would put the 16 current homeless residents out on the street again. So it made a lot of sense to pursue that. We are going through, county facilities is going through a due diligence process there. And then as soon as we have that report, we will come back to the board for a discussion and a potential negotiation. I will say also that don't forget, Home Key Round 2 is not out yet. So I'm not going to blindly tell you I would or wouldn't recommend Home Key 2. I don't know what the parameters and requirements are going to be of the county yet. So as soon as we have that, we'll be assessing it along with the property and then come back to the board for a very transparent discussion, I believe, as we've done throughout. So I hope that answers the question.
It does, but I know there's conjecture that there's Site 3 and Site 4 and all those things are in the background and nobody's talking about them. But so that's natural for people to suspect that if they see a hotel in one location, well, are you going to go with that whole chain in different locations? And so, but it sounds like you're saying, no, there is no Site 3 or Site 4 identified. Site 2 is the focus right now. And so that's our primary effort.
Absolutely. We have not identified any additional sites. Quite honestly, one of the challenges we have is our ability to scale up these projects. We don't have an ability in the staffing to scale up 2 or 3 Home Key sites in 1 year. We just don't. So that one site is the only site we're currently pursuing.
Thank you for that. So I answered my questions. Any other go backs by the board members? All right, thank you. So Kim, if you please open this up for public comment. Excuse me. Oh, Don?
Mr. Chair, just one comment, and I was remiss. I was supposed to make this comment before we started the item.
Okay.
But so the public is aware, they may recall that the board had asked staff to come back with a discussion on the encampment that the sheriff's office had proposed.
Right.
And that discussion was supposed to be today. 4 days after that direction was given, Caldor broke and we're here where we are. So the public is aware and the board is aware. I have been in close conversation with the sheriff's office on that matter. It is not dead. It is coming back. It's just going to have to wait for a period of time. So this is a separate action that the presentation you heard today was directed by the board to come back several months ago. This is completely separate from that, but I want the public and the board to be aware we have not forgotten about that board direction.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So with that, Kim, if you'd open it up for public comment from members of the public in the boardroom first.
Now taking public comment on item number 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chairman and board, I'm Peg Vanderkar from Placerville. I want to just hopefully make some very succinct and short comments. First of all, thank you to Daniel for coming back and doing this presentation of the data. That's very helpful. Second, that was a profound statement that I heard and had not thought of before, that economic output reduction is due to or comes from the rent taking so much of a family's income. It's a no duh kind of a thought, but I had not thought of that before, and it's profound. Third, I wanted to say that as a very hard worker on the community health worker team from Marshall Hospital at Project Roomkey, there definitely was navigation going on, amongst other things going on. Several of us here, a couple of us here were those workers, and we still do that kind of work at the direction of Shonda Crane. So those things said, I wanted to also say that I was told by a real estate attorney recently that by the time ground can be broken in the county for new housing for one lot, the developer cost is already $200,000. There is no house under $200,000 in this county. There's no house hardly under $400,000. That's anything new for sure. So keeping that in mind, the costs that developers have to do might be something that's somehow adjustable by the county. I don't know about that, but that's something for you all to think about, to make it easier for the developers, to make it attractive to somebody coming in and building housing that our workers can live in here and work from. And last, I want to state that the most important element to face in this county is opening, well, as part of what I just said, opening of opportunity to develop affordable housing. There's dealing with folks who are homeless, which I'm very familiar with and intimate with. But the other end of the chain or the pipeline is that we can navigate the heck out of them, but there's no place to go. And that's the end that I think that supervisors can really, and city council, I'll be there tonight too, can really do something about. So I pray that that's true. And thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Peg.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane McGinnis. I was not intending to speak on this, but I spent my professional career in rental housing, and a lot of it in low income and very low income, 80-20 bond units. I'm very familiar with the demographic of the renter, and it's a tough life. These things take time. Affordable housing takes time. Developers have to be interested, ground has to be available. But I'm thinking perhaps we need to focus on the realities of these people and the need that they are in based on what Daniel showed us in terms of the dollars available to them and the rent that they can afford. if you are, this will be harder for the men. If you are 24 years old and you're working as a cashier at Target and you're paying 55% of your rent, of your income on rent, and that's not unusual. Okay. And all of a sudden one day you realize you're pregnant. What does that mean? I mean, forget the I have to talk to my family conversation. What does that mean? I've got to pay for daycare. In the last 6 months, the price of the gas that I use to get to work has doubled. And now I have maybe a lot less money to feed myself with than I had before. Plus my rent is going up because the landlord knows that they can do that. We're talking about some of the reasons why young women have abortions. Because they can't afford to have a child. I'm not even going to go into the goodness or badness of that. These are the realities of life. We have businesses that have gone out of business during the COVID emergency. Now we've got the fires and all of that. That is going to mean people are going to lose their jobs and people are going to lose their homes. And we're going to have renters who are hanging on by a thread being added to the homeless. I'm just suggesting maybe we turn the circle around. I don't even know if this is legal, but I'm figuring somebody's going to look into it and tell me, is there land? Does the county have land somewhere? Maybe old buildings are standing on it that are useless because they're filled with asbestos. Knock them down and go out and find a developer who will come in and build affordable housing and get it on a faster track than it is on right now. Maybe we could take a 6-year project and turn it into a 3-year project if we tried to turn the tables around on who's making representations to whom. So maybe we could go out and romance some developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maureen Dion Perry. I live up in Camino, but I am evacuated to Placerville. So I am a new Placerville resident trying to make my way. So please forgive me. I'm a little out of sorts. Thank you to Daniel. Daniel was the reason that I got involved in working for the homeless and affordable housing. I had coffee with him some years ago before he left, and he encouraged me to get involved, and here I am. So it's with gratitude, Daniel, and thank you for that presentation. I am wondering if there is a specific goal for increased beds for emergency shelter and transitional housing that the strategic plan has or will have. And if so, I would like to see that as an addendum to the housing element. I think these two processes could be helped by intersecting the county housing element, having the specific goals that the strategic plan to eliminate homelessness will hopefully have. I'm involved in that process, so I certainly will be advocating for very specific goals, like how many emergency housing beds should we have? What is our goal from 2021 to 2029? How many more transitional housing beds should we have? Jane took my other comment about locating county land to fast track affordable housing. I really encourage you to do that and consider ordinances that would prevent the Parker development from continuing to build high-end housing and not integrate levels of affordability within new housing projects. I believe it takes some ordinance, I don't know exactly what, but it's been discussed for years and nothing has happened with it. I think the time is now for you to act on that. Let's see. I would also like to note that anyone who's listening, there is a need for more community health workers. Shonda Crane is working at the various shelters, and people are needed. A community health worker works individually, and it's a very rewarding process to have your person that you're working with, for you to find with them some permanent housing. And my husband and I have been doing that, and it's incredibly rewarding, and to continue that support. So I hope that if anyone's out there listening, that they will get in touch with Shonda Crane through Marshall Medical Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen.
Hello, Ruth Michelson again, District 4. Yes, Daniel, it was a beautiful presentation with charts and graphs and facts and figures. Very clear to understand. Thank you for doing that. $17 million. That is a lot of money. $17 million that have come into this county for homelessness. And yes, I heard these stories of success, and they were moving. The 545 households that were 900 people, something like that. It's hard to remember it all. I am a little curious about the breakdown of that. What happened exactly to those 545 households? Did they go to live? I mean, and maybe it was given and I missed it. It's hard to take it all in. I am sort of searching for words. I'm kind of the person who says things that are unpopular, because I know we're to be appreciative of staff, appreciative of the efforts, and of course I am. Of course I am. Appreciative that anything that's done in this direction to help the homeless. But I just don't see us at a place of celebrating. And you gave a little synopsis of what's gone on. I've been following this since 1985. That's when I came here. 10 of those years I worked for the county. I came to supervisors meetings. I know it is what it is. The past is behind us, but we should be way further along. And we're playing catch up, and I'm glad we're putting these efforts towards it. We've got all these very functional people and these very functional, making beautiful charts and gathering data and helping some folks. I want us to help more. And I want walls, a shelter. I mean, various buildings have been looked at, you know, the probation, not probation, but juvenile hall. Oh no, we can't do that. Various buildings on the fairground site. Oh no, that's not appropriate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So come on. Meanwhile, while we listen to these wonderful reports, we all go home to our nice, comfortable beds, temperature controlled. Yes, I do have smoke seeping into my house, but I have a house. People deserve, I have 10 seconds. I just want us to press forward. I know it all takes time, but I'd like to continue to fast track it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Board and Chair, Jonathan Gainsborough. $15 million spent over the last 3 years, but 17 million coming to the county this year from Daniel's figures. I want to counter speak what Daniel said. I'm looking at the point in time count. There is no page numbering in the bottom left-hand corner. But moving ahead, that's just a small point other than accessing. When we talk about the homeless, and we say that 38% said this was their first experience of homelessness, what this count doesn't give us is how long they have been homeless. That's a missing criteria that needs to be acquired in the count. On the following page then, which is unnumbered, as I said, when it says the occurrence of homelessness, it says 1/3 of the 600 respondents that were considered in homelessness said they had been homeless less than four or less times. Let me get that exactly. Fewer than 4 times. So they could have been homeless several times, and that's only 1/3 of the homeless. The other 400 have been homeless 4 or more times. But is it 4 nights? We all have heard the figure from Dr. Manansala and his coworkers that there's 400 to 500 homeless children in cars in the El Dorado County system. We've got to have a brick and mortar building for homeless women. There's 80 or 90 homeless women in the county, but 300 to 500 homeless children sleeping in cars that didn't make the count. The Placerville mayor 3 weeks ago said this. He said, "We realize," not just I realize, we realize we are 15 to 20 years behind on this homeless issue. The Pollock Pines facility with 26 rooms, even doubling up, is 50 people. We have 500 homeless on the western slope. At best, that's dealing with 10% of the homeless issue. The Pollock Pines is a good start facility, but it is not adequate for the navigation center. We've got to face the elephant herd in the room, the other 400 homeless that could not fit there. It is not fit for a navigation center. Temporarily it is. In my remaining time, you have state law recognition. You can file an emergency housing resolution for 3 months like Sacramento did or the county did for a year. And you can use any building, whether it's the demolished sheriff's building or anything with a roof on it, to house homeless people. Philadelphia, the year after the crash in 1929, opened a warehouse, and they housed in dormitory beds over 1,000 homeless people. At least they put a roof and beds over them. You are dealing with an emergency on an emergency now, like a Ferrari has 13 coats of paint. We've got to go beyond our normal thinking, get a roof available and beds, hundreds of beds for the homeless out there. Green Valley's doing all they can.
Thank you,
You've got
Jonathan.
to do all you can. God bless you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, seeing no other members of the public who want to participate from the board, let's open it up for Zoom and phone-in participants.
Now taking public comment from Todd Smith.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine, Todd. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman, Board. Thank you so much for your time. Let's see, where do I start? Supervisor Heidel, you are in receipt of an email that I authored last week. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And with that said, I expressed my concern over this issue being discussed at a time during a state of emergency that everyone in the county is being affected by. I, as a U.S. Navy veteran, have worked directly with homelessness in this county and acknowledge that homelessness in this county is a serious issue, and we all need to address it as a community and figure out the best way to resolve and address this issue. However, I feel that it is unacceptable that Mr. Don Simone has chosen to, who is also in direct receipt of my email last week and subsequent email last night, expressing my concern that this issue of seriousness of homelessness is being discussed at a time when we are having an unprecedented fire in this county. 10,000s of people are displaced, and which are people who are prevented from discussing, participating in this important issue. I feel that it's insensitive, and the prioritizing of this issue to not be re-agendized for further discussion to allow everybody in our community to participate is unprofessional and unacceptable. And I hope this matter can be addressed and my comments are taken in sincerity. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Todd.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I was just asking, is there anybody on staff who wants to respond to any of the public comments that were made? Daniel or Don or anybody else? Don Simone?
Yeah, so I can clarify one quick thing. There was reference to the over 15 million received between 2018 and 2020. So slide 4 of the PowerPoint, which was an attachment to the board item, shows the breakout of how those grants have been allocated. Those funds haven't all been spent. If folks go back to that attachment, they can see how much of the funding received has been allocated toward, again, each of those 7 sort of general components to the system response to homelessness. Again, there aren't any general fund or discretionary dollars. So we have to follow the sort of framework provided by the federal and state government on what are allowable uses for these dollars. And by investing into these areas, this again ensures that we continue to have access to more grants, access to more outside funding, access to these American Rescue Plan Act vouchers that went to the Housing Authority. And following the state's recommendations on COVID response and investing into Project Roomkey, et cetera. So all of that is tied to the requirements of our funders. And again, slide 4 has the breakout of that information.
Thank you, Daniel.
Supervisor Heidel, I would just like to address Mr. Smith's comment. This item was requested by the board several months back to provide kind of an overall update to homelessness, which we tend to do about every 9 to 12 months. And so we have been planning and moving in this direction. I'm not aware of the board or the CAO's office at this point trying to limit these board items, the seriousness of the fire. Certainly, we're willing to come back at another time and have a broader discussion when potentially more people would participate. That might actually be a good idea. So certainly willing to do that, and also want to be sensitive to trying to do what business we can while dealing with this disastrous fire situation. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Don. Any other staff comments before I ask for Wendy's comment? Don?
Yeah, I'll just add, I think I talked to at least one of you, maybe more yesterday, about what items do we have to hear today and what items could wait.
Yep.
This is one that could have waited. There's no question. From my perspective, and I am not dismissing the comments that were made about having the public involved, that especially on this topic is crucial. From my perspective, this was an informational item, and that's all it is. And the public can, at the appropriate time, can go watch the video, can review the information, and can ask questions to staff, and staff will respond. There's no action here being taken. There's no decisions being made. That's why I didn't push hard to delay it. I did look at the future calendars coming up to see where we could fit it in, where the board meetings are packed. There's a lot going on, and I'm struggling with that sensitivity to how do we balance getting the needs of the county business done versus addressing the fire and the sensitivity to that. And that's going to be a struggle we're going to have for several weeks, I believe.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Wendy, for that clarification. Don.
Well, I was just going to reiterate what Don said. I had a direct conversation with you yesterday. I think several of us did. And we all recognize the magnitude of what our county is walking through. I think it's important to know this was a foundational information item like Don suggested. And then later the strategic plan will come back where we'll deal with specifics. And that will be a time for the community to really dig in on, robust, discussions on how we move forward. And so I see that as a very participatory process. So I think it's important that we have to conduct the business that we can right now, because in a few weeks, we are going to need to be all hands on deck, full focus to help our community recover from this. And our decisions and the weight of those decisions is going to demand not only our time, but our best selves. So I think it's important that we get done what we can while we're still walking through this. And it's not meant to be insensitive, but to be very cognizant of the demands placed on us going forward. And I'd also briefly like to, thank everyone for their comments on the need for affordable housing and reiterate that I'm really proud of our staff that they are in the middle per board direction on developing an affordable housing ordinance, an infill ordinance. They're looking at inclusionary housing policies per planning commission and communities direction, as well as design standards. So how all those things can fit well within our community. So I think a lot of intentional efforts are going on at the staff level.
Well
Well, I
said,
just-
Wendy.
I just want to add, I think this was very timely to get through this discussion. As we know, the sheriff brought forward the proposal for Project Hostess or whatever we're going to call that. It's very timely we get this information, this data, understand it, because there's a lot of things happening. And if we push this out another month, to me, we've lost the opportunity to have the discussion early and really focus on that part of it before we get fully enveloped with all the recovery aspects of our fire. So I'll just leave it at that. This was a receive and file type of presentation. So I'm not seeing any additional comments from the supervisors. So at this point, we probably need to talk about our lunch break. We are getting, obviously, we have a 1 o'clock, it's 12:45. Can we cut down a short period or do you want a half an hour? We'll cut down to
Half an hour.
half an hour. All right. So we will be recessing for lunch and we'll come back at 1:15. That's a half an hour as I read it. So thank you all and sorry for the inconvenience of having to delay our 1 p.m. open forum to 1:15, but the way it worked out. Thank you. All right, very good. So we are back from our lunch break and we are ready to take on our 1 PM time allocated item, which is open forum. So Kim, if you want to announce that.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
It's me again, Gretchen Blychester, Right, I'm sorry. And I'm here to comment on item number 3 this is now the right time?
Item number 3, we've already addressed, so we're
From the
past that.
consent?
Yes,
Which was done earlier.
it was done
Thank you.
earlier, sorry. A lot of sequence, but yeah. It was a department matter and we addressed it before we got to our lunch break.
Okay, try this. Hi, Ruth Michelson, Open Forum, District 4. It's a quick lunch break.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so 2 or 3 items I wanted to address. The first was just a general statement about the Planning Commission. And I mentioned earlier that I had watched a couple of times the recent meetings of the July 22nd, August 12th, and August.
So is this on item
26th.
43 or is this on
No,
open forum?
no, general. This is a
Okay,
general
all right,
comment.
please keep it general.
I'm going to keep it general. I think a full investigation just of how the Planning Commission operates is in order. I found so many irregularities in watching those meetings, and I am familiar with how planning commissions should operate. And I just think it'd be worthy of an outside person taking a look, because there's many odd things going on, and there's the mistreatment of many by many. I know we're not going to get into the specifics. I just think that it'd be worthwhile to take a look at things have gone awry. I think things have gone awry. So I don't know who would, what third party could look into that, but I think it should be looked at beyond whatever we talk about in the next item. The other thing I wanted to talk about, I know we're having so many crises right now, and it's hard to decide what crises to deal with, but I have utmost faith in our firefighters to deal with the crisis of fire and all the others who are involved. So I don't think I have anything additive to say in that. I give my faith to them. Our other crisis, though, is COVID. And I don't know if you saw the numbers for the 3-day weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, of what, 270 or 290, I can't remember. That is, as we all know, alarming, disturbing, and of concern. And I just don't want us to lose sight of that crisis. And okay, running out of time. About a month or 2 ago, you had this boardroom packed full of people who were also concerned about masks and children with their masks. I want to tell you something. As a past therapist who worked with children, children take their cues from their parents. One time I was in our vehicle and I lost the brakes in the vehicle, and I had to be calm with my daughter and say, okay, now I'm going to be putting the power brake on as we were careening down a hill. I was calm, she was calm. If I had started to scream, I'm almost out of time, she would start to scream. But this whole deal of children being damaged because they have to wear a mask is a ridiculous projection by parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. Anyone else? Open forum. Okay.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. The last couple of mornings, I should say, over the last 2 weeks, I've been waking up with headaches from the smoke from the fire. And despite the hazardous smoke conditions due to the Caldor fire, the American River Resort and the Coloma Resort have been filled to near capacity. I have been absolutely astounded by the number of people risking their health by rafting and camping under the worst fire of conditions of El Dorado County history. I want to share with you a book. It's called Hidden in the Chaparral. Anybody who is familiar with the history of the gold rush, this is a handbook that people should be familiar with. On the very first page is a picture of Mount Murphy. And it's at the top of Mount Murphy is where the first religious service was in El Dorado County, was led by Hanley Bigler, one of the Mormon workers at the mill. Patrick Murphy had built a fort atop Mount Murphy where he placed a cannon so he could signal the mail stage arriving from Sacramento. As I related last week, Mount Murphy has undergone or has been set ablaze 5 times within 8 years. I lost my beloved golden retriever as a result of one of the 30 fires ignited by arsonist Ben Cunha. And as I also related, the smell of frying bacon and steaks still frequently fills my home from those who choose to cook outdoors amidst hazardous fire conditions and put those of us on the north side of the 1-lane Mount Murphy Bridge at risk of being trapped. There is no evacuation route or plan for residents whose only means of escape is by the 1-lane Mount Murphy Road Bridge, which would likely be blocked by RVs exiting the Coloma Resort. Worse yet, past and present supervisors have been unresponsive to citizens' concerns about public safety, code, and law enforcement relative to these campgrounds. The Coloma Resort has historically had fireworks on 4th of July. And again, this is putting all of us at risk. We have submitted Public Record Act requests and, concerning some of the safety aspects of this to Tiffany Schmidt as well as Rafael Martinez, but they have been unresponsive as required, under the California Public Record Act requests. And the concern here again is the risk that we are getting of a fire with all of these people coming into the Coloma region, which, again, where the gold rush changed the entire face of our nation. This cannot be swept under the carpet indefinitely. And Lori, as supervisor for this district, again, this needs to be addressed, and the citizens' concerns over this have just been met with abject silence. This cannot continue to be ignored or swept under the rug of government bureaucracy indefinitely. We can't wait until we have another Paradise Fire, which puts everybody at risk. So again, Lori, I'm asking you under the Brown Act. Again, this needs to be agendized under 54954.2A of the Brown Act, and you are required to respond to that. And again, this may be addressed and briefly discussed. When can we expect some kind of a response from you? I'm addressing Lori Parlin, and she is required under the Brown Act to respond to me.
Time's up.
Your silence, okay, your arrogance on that speaks volumes, again, about your participation or your lack of participation and your violation of your constitutional oaths of office. You'll be receiving, Madam Clerk, some photos and some documentation to be entered into the public record via email later.
Anyone else in the boardroom? Open forum? I'm going to declare seeing none here in a minute. Okay.
Nobody was getting up.
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, Jane McGinnis. Picking up where I left off,
Yes.
because it takes more than 3 minutes. We're going to have an issue with either room key or home key, because we've gotten people to the point where they're ready to go out into the universe and make use of the wonderful new skills they have, but we got no place to put them. And I think encouraging somebody through that process and then having them hit a wall is probably the most discouraging thing that can happen, because they were about to receive improvement in their life. If we could offer a developer the same fast track development and permit processes that we're going to be considering for fire victims, it might be an inducement, because a lot of the loss of profit that they experience in developing affordable housing is the time that it takes and the fees that it takes. If you are successful, if we are successful in getting a home key grant, we've got to have a place to put the graduates. And realistically, even if we fast tracked everything, we're 3 to 4 years away from the next affordable housing project. Until then, maybe we could look at case-by-case placements of graduates from a home key program in room rentals that can be negotiated with homeowners. There is one woman in the city that shall remain nameless, because we'll have public comment in 2 weeks from everybody who lives in that city, but she was offering her home as a potential rental, all 5 bedrooms for homeless people. And Frank Porter has all that information and has been working with her. It's possible that either staff, or maybe you want to contract out with Housing El Dorado to be looking for rental agreements for individual graduates. There's a way we can knit this together to get us through the next 2.5 years. Everything doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to work. And I guess the only last thing I wanted to say is I think it's possible for all of us to do this civilly and kindly and with a lot of affection and respect for one another. And so I just want to thank you for everything you're doing and will do.
Thank you, Jane.
I have confidence.
Afternoon, Board and Chair. Jonathan Gainsborough. I'd just like to read some favorite Psalms. Psalm 116. Return to thy rest, O my soul, for the Lord has dealt bountifully with thee. Can I get an amen? Amen. The Lord has been gracious to us. We could have lost Placerville. We could have lost the whole city. I remember evacuating 2 weeks ago on a Tuesday night, going to some friends' houses in Diamond Springs. They were ready to lose both their houses, one in Strawberry and the other one in Diamond Springs. I would think it would be really wonderful for the supervisors to just give a proclamation. If you're not giving a proclamation to God alone, just a proclamation that of a month of prayer and thankfulness that the fire hasn't been worse, that it didn't at least take out Diamond Springs and Placerville, but a proclamation of prayer and thankfulness. I don't know if that's been done recently, but I know that no one hearing my voice, or no one I've ever met in the millions of miles I've traveled, has ever been too thankful to God. So I'd like to plant that. As far as the need for a brick and mortar year-round navigation center for the homeless crisis that, as I said previously today, the Placerville mayor 2 weeks ago stated, I know, we realize we are 15 to 20 years. We are 15 to 20 years behind on this issue. While the home key project is good. As I said earlier, 26 rooms, even at double occupancy, is 50 people, which is 10% of the Western Slope homeless numbers. Now, the other 90% we've got to be thinking of. It's not a question of, do we want to preserve our digestive system or our circulatory, our respiratory, or our central nervous system, or our immune system? Which system shall we sacrifice? The answer, with the joint wisdom of you all, is none. You don't want to sacrifice any of them. It's got to not be a either or. It's got to be a both and. We've got to have creative thinking. Just my final thought, as I said earlier, Philadelphia, the year or two after the year of the Depression in 1930 or 31, they had so many homeless that they opened a warehouse or several warehouses where, in dormitory style, they slept over 1,000 people, because the need had to invent the solution. We've got to stay ahead of the need here with creative solutions for our now 50,000 evacuated homeless in the county, as Tahoe's added 20,000 more. We've got to stay ahead of the need. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else participating from the board chamber. So Kim, open it up for our Zoom and our phone in members, please.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, dropped the phone, sorry. Ken Green with District 2. Quickly, item 1. WTFs may seem unimportant right now, but in fact, some firemen have complained of spotty service out there. How about that? What a surprise. Maybe that's because the best sites on the mountaintops aren't being used, because they are on little, the sites that get used are on little power poles close to the road in the valleys, with power and phone lines being used that are already used. This is because the WTF ordinance doesn't require the best location be identified in the analysis, regardless of the ability of anybody to get a contract, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the best to serve that polygon. Anyway, so we'd have much better service if they'd ID those and we'd focus to them. Plus, if we had the fallover setback at a minimum on an urgency ordinance, they wouldn't be going for these small parcels. Instead, they would be going up on the ridge tops now, wouldn't they? Yes, they would. Item 2, Ruth mentioned COVID. Perhaps if that's an increase in cases here in El Dorado County over the weekend, perhaps that's the fire count. 6,000 people have been put close together, and apparently whole crews have gone down, and this, that, and the other thing. So that might be the numbers. Item 3, fast tracking things. I know you're talking about, I cautioned you about this last week, and I will caution you into the future. If we fast track these people, they must do structure protection, or pardon me, structure clearing and so forth. Let's put it as a deed restriction, because obviously our ordinance isn't working quite yet like it should. Speaking of which, a majority of the firefighters here are doing structure protection. Engine after engine after engine that goes out, that's what they're doing. Structure prep, meaning they're coming in and they're doing essentially 50-foot clearance as best they can, pulling things away from people's houses, stuff like that. Then sitting there and hoping that they can protect it after they've prepped it. And that's where over 2/3 of the manpower is being diverted, because the people aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Item 4, Planning Commission's history. Oh boy, in 30 years, I've watched, Marcy Gerwer absolutely ridiculously, savagely attack people. I don't know if any of you remember her. Most recently from District 2, Gary, last year. What an animal. If you spoke up, he butchered you. Back in the day, District 5, Mr. Osborne, didn't even live in District 5, but that's another story. And it seems that Serrano still has free run of the county, but that's for another day. Item 5, already covered it. Sadly, most firefighters are tied up doing structure prep and protection and not digging fire lines. So when we have an issue here with the National Forest not putting the fire out when they could have. CAL FIRE may or may not have
Public comment at 3.5 minutes.
stepped in. Thank you, Mitch. Anyway, there's plenty to look at here, and so hopefully we can get this fixed with the WTF and so forth to make this a better thing after we get back on our feet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. And Kim, for the phone-in callers, would you just let them know when they get to 2.5 minutes and let them know they got 30 seconds, recognizing they can't see our clock?
Yeah, and a timer sound is turned off.
Okay.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Oh, hey guys, I am calling in for a couple things real quick. I wasn't going to call until the next item, but then I was inspired. So let's talk about these case numbers. So we have, someone mentioned 271 cases in one of the drops, which is what I call them, batch dumps. So we had 271, and that was out of 3,075 tests. So let's not pretend there's something scary going on that's not. Let's look at the whole picture. So we also have no additional deaths. And Ken mentioned firefighters being tested, which I have already put some messages out to find out if that's accurate. Because my theory was we have forced testing of the athletes, nursing home workers, school staff, and hospitals. And I want to remind everyone that the hospital numbers are showing us that someone had a positive test, because people who go into the hospital that consent to be tested, because you do not have to consent to be tested and you can't be refused medical treatment. People who consent to be tested could then have a positive that could be a false positive or an overly sensitive test. They have no symptoms. Perhaps they went in to deliver their baby, a mom went in to give birth, or someone went in for a routine procedure, elective or not. And when they checked in, they were tested. And now all of a sudden they're considered a COVID case. So let's always keep that in mind when Carla posts her fear porn post, because we have to look at the whole picture and understand what we're looking at. Now, let's talk about the mask on children. We have had multiple credible psychologists, child development specialists, speech therapists, doctors, and nurses. So let us know that it is not the best practice, and it is psychologically damaging, and it does cause carbon monoxide inhalation. And I can send you a test that's recorded that I can show that. So, which I think I actually have emailed to you guys before. So what's going on in the schools right now is bullying. Kids that are not wearing a mask or it drops below their nose are still being bullied by teachers. These people are breaking education code. So let's maybe send some letters or make some phone calls, because that needs to stop, because there is legal action getting ready to take place in the background. Thank you, Kim. Oh, Kim, by the way, I do like being able to see this timer. That's cool. So pretty much, I just want everyone to remember that we have a bunch of people being tested, and the bullying of the school children needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Karen Davis.
Hi, good afternoon. So I would like to talk about the Serrano development and affordable housing. A few weeks back, the Planning Commission had a hearing regarding the Serrano project, and I was really encouraged to see Commissioners Amanda Ross and Commissioners James Williams advocate for affordable housing in the Serrano development. Unfortunately, after Commissioner James Williams was contacted by developer Kirk Bone, he changed his mind and no longer advocated for affordable housing. And I sent you all a detailed email regarding this incident on Sunday. I hope you all had a chance to take a look at it. But I'm encouraging you to remove James Williams as a commissioner because he no longer has the public trust. He no longer speaks for the residents in this county or this community. He now speaks for the developer, and I don't think that's his job. And furthermore, he told the community that he renegotiated the conditions of approval for the Serrano development. And I'm really concerned that a commissioner who should be voting for projects, yes or no, is actually doing your staff's work. Why isn't your staff renegotiating conditions of approval? And, you know, I don't understand, why is it that affordable housing is not an option? It seems like the developer can build his units, and there should be some, you know, subsidies for at least one unit to be affordable. I know the developers all pay impact fees. Why couldn't some of that money be used to subsidize one unit for affordable housing? Again, I encourage you all to remove James Williams from the Planning Commission. He no longer speaks for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Now taking public comment from 538.
The 538, we can't hear you yet.
Yeah, Lars Knudsen, good afternoon.
Yeah, please speak up a little bit.
Yeah, Lars Knudsen, can you hear me?
Yeah, please speak up, Lars, and a little bit stronger in the microphone if you could.
Okay, yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines, good afternoon. It's the goodness of God that leads to repentance. Yahweh is a consuming fire. Back on December 2018, I addressed the Board of Supervisors a month after the Paradise Fire, called the Camp Fire, and I made basically like a proclamation that we had 7 months to prepare for next fire season. And in 7 months, we could do a lot. I also rededicated our land, Colorado County, back to King Jesus. And I make that proclamation again, and I thank you, Lord. We don't have 7 months. It starts today. Homeowners are responsible, for the most part, for maintaining their properties and fuel reduction. And like the gentleman spoke, if homeowners would do this, the firefighters wouldn't get bound up. There would be plenty of work, but they're spending a lot of man hours to do this. I spoke with some of you about putting together a project called John 15 Mastication Project. It is going to be done, and I'm here to volunteer. Here I am, Lord, use me. Ember casts are one of the biggest things that spreads these fires. And so I know that today is going to be a powerful day. Tomorrow's going to be even more powerful. And I just ask people to repent and trust in the Lord. Hate and love, Amos 5:15. God said to hate evil, love the good, establish judgment in the gate, and God will be gracious unto the remnant of Joseph. And I encourage you, Board of Supervisors, I encourage the members of this county administration to seek the Lord while he may be found. Judgment is upon the land. I love being judged because when you do good things, you get good things from a gracious Father. So God bless you, God use you, and I release in this place hope, light, love, faith, liberty, and the vengeance of God upon his enemies in King Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars.
Now taking public comment from 024.
The 024, you're still muted. There you go.
Hello. Did you call on me? Am I in the correct position right now?
Yes, you are. Please voluntarily identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Katie Dom, and I'm calling in regard to item number 43, the question of whether or not Cheryl Bly should be removed from the Planning Commission.
We'll be hearing that next
Unfortunately,
week. You're just a little bit ahead of time. We're running late, so we're actually in open forum, but we'll be getting to that shortly. So if you just hang on.
Okay, do I raise my hand?
You can lower your hand for now. Yeah, and once we announce the item, then you're eligible to raise your hand again to get in the queue to comment on that. So thank you.
Okay, thank
Now taking public comment from 554.
If 554, we cannot hear you. Looks like you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, if you
Yes,
please speak up just a little bit and identify yourself.
Yeah, this is Tim Hamilton, sir. I'm calling on line item 43 as well. So obviously we're in queue and we're running behind.
Right, we're just a little bit late, so hang on, it'll get there shortly.
Now taking public comment from Scott Telfer.
Hi, board. You usually hear from me on Dollar General, but today I don't feel that's appropriate. And Keep Somerset Rural fights their own battles and chooses their own battles. So you'll hear from us in 43. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott.
Sorry. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I was also waiting for the 1:30, but then I heard where they asked for James. I think that was Karen asked if James would be removed, and I want to not agree with that. I watched these planning commissions on the item that was discussed, and I have to say, James has been a very diligent commissioner, and the problem with that process of what happened is that the developer was asking for reduced setbacks standards. And I think the commission was asking if they wanted concessions, would they do some low income housing? The developer said, no, we're not going to do that. And so it's basically, then why should we give you reduced standards? They voted against it. And then something totally bizarre happened for the next two meetings. And during that meeting, it was like, who's on first, who's on second? The council and the staff changed the motion from what was said. And it totally confused the entire commission and the actions that were taken. And some of that stuff was not legal according to the Brown Act. And because the way they interpreted the motion, it led to a lot of misinformation. So I sent the Planning Commission a cure and correct letter that project should be rescinded and go back to the original motion and taken from there. And I also sent a copy to the Board of Supervisors, and I asked that this be acted on. We're going to continue to push for this to get this corrected. It's not right that Serrano runs the county. And it was very obvious over those last three meetings that that's what's happening. And I think the county council and the planning commission need to have a 8-hour session in the Brown Act. Because I've never seen something as horrible as I did over those last 6 hours of those planning commissions and previous to that. You know, we all know that Cheryl tried to pull something off consent calendar and county council wouldn't let her do it. And they made them vote for that. And you know, that's something that you don't do at a commission meeting. So there's a lot of weird stuff happening at the planning commission meetings that needs to be more, it's more on county council's door. And they need to have some lessons in the Brown Act. And I appreciate it if this board would also help to act on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Recall Placerville.
Hey, everybody. This is Mandy Rodriguez. And first of all, I'd like to once again thank our firefighters and our law enforcement. And I want to tell you guys a quick story of some heroes up on Ant Hill. There were 24 of them. This is over in the Fairplay area. 24 men and women. They cut a 600-foot by 2-mile long fire line. saving a good portion of fair play. They laid 1,000 feet of hose themselves. These guys worked, and girls worked tirelessly through the nights and the days. And we should commend these heroes for what they did. Absolute heroes. They downed over 1,000 trees, and they saved many, many buildings, many, many homes and properties. And I mean, these guys deserve an award. They really, really do. It's just unbelievable what these people did. Also, I would like to attest to where do I start? First of all, homeless, real quick. I'm looking at my notes. We keep talking about homeless. I agree. It's a crime against humanity, what we as Californians have let happen to the homeless. But we cannot address the homeless issue if we do not address the drug and mental illness that goes along with most of these. People who are homeless, who do not have drug or mental illness problems, can easily be housed, easily be helped, but we're not addressing the true core problem. We will always struggle with this. Also, we have a lot of people who cannot stay in the Red Cross. They will not stay in Red Cross facilities. Tell a lady with 3 dogs and 10 chickens in the back of her truck to go to the Red Cross, and you'll see the answer. So I would like the county to start providing food, help, financial to the DeAugustini Ranch, the El Dorado Community Hall, places that are not getting help from Red Cross because they're not a quote unquote official Red Cross center, but the work that they are doing is far superior, in my opinion, to what the Red Cross is doing. Also, it also shows small businesses when
30
we talk
seconds
about,
remaining.
when we talk about big box stores coming in and into this community, we need to remember it was the small businesses that have stepped up, and they didn't have to weed through the bureaucracy of donating. You made a call, they made it happen. So kudos to our small businesses and all the people that have stepped up to volunteer and help. And let's maybe rename the Planning Commission to the Plotting Commission. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mandy.
Supervisor Heidel, there's no additional public comment.
Okay.
Hello, Cheryl Bly, Chester, 2nd District. I just wanted to, first of all, echo people's comments about the firefighters. Want to thank them very much for the efforts that they're putting forth. And I want to send out my prayers and my heartfelt concern for people who are losing their properties and are in danger of it and are fearful for it. I've been evacuated for about a week now. I don't wish that on anybody. And speaking, I think for most of the people in District 2, we don't wish that on District 5, that it's now crawling their direction. Having said that, something was said during the public comment that I wanted to just comment on also, because it took place during the Planning Commission. I do not support the removal of any of the planning commissioners for any of the actions that were taken. I think that our attorneys were not working to clarify or help or create a condition where the will of the board was being carried out. And that caused a great deal of confusion that I think some of the commissioners got caught up in. So that's all I wanted to say about that meeting. And I do not support the removal of any of the commissioners.
Thank you, Cheryl. Okay, so back to staff for any comments they may want to provide with respect to what came out in public session. I'm not seeing any, so I think we'll conclude at this point our open forum, and we'll move on to our 1:30 time allocated this late. Number 43, Kim, if you would read that.
Of course. Item 43 comes from Supervisor Novosel, recommending the board remove Cheryl Ann Blychester, District 2 Planning Commissioner member from the El Dorado County Planning Commission.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine, Sue. Thanks.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I brought this to the board because I'm just so concerned. And I want to say one thing. I do agree with the commissioner, and her last comment is I am not here today to ask that anyone be removed for their vote. This is about process. It's not about a project. This is about the process of how our commissioners work in our, for us as county supervisors. They're not the public. Once they become a commissioner, they're speaking for the County Board of Supervisors, and we all know that. We should recognize that and be able to have commissioners that can have a conversation with our staff and with the public in a way which is befitting any county supervisor or commissioner. There is a higher standard, and that's what I am going to ask that we uphold today. I received many, many comments and a lot of concerns, both from the public and from staff, about what was going on at these meetings, at these planning meetings. And it wasn't about, again, it wasn't about the project. It was about the tone. It was about Commissioner Blyson, her tone. Commissioner Blychester has harassed, in my opinion, she has intimidated, and she has set a tone that's just not acceptable for this county, should not be acceptable for a supervisor or any of the commissioners. And I just want to start with that, because I think it is important that we set a standard, and it is above what the public can do. They can get out and say whatever they want for their 3 minutes. But as a commissioner, you are speaking for the county and for the Board of Supervisors, and it's critical that you keep a standard that allows our staff to feel that they are not only supported, but that they're not going to be harassed or intimidated. That's just not acceptable. And that's where I'll leave it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So other board member
Yeah,
comments or
I want to make a
questions?
comment. Supervisor Novosel, it is surpassing to your experience in county government in the past year of the body that you would approach this matter with such blatant disregard for proper protocol, especially when you were told by Don here to reach out and talk to me, and you have not at all called me or emailed me on this particular matter. I felt like I was blindsided. Regardless of the attempt, the agenda item, Ms. Cheryl Blychester is my appointee. As my appointee, it's my responsibility, not yours. It is surpassing the board's discussion last week on July 16th. You so quickly forgot good governance guidelines that we also, all of us, adopted. Your actions violate the fundamental nature of the good county government. Let me be clear. I do not condone disrespectful actions by any individual, including you. By your own social standards, we are continue forgetting the proper respect to one another. Human respect to one another, I know, is one of your passions, and therefore it escapes me how you justify your action today. I recognize that there are imperfections in all of us, and from time to time, we cross the line by saying something irresponsible. I know and recognize that we have passions that make us react. Miss Cheryl Blychester is no different. Simply, Miss Cheryl Blychester is highly qualified, highly experienced individual. She is motivated by caring for her community and District 2. I realize today that we have to take up this discussion and that the public will have an opportunity to comment. It is your item, no matter how inappropriate I feel it is. I just wanted you to know how I feel about it before anything else is said. There's been some actions that was taken. One of the things that you remember, I recommended that we had all the planning commission go through the good governance training that we all did, the board did, and also Brown's Act training. And she has requested it several times. That is still not occurred. I feel that this would solve a lot of the problems that we have today, especially with the inappropriate actions that's done by this planning commission, especially some of the planning commissioners that have reached out, and talked blatantly towards her. I just feel that I'm really upset with this whole thing, because I felt like that somebody should have reached out to me a little bit prior to it, especially you, Sue, and talked about it first before you put this agenda item on today. And I am really, really
Thank you,
upset
George.
with it.
Thank you for your comments, George. If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd like to respond to a few of those real quick.
I
Number
really
one
don't wanna
is
get in
we,
the back and forth,
we,
Sue,
d-
but given the
I
circumstances.
don't,
I'm gonna let you do
either. I
that.
just want to
Please,
make it clear
please
that we
comment,
did,
please
we did
comment.
have this conversation. We did have this conversation, George. We did have the conversation. You said you would quote unquote, tell her to cool her jets. That has not happened. She has continued to harass our staff. That goes beyond anything. When I talked to George, when I talked to Don Ashton, I asked him to talk to you first, to approach you because it's an uncomfortable situation for everybody. And we've talked about it as a board. I didn't feel I had the ability to talk to you. I asked him to talk to you. And when he told me, he came back, he said, you unequivocally would not change your mind that you were going to keep her on. That's what has forced me to do this. I did not want to do this. I don't feel comfortable doing this, but I feel it has to be done for the safety, security, and the ability for us to hire more staff, because when they are harassed, when they are intimidated, guess what? It shows on the entire county, not just on you or me. It's very important, and I'm very upset too. Thank you.
Thank you. Other board comments or questions at this point?
Not at
Yes.
this time.
Lori?
Sure. I tried to type up some thoughts and have them organized, and my brain is just a mess with this item. I woke up this morning feeling a huge sense of dread and a sadness that, I'm supposed to be the vice chair of this board of supervisors, and I didn't know this item was on the agenda until the agenda came out. I'm sorry, that is not acceptable. We had agenda review on Monday. This item was not there in the drafts. Our good governance protocol says it should have been there. I think that Supervisor Novosel, you hammered me earlier this year for not following good governance, and yet here you are. This is so blatant. You didn't put a single policy explanation, background, all these comments that you said you received from the public and staff. I have not seen them myself. So I really wish you had approached this differently. I'm going to lay this on the feet of our chair. You are responsible for setting the agenda. You knew this was happening. It was underhanded the way this item got on the agenda. And by the way, it was as a department matter originally, which means it could be heard at any time of day. The public would have to sit and listen all day to see when we were going to do this item. Once the agenda came out, I requested that it be time certain because I knew this was important to the public, and there would be a lot of interest. So this was handled so badly. And I'm going to say, I feel like there's a double standard here. We had issues with the Planning Commission before in the past. And it was about personalities. And at that time, it was handled much differently. This was a couple of years ago. Supervisor Heidel, you and Supervisor Veerkamp, you took two commissioners aside and you worked with them. One of them was my commissioner, and I wasn't even in on those meetings, but that's okay because I knew you guys were working things out to make it better. So, and I'm sorry to ask Supervisor Turnbull, George, you're not gonna like the way I'm gonna say this. He's a gosh darn new supervisor. He is still in his first year. We have two new supervisors and they came in to this job at a horrible time. We're still dealing with COVID, now the fire. There's a lot to learn on this job. I just think that this should have been handled so differently. As vice chair, I would have liked to have been involved similar to the way it was handled a couple years ago with the chair and the vice chair doing some counseling. The public wants strong advocates. They do. They do. They want us to speak up for them. And I know we need to be respectful for staff. I hope everybody knows that in my behavior, I've always been respectful to staff. Do I think that Cheryl needs to work on her behavior? Yes, I do. But this should have been handled so differently. And now we're going to have a he said, she said, airing our dirty laundry. This is so embarrassing. I wish this would have not been on the agenda and handled better. So sad day for El Dorado County. I really think we can do better. And Chair, you're the leader of this board. You really need to start saying no to things or putting it off. There was no reason this couldn't have waited for another agenda until there was some documentation or we talked as chair and vice chair. Sorry, let's do better.
Any other board comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, so I have to respond. I'm always into doing better. And there's a lot of history related to this that goes back at least to March. And there's been a lot of discussions that have been held. But all that aside, the thing I want to bring to a point is whenever there's these kinds of conflicts and accusations, I always revert to looking at the process. What's wrong with the process? Why is our process failing, which Sue alluded to? And in my humble opinion, we have a relatively dysfunctional planning commission at this point in time. And I'm not placing blame on where we are, but that needs to be straightened out. We need to get back to the point where there's constructive disagreement, but then we can make a vote and we move on because it can't be brought back over and over again. The thing that really upsets me about this whole thing is that we're putting ourselves in a point of liability, and that's been expressed many different ways, and county councils weighed on that. There's also an issue when you make accusations against staff and other planning commissions of things like corruption in a public meeting. That is a totally inappropriate behavior. There's no way around it. Could it have been dealt with differently? Absolutely. Why wasn't it? I don't know. But I'm going back to the process has failed. We have to do something to fix the process. So that's what I want to hear all the public input on. It's not about people, it's about a process, but it's a participation of the people in that process that determines the outcome of the process, as a board meeting does. So that's where I stand on it, subject to hearing from the public. I'm not sure if anyone, CEO's office, county council at this point want to say anything before we open it up? Okay. You're going to say something now? Okay.
I think since my fellow commissioners have spoken at this point, I owe it, sorry, supervisors. This is a most unfortunate situation and circumstance. I agree with that. That said, it's forced us all to deal with this. And in reviewing months of planning commission meetings, an observer would see an appointee who has been repeatedly abusive and condescending to staff, who continues to expose the county to potential litigation with scurrilous accusations, and whose chaotic behavior continues to undermine an efficient and effective process with the commission itself. And if this board does nothing, we are condoning such behavior. And if we want to attract and retain qualified staff, this will impede our ability to do that. I do have a question for staff. What are the potential ramifications with our staff and with the planning commission if we don't take this course of action?
Now you're on the spot. Let's go.
I've been supporting in some capacity commissions for 15 years. And I've never had an occasion where multiple commissioners on that commission called my office expressing frustration with another commissioner. I've heard from at least 3 staff who have said, if the board does not approve Supervisor Novosel's recommendation, they will be looking for another job. One of them has already asked me to start writing a letter of recommendation for a potential employer. So when you ask what is the potential impact on staff, that's what I've been told. Whether they will follow through on those statements or not, I don't know, but that's what I've been told.
This is a serious, serious item. And George, I have to ask, have you spoken with your appointee about her disruptive behavior in the past?
Yes, I have.
And yet we're here at this point.
No, wait a minute. Here's what bothers me the most. Cheryl has asked numerous times for Brown Act training. How come that hasn't happened? How come it hasn't happened when we had the good governance training that I recommended for the planning commission? How come that hasn't happened? And you know, you talk about 2 years ago, when there was a commissioner, John's commissioner, attacked staff too on certain issues that I remember. And that was what was one of the things that was called upon. So I'm asking, I just don't understand some of the issues. And I don't, if Sue would have came to me, if we would have had a closed session meeting and you guys advised me maybe to do that.
George, we did.
Wait a
We
minute,
did.
wait a minute. You said to get rid of, if you would have come to me and said, this is what we need to do, she needs to go. This is an embarrassment to our
We
county.
had the conversation.
It's an embarrassment to
We
share.
had the conversation.
So I just think it's absolutely ridiculous, especially being blindsided like this.
It's a very unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
We're ready for public comment. Kim, if you would please open up members of the public who are present in the boardroom first.
Now taking public comment on item number 43. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those of you participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Please. Yeah.
I had a question. First of all, it's the red. Push the button.
This, okay,
Yeah.
There
oh,
we
thank
go.
you. Got it.
Please identify yourself once more.
I'm Gretchen Bly, thank you.
Thank you.
When we're talking about staff and staff looking for other jobs, are we talking about, is staff include the attorneys? Or is it staff? I just, that was a question I had for you when that comment was made.
And we're not going to get in a back and forth, but we'll ask staff to respond accordingly.
It was staff and not, are attorneys included in the staff?
Yes, they're
So-
staff members.
Okay, so it could be an attorney who's
But I'm
saying.
not going to get in a back and forth.
Okay, I
so please.
just wanted to understand that. The other question was, in some of the issues that have come up about the Browns Act, my sister can be direct, but usually she's right. And I have that question to you. Was she right in those comments back in March and again in other issues? And I asked our county counsel and Don Ashton, because I know that some of that was reviewed. So was she correct in
We
the
will give
Brown
them an
right that she brought
opportunity
in?
to comment on all the public comments at the end of public comment. Again, we're not going to get in a back and forth.
But those, how do I pose a question?
You have posed the question.
Okay,
We'll
great.
Ask staff to
Okay.
respond to all of
Okay.
them, because we're going to take a lot of public comment this morning.
Thank you
I can
very
tell,
much.
Or this afternoon, rather. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Gay Williard, and I would like to say that failure in the field is failure in top management. It is up to the chairman of the board to make sure that this ship runs smoothly. Okay? I've also watched Zoom meetings where there is a strategic planning. Right? And isn't that helping you guys to learn how to lead and to make everything run smoothly? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that? So what's happened to that? You know, this is a horrible, horrible, horrible thing to happen. And it's something I don't like being a part of, but I felt strongly to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gay.
Ruth Michelson, District 4. You know, I think we're all old enough that we remember in the 50s, maybe even up until the 60s, where we thought doctors were gods and you were not to question what a medical doctor told you. But haven't things changed now? We all go for second opinions. It's good practice to go for a second opinion. And yes, Cheryl Blychester did question county council's direction. I don't have any problem with that, because I'll tell you what, John Driscoll of the city will tell you the opposite of what county council advised about talking to the applicant during the process. So even attorneys, they are just people who would interpret the law and can interpret it differently. And I think Cheryl Blychester, I haven't watched back through March. I don't know the history and the other incidents, but frankly, I'm impressed by her. And I think it's good that people question that it's not the good old boys system, that it's not Parker Development getting their way once again. I mean, some of the other planning commissioners said, well, you know, why should we even say no to this? Because, gee, we've looked at past meetings and the board has approved it, and gee, past planning commissions have approved these various villages. Well, what the heck, are you lemmings? You have a new planning commission, you have 2 new boards of supervisors. If they want to make the right decision, and if they want to bring it to you, then it's up to you to make the right decision. I mean, that's why I said you need to look at the whole deal. Because I think, and the other thing I want to say is, Cheryl Blychester did not call anyone corrupt. She called the process corrupt, and that's very different. The process. That's not pointing fingers. That's how I heard it. I don't have a perfect memory. You're kind of shaking your head no, so maybe I'm incorrect. But, you know, she's a strong woman with strong opinions. I've looked at her resume. She has her PhD. She's a qualified expert in federal court on numerous subjects, including propriety of agency and public board conduct. I would like to say she's probably more qualified than anyone in the room. She also has her PhD with her dissertation in quantitative analysis on what influences public board decision-making. Could you find anyone more qualified? No. And you know, if she's rough around the edges, so be it. You've got a lot of other commissioners sitting here in the auditorium that are also rough around the edges, and I don't see you treating them in the same manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
I would like to reserve my comment until all the people on the phone have also spoken.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Cheryl. Anybody else in the room that would like to speak at this point?
Good afternoon, Chairman Heidel and members of the board. I agree with those who suggested that this sets a very difficult precedent, because I share your concerns about a dysfunctional body. However, I believe there's lots of ways to do it that would not pose the kind of harm that this does, because it suggests that this is not an independent body. If anyone had suggested anywhere that this process is political, putting this on the agenda certainly lends support for it. For those who say you've been threatened or someone has talked about suing you, great, tell me about it. Because I worked in an office in which people say that all the time. We're going to take you to court. Our answer was, that's what we get paid for. The question is not, does somebody want to sue you? It's, can they prevail? There's nothing said here that's going to suggest that that was possible or even likely. Again, there's other ways to do it. And of all the priorities facing the county, with an absolutely horrific fire going on now, that news reports say has reached the basin, and we're talking about this and in this posture, that's troublesome. Because you know what? In the last 24 hours, one of the firefighting officials posted a note saying he was concerned because throughout this county where they were fighting a fire, it was hampered because people weren't cleaning up the brush, hadn't cleaned up the trees as required by your ordinance. So for Miss Novacell up in Lake Tahoe, what have you done to make sure that that ordinance that you have on the books has been enforced. Oh, and then in the Los Angeles Times this morning, it's reporting that one of the problems in fighting the fire is because the Forest Service has been diminished in numbers. Why? They don't get paid enough. The special unit called hotshots that go around the country where they are needed have been reduced dramatically. They're underpaid. And you have a supervisor, a member of Congress who said they are just unskilled labor and not supported. Well, why not write a letter? Any of you could have done it. Ms. Novosel could have done it. She could have asked for higher wages. Why not fight the fire instead of creating a new one, a political fire in this way? And if you're talking about concerns about this planning commission and saying it's dysfunctional, I could have told you that for years ago. I said it to Mr. Livingston when he was with that body, monitoring them. You had somebody who was on the planning commission years ago who spoke in favor or against a particular measure on the ballot that would be coming before him. That kind of thing has happened. And those are of concern. Why not have a hearing devoted to that subject? That's a good way to have it heard out. But this just causes damage to the image of an independent body. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Robinson, I live here in Placerville, and I want to be in support of Dr. Blythe Chester. And the part that upsets me about this too is I hear a woman criticizing another woman for a bad tone, and that's not how we need to be. As women, we need to support each other. You know, if you are in an oppressed situation, yeah, your tone can become harsher. Yeah, your energy can become bigger because you're not being heard. And I'm grateful that we do have somebody who's such an expert who is standing up for the environment and is standing up for affordable housing. That's all.
Thank you, Julie.
Melody Lane. As you should be aware, the preamble to the Brown Act is the foundation of Compass to Truth, founded in 2009 as a whistleblower organization. During yesterday's Taxpayers Association meeting, discussion ensued concerning Sue Novosel's request to remove Planning Commissioner Cheryl Blychester. The fact remains that the public was not given sufficient notice or substantiation to Supervisor Novosel's motives relative to this item as required under the Brown Act. The item was void of written explanation, thus the public was left in the dark and deprived of necessary information. What happened to the good governance, transparency, and accountability that you frequently tout? The impression conveyed to the public is that Ms. Novosel has an axe to grind and that she has something to hide, which unnecessarily contributes to political theater, also known as bureaucratic shenanigans or bovine fecal matter. Furthermore, Ms. Novosel's surreptitious actions are contrary to the EDC core values of accountability, collaboration, integrity, and service excellence. Sue Novosel is the poster child for the progressive Marxist agenda for the 21st century. During her tenure, Sue has consistently demonstrated her contempt for the Constitution, her oaths of office, and the Brown Act rights of the public. As a consequence, she was served with an affidavit of truth containing specific claims and averments, and an unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in fact before any court of law in America. All actions by public officers conducted in the performance of their official duties either support and defend the national and state constitutions or oppose and violate them. Any enterprise undertaken by any public official, such as Sue Novosel has done, tends to weaken the public confidence and undermines the sense of security for individual rights and is against all public policy. The supreme law of the land is supreme for a reason. Apparently, Ms. Novosel thinks she is just as much above the law as Nancy Pelosi or Gavin Newsom. Therefore, we strongly urge you to oppose the removal of Planning Commissioner Cheryl Blychester. Instead, it is Sue Novosel who should be removed from office for abuse of the public trust and consistent violations of her oaths of office. I also want to add in regard to the topic of corruption. A couple of years ago, 14 of us went to the FBI concerning El Dorado County public corruption. George and Lori, you were two of those individuals. I personally participated in 8 meetings with the FBI in this regard. Again, the process is corrupted. It's the kind of dirty laundry that needs to come out in the public, out into the public arena. They need to know that the problem pretty much rests not only in the system, but the people who are guiding the system, the CAO and county council. Again, Madam Clerk, please enter this document into the public record.
Thank you, Melody. Anyone else present in the boardroom wish to comment on this item?
It's the first time I've seen Cheryl in person, so. So, good afternoon. You know, it's great to be on this side of the podium. So my name is John Vania. I'm the District 1 Planning Commissioner and the current chair. I didn't want to stray too much, so I have to keep me efficient. I have a few words here I wanted to read. You know, at the Planning Commission, we have very strong, diverse opinions, which I'm not opposed to. In fact, I think it's beneficial to have differing views and that the result will be a more comprehensive review of any particular project or county process. You ask anyone who's worked with me, I have strong convictions. Dave still has the scars to prove it as our counsel when during the Planning Commission. So, so you ask anyone, I have strong convictions. I have no problem with that. What I am opposed to is the recent personal attacks of one's integrity by being accused of corruption, which has been directed towards staff as well as a fellow commissioner. Furthermore, I'm also opposed to the constant attack of staff's credibility, specifically our legal counsel, by those who have no legal credentials. Don't get me wrong, on occasion, issues need to be addressed with staff. However, we try to collect all the facts concerning a particular issue at hand instead of airing out our opinions and indictments prematurely in a public hearing. I often say that I make mistakes on a daily basis. After all, I'm a married man of 34 years. So I try to give grace when I can, and I pray I receive it when I need it. But in this case, there seems to be an unwillingness to acknowledge any clear violations of professional and civil discourse in the conduct of the people's business at the Planning Commission. As public servants, we get our fair share of unfiltered feedback from the public, and that's the way it should be. What this board needs to decide is what is and what is not appropriate and professional behavior in our capacity as board-appointed commission or committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anyone else in the room care to comment at this point?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is John Clarice. I'm the District 3 representative on the Planning Commission. I wasn't planning to say anything, but I thought I would at least put some things out there. I, for one, was not confused by the direction that we got from our council about the 3 meetings especially, and the course we had taken. We could always use a little help with the Brown Act and other good governance, but at least for myself, and I believe other commissioners, we weren't confused. I was not confused. I disagreed with Commissioner Blychester. I thought that her assessment of the situation was an error. I've been on both elected and appointed boards. I have been around the Brown Act a lot. I don't profess to be an expert in it. I certainly don't have a PhD in it. But I fully understood the situation, and the advice that we were getting from council seemed to fall in line with what I understood the Brown Act to do. So there was no confusion. I'm not going to get into her tit for tat, but I do want to say one thing. My comments about the Parker was that I believe we are all there to make our own decisions and use our own objective thinking on any subject that comes before us. I also, though, understand that there is precedent, and previous commissions had approved projects very, very, very similar, if not identical, to the one that we were looking at. And that's why I brought up what I brought up. I don't like being lumped in with the group of people that's in the hip pocket of the developers, or that Parker runs the county, or all that other stuff. Those are allegations made without substantiation. Those are people's opinions, people with agendas in this county. To me, you have a couple of choices here. And I was talking to my wife about this this morning as we talked about this issue. If you agree with the commissioner on the substance of her allegations about the Brown Act, then you have at least 2 attorneys to fire, because they apparently would have been dispensing really, really bad information to us. And I'm sorry to say corruption and corrupt practice. I was in those meetings. I know what the intent of the language was. It also means that if you agree with this particular commissioner, you are should be out looking for another District 4 planning commissioner, because he was accused of essentially negotiating. In fact, I think the word was negotiating his vote. And if that's the case, that is a fairly serious accusation to be leveled at any appointed person. You know what? I have my own personal feelings about this, but you guys will make your own decisions. And I will show up in the next planning commission ready to do my job. But there was no confusion, not on my part. I want to put an end to that. I understand the Brown Act. I know what it means. I know what it does. If there was shenanigans, Commissioner Williams wouldn't have even mentioned the conversation he had. He would have just walked into the meeting, would have said, I've changed my mind. But no, he disclosed it in a public meeting in front of God and everybody. Anyway, you have an interesting decision to make, and good luck with that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Good afternoon. This item was discussed at the Taxpayers Association yesterday. I appreciated the candidness of the discussion. I appreciated the fact that there needed to be some preparation before coming here today at 1:30. And with that dialogue, I know that the Taxpayers Association submitted a comment letter to you, and it's part of the record. It's part of the attachments to the agenda item. My thought about it is to try to prepare and do some research and try to understand whether we may have a flaw, not so much in individuals, but within system, within process. And I believe after spending a number of hours reviewing I went to planning services on in our agenda, our website. Planning services got me to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission got me to information related to what the expectations are, and it got me to the planning bylaws and also to the outline, which is information given to the planning commissioners for, I assume, helping them better understand what their obligation is. And I thought that it could be done better. It was difficult for me to maneuver, even with my experience, to find the information that I wanted. So therefore, I'm looking at process rather than individuals right now. I think, first of all, I don't appreciate the item being on today. I don't like this because having my experience with the county as 33 years as an employee, former employee, and being disciplined a number of times, which I was because of my demeanor, my approach to things. I know that discipline is very difficult and it's also awkward. But in this case, commissioners and committee members, my being as at large on the CDAC, on Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee, it puts us in situations that we all are in a form of leadership to people that don't know what's going on. So I think, honestly, if you look at this in a broad perspective, not talking about Supervisor Novosel, not talking about Supervisor Turnbull, but just looking at the Planning Commission and its operation, there's been some recommendations, and I think that those ought to go forward. They ought to be the push on what we do today. Get the Brown Act training, get any training that is going to help them, good governance training specific to them, because you currently have a problem right now. And it may not be Cheryl Blychester as much as it is the newness of information. So I'm trying to take the positive vein today, regardless of what you've heard testimony-wise, 21 seconds to the minus. I believe you can take a proper action today. But I think it's definitely to reject the item that's before you. So I want to be clear on that. So thank you very much for your time.
Chris. Any other comments from those present in the boardroom? Seeing none, we're going to come back to Cheryl after everyone else has commented. So if you please open it up for Zoom and phone participants.
Now taking public comment from 024.
Hello, my name is Katie Dom, and I'm calling it in with regard to Cheryl Blychester being removed from the Planning Commission and having that come up. Well, I've either lived in or owned land in El Dorado County for over 50
Hey, can you
years.
speak up just a little bit? You're
Throughout all
coming
those
so
years.
faintly. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Pardon?
Can you speak up a little bit or get closer
Yeah.
to the microphone? You're a little faint.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, so I've either lived in or owned land in El Dorado County for over 50 years. And throughout all of these years, I have heard disturbing firsthand reports about the way the county operated. I also owned a public works construction company in El Dorado County for 10 years approximately. And during that time, while we had bid on multiple public works jobs within the county, we were never awarded one. We were told by other contractors not to bother with bids in El Dorado County. So we eventually believed them based on our results and a revelation that prevailing wage laws were being selectively enforced. We decided not to play that game and made our living in Sacramento, Yolo, and Placer County public works jobs. Now my friend of over 50 years is up for a vote to see whether or not she should be removed from the Planning Commission. As has been mentioned, Cheryl has a doctorate in the operation of public boards and commissions. She's an expert on the legal way to operate a meeting. She is also a very gifted civil engineer. I can say unequivocally that her qualifications far surpass those of her fellow commissioners for the position that she holds. So why, one might ask, is she up to be voted off the board again? It is not for any wrongdoing on her part. For that I am certain. I know this because I have known her for 50 years. Cheryl has a deeply felt desire to do what is honest and ethical, and to represent the people of El Dorado County selflessly with no thought of personal gain. Also, if there was cause for her being dismissed, it would have been documented in a forthright manner. Her crime is that she knows the rules set forth by the state of California for the legal and ethical operation of a public board or commission. And some of this is very foreign to the Planning Commission. When she sees those rules being violated, she speaks up as she should. This
30
is
seconds.
not going over well with the legal counsel or her fellow board members, who are used to being able to operate their meetings and decisions without regard for the Brown Act. It is for this reason Cheryl is up for removal for the second time. It seems the same people just cannot abide conducting an honest meeting. The process is repeatedly not done correctly, even after the violations have been brought to the attention of the commission. corruption is perhaps not an inappropriate description of
We'll
what is
comment
happening.
at 3 minutes.
Perhaps. Okay. I say don't get rid of Cheryl. We need people like Cheryl. What we don't need is reactive people like Ms. Novacell, who doesn't seem to be able to handle correction when things are done improperly. And instead of doing them right, she wants to get rid of the mouthpiece. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. Andy Nevis, Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. You have the letter that we submitted. I just wanted to add that I've never seen our association members get so upset about a Board of Supervisors agenda item. As most of you know, we have a lot of different variety of people at our meetings and a lot of different opinions. Some of them agree generally with Commissioner Blychester, some of them don't. But yet everyone who spoke yesterday was very strongly against this agenda item. From our association's perspective, this is about representation and respect for the will of the voters. The voters elected Supervisor Turnbow to make appointments. If 3 other supervisors want to remove a commissioner against the nominating supervisor's will, they need to have evidence and allow his constituents the opportunity to review it and provide input. That clearly hasn't happened here. There's been absolutely no evidence attached to the agenda item. We're hearing some allegations today for the first time on the public record. These all should have been part of Supervisor Novacell's agenda item so that the public had a fair chance to review and comment on it. The Planning Commission bylaws are very clear that the commission does not direct staff. Commissioner Blychester does not have any direct reports. She's not a manager. To the extent that there are staff that are uncomfortable with her, and I'm not here to comment one way or the other because I have no direct knowledge, there are other steps available to management and or the commission chair to address those concerns. As Supervisor Thomas eloquently noted before the lunch break, this board, and I would say the Planning Commission too, is going to have a lot of hard work to do over the next several months as we help our community recover from this devastating fire. Your board will need to be working together to address those challenges, which means that you need to be able to trust one another and the community needs to be able to trust you. This agenda item, quite frankly, is toxic and it's going to destroy the potential of that happening. There's a lot of 3-2 votes where you can just shake hands, say, good discussion and move on to the next topic. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen here. This is the type of item that destroys relationships. So I would respectfully ask for the board's no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from 554.
This is Timothy Hamilton. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so a couple of things. I've been listening to this for the last hour. I got on at 1:30. I thought that at 1:30 you were going to hear public comment on light item 43. That's what I was told. It might have been misinformation. But I digress because, under normal circumstances, sir, we would have 40 people down there and making comments. But because of the evacuations, because of the situations that this fire has brought on, and people's time and working with their families and removing their items in these evacuation areas and stuff, it becomes impossible to show the public support for Cheryl Blychester that we intended. This is bad timing. This is bad form. And this, like the last caller said, this isn't going to go away because I'm not sure if there's corruption, as a member of the public. We're not privy to all the things that go on behind the scenes. But what I do know is lawyers aren't perfect because I am one, okay? Lawyers are not perfect. And there needs to be an evaluation of the Brown Act. And if Dr. Blychester is right and everybody else was wrong, that also needs to come out. And I believe that she is. I've looked at the research. I believe that Dr. Blychester is smarter than everybody else in the room. She's got qualifications like she has for a reason. She's highly qualified. My full support for Dr. Blychester. Also want to make sure that you receive Dennis Nixon and Associates letter, who also pledged his support for Dr. Blychester. and his staff. And I bid you a good day.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue Savino. Now taking public comment from Keely Link.
Hi, board. I'd like to agree with the previous caller on there could not be worse timing for this item. It's already a horrible item, and then just with the horrible circumstances, it's just really, really horrible altogether. I also wanted to say that as a resident of District 2, I went back and watched the previous 2 meetings that I think prompted this action. And I'm really surprised because I think that she was a good representative of the people because the process was corrupted, and that corruption of the process was causing the public to be completely left out of the process altogether. So actually, I thought she was a great advocate for us, and I'd like to keep her. Also, as another commissioner on a different commission, I want to say it's also horrible because seeing that she was just being strong-willed for the people, it makes us feel like we can't use our voice and we can't advocate. And this could also happen to us. So it's just horrible all the way around, and I hope you guys don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hi, good afternoon. I am disgusted by you, Sue Novacell, and you, Wendy. You are shameful women to come after this brilliant, well-qualified, strong woman. I think Julie Robinson said it all, but I am ashamed of you, and you should be embarrassed for yourselves. This is a very transparent and retaliative move. I am aware that 3 supervisors weren't aware of this agenda item. It was snuck on by Sue Novacell and her partner, Don Ashton. We see you and we're done. We're not going to keep tolerating this kind of behavior. You guys blocked me from a commission position because you don't want strong women, and you don't want people who know the rules, and you definitely don't want people who know the Constitution and the Charter. I not only think you need Brown Act training, but you need training on the Charter and the Constitution. But you're too busy doing political theater and being groomed to behave and not use your voices in the good governance workshops. This community across party lines supports Cheryl. This, Sue, is one of the worst things you've done. You mocked me and some other people on a meeting and said, just wear a mask, get over it. We remember how rude and disgusting you were to Lori Parlin. I don't think you belong in that seat. I want you removed, but since you're on your way out, we're going to give you grace, maybe not after today, and not do a recall for you. The rest of you, it's still on the table. But Sue, now we might put that back on the table for you after this. So I'm pretty sure we could get the signatures. You've united people with your hate and your disruptive item agenda today. We have people sleeping in a parking lot, and you're more concerned about going after a woman who wants to expose the corrupt system. And by the way, I don't think you, Sue, or you, Wendy, belong anywhere near the Planning Commission with your family's backgrounds in real estate, commercial real estate. You don't belong on there. You see, it's stuff like that that makes us question when people you get your money from these developers, and then here you are doing
30
their
seconds
dirty
remaining.
work. So we see you. We look up your historical donations. We look up your business dealings, transactions. We see you. So you better quit this nonsense. You better quit being disruptive to everyone George puts on a commission. I'm done.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Recall Placerville.
Hey everybody, Mandy Rodriguez here. And yeah, first of all, I would like to say, Sue said the commissioners work for the Board of Supervisors. She's wrong. It says right here on the El Dorado County website, advisory committees are established to provide advice to the entire board and reflect their commitment to transparency, engagement of the community, and high quality evidence-based decision-making. Okay. What I see going on here is called the Streisand effect. You guys ever heard the Streisand effect? It's a social phenomenon that occurs when the attempt to hide, remove, or censor information has the unintended consequence of further publicizing that information. Okay? So look up that Barbara Streisand effect, because now I'm really curious what's going on. Why are you trying to remove this person? Why? So, to you, Sue, you said her tone. Well, I mean, your tone has never been nice, especially when somebody disagrees with you. You talk about respect. Let's talk about you pausing your Zoom calls so you can do quote unquote yoga while the public calls in on open forum. Let's talk about the Brown Act. I can't remember a commission or a board of supervisors meeting where one or more of you haven't violated the Brown Act. It seems like the Brown Act doesn't even matter anymore. Okay. Also, Sue, let's see those comments, that plethora of comments that were sent in to you. And for the last bit of my time, I want to say how petty. I am so ashamed. Shame on you for putting this in when your whole district is evacuated under emergency orders. Never happened in South Lake Tahoe. And I've lived here in Placerville for 4 years, but I lived in South Lake Tahoe for 20 years. Those are my friends and my family that have all been left, had to evacuate from their homes that they might leave forever. And you had the audacity to put this on the agenda? That is disgusting. I say shame on you. Shame on you, Wendy. And let me tell you something. When Tracy and I and Ruth and Julie Robinson, when Tracy and I and Ruth and Julie Robinson come together and agree on something, every one of you better watch it, because we're right and you're wrong. So Wendy, I hope you make the right decision and you vote against this removal.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Ron Briggs.
I'm trying.
There you go. You're there, Ron. Just speak up a little bit, please.
Okay, hi. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Board. Thank you for the time. I don't pay attention too much to the county or to the Planning Commission. I read and I'm kind of a casual observer, but I've had an experience in my tenure, my last 2 years in particular, with a really bad actor on the board. But when his antics continued just so profanely, we took time to try to coach this person. I took a lot of time personally, about 18 months, to really work with the man, and clearly he did not want to be worked with. But we invested. It was a poor investment. We invested anyway. People are people, and they have personalities, and we may not always disagree. We may disagree with how do they project themselves, but that doesn't make them wrong. While on hold here, I'm listening to everything. I did a quick scoping of the minutes of the meeting of the planning commissions, and I saw a lot of 5-0s. I saw one abstention from Blychester, and I saw many from any 3-2 votes, and she wasn't in the 2s. I don't see from the record where she has been disruptive, but those are just votes, okay? But votes are telling. If this is a personnel issue like we were having, we first brought this into, this is more of a suggestion, we first brought this into a closed session to discuss under personnel. it allowed us to kind of air the issue out before we went to the public. In this case here, the board and Supervisor Novoso, no public record here has been made for us, the public, to see. I heard everybody. I understand it. I've experienced it, and I don't like anybody abusing staff.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I don't see. I think you need to, my suggestion would be, if I was on the board, my motion would be to continue this item for a few weeks. I'd continue for a long while, simply because you do have a fire, you have a state of emergency, and you guys ought to be meeting every day and talking about that and nothing else. And then try to work it out. And if you're going to bring this forward, make a public record for us to see. Otherwise, we're over here scratching our heads, and I've never met, I'll be done in a second. I never met Miss Blychester, and I don't know if she's good in terms of working with or not. But I do know as a former member of your board and as a member of the public in District 1, I would like to see more record made and understand why you're making the decision that you're making. Thank you very much. Have a good day and good luck.
Thank you, Ron.
Now taking public comment from 320. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Also an evacuee and not liking it. It's ugly. Got stuff stolen over at Green Valley Church, this, that, and the other thing. Okay, moving on. I don't know what to say to this whole thing here. Having been, and I'll say it, having been run out of Lake Tahoe some 30 years ago by the Myers gang, essentially, of which our District 5 supervisor was part of. I had to laugh last year when she was talking about equality and this and that and the other thing. And oh, we can't do this like a lynch mob. Well, I'm sorry, but here we are. This is a lynch mob. This is what's happening right now. Okay, it appears that 3 people on the board are ready to string them up. And wait a minute, that's, oh wait, oh, Hangtown, oh this, that, and the other thing. Where's the sensitivity here? Well, that's because it doesn't seem to apply. It doesn't seem to apply. A lot has been said. And you look at what everybody who said something here today, nobody says we really do this. And I mean, when Mandy said it, when people like myself and Ruth and everybody else agree on something, well, perhaps this is the wrong way to do it. Now, not only is it the wrong way to do it, it was done wrong. Process. Wait, but we keep talking about process over at the Planning Commission, and the process is broken. And that, wait, oh, perhaps this commissioner has been asking for advice on process. On and on and on. So I think the news is a little ahead of the process here, and I think we should back off. Remember, all of District 5 virtually is on fire right now. Half of the county east of Placerville has been evacuated, or east of Shingle Springs for that matter. We got 40,000, maybe 50,000 people who can't really legitimately attend this meeting and have really no opportunity to do so. Luckily, some of us are set up and used to doing it. I think you'd have 100 people in there and 100 people in the queue. But I can't believe what is being done here. I've listened to the Planning Commission. I've attended their meetings, et cetera, and I can't. Back in the day, oh my God, you should be glad that it's so civil these days. Staff used to get run out of the building, and there were fistfights, and Marcy Gerber telling people that her solution was, you buy the property next door if you don't like it. Wow, really? What a constitutionalist. Anyway, I can't imagine a worse time, a worse reason, a worse everything to do this. And I am disappointed in our District 5 representative doing what is really has nothing to do with her constituency. And
Public
her
comment at 3.5
constituency right
minutes.
now
Thank you, Ken.
are living at Red Cross shelters and elsewhere. And this is just wrong. And the process is wrong. We have no evidence. We have no backup. We have no nothing except for a short little rant. And that's it.
Thank you,
I
Ken.
can't believe what is going on. Good luck on this one. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Karen Davis.
Good afternoon. I wasn't planning on speaking on this particular item. My issue is with affordable housing and the Serrano process. And I wanted to make a comment. Since this morning, I went back and I watched the video, and it turns out that James Williams, he doesn't seem like a bad guy, but, you know, I think I clearly blame the county staff, county council. Ms. Blychester asked if the council thought it was okay for the developer, the Serrano developer, to call every single planning commissioner. And county council said, yes, it's okay for the developer to contact all the planning commissioners, every single one of them, as long as they disclose it. Well, I just want to point out that the commissioners didn't voluntarily disclose that during their updates. They have a report that they give. They should have disclosed it at the beginning of the meeting. And it was only after Chairman Vania prompted them to disclose it. And it was only after the developer said, well, you know, I want to let you guys all know I contacted every single planning commissioner. So, you know, that sounds bad. It's a bad look. And I think corrupt is probably a good description. And if you want to say that Cheryl Blychester is harassing staff because she questioned the process and she questioned the county council advice, then, you know, I just think that that is wrong. I don't agree with Sue Novasil that planning commissioners only speak for the supervisors. You know, hearings are for the public. They're for the public to make comments. And you want to take that away? Why? It sounds like maybe Sue Novasil has the Serrano developer on his speed dial, and he probably called her and told her to vote out Cheryl because she was asking too many questions. And as far as county council threatening to quit their jobs, well,
30 seconds remaining.
Let the county council quit. There are plenty of people in this country who would love county council's salary and benefits and to live in El Dorado County. So let those council quit. If they don't do their jobs and if they're giving bad advice, they should quit. We don't want them. Let's get somebody new who knows the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Now taking public comment from LM.
Hi, this is Leslie Jones. I'm calling in today. I don't want to entirely just point the finger at Sue Novasil. I want to share the love with Dawn Ashton, because it seems that the two of them are the ones that are constantly trying to bring such items before the board. As a member of this community, as a member of a community that has thousands of people evacuated, I'm with Tracy. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted by the both of you. And as far as county council goes, and the chairman of this planning commission stating that he doesn't like to hear people critique county council, people that don't have any legal standing or, in his opinion, legal understanding. he ought to take a look at the last year and a half. Our county council helped our CAO violate the constitutional rights of every member of our county. So the chairman needs to take a seat. And I am with Mandy Rodriguez, the Streisand effect. I wasn't going to call in today. I wasn't going to listen today. But I was told about what was happening. And I am absolutely appalled. And when I heard what was happening, my very first thought was, well, what is Sue and Dawn up to now? Because for sure, the light is shining on you again, and you are corrupt. Now, I don't know if that's what Cheryl said, if she called you corrupt, or if she just said the process was corrupt, but we know you're corrupt. And with that said, I would like to urge the rest of the board to vote no. Cheryl needs to be on this board. She needs to be a commissioner. She's more qualified than anybody sitting in this room. I would urge the board to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. This really is a horrible time to bring this forward, which is even more devious since this is a witch hunt and it is intentional. You know, I've worked for 3 departments of the county. I've been involved with the county for over 30 years, and I work with them in my profession. So I know there is corruption behind the scenes, and it's very frustrating because you go all the way to the top and nobody's willing to clean it up. So this niceness that you want on all your boards basically has to do with making sure that you work along with AKT and Parker Development. And if anybody steps out of line on something that might be in that wheelhouse, then they're going to get reprimanded. And this is disgusting. And I doubt even Cheryl realizes that, because this is my take, because this is what I've seen for decades. So the only horrible crime I've heard testified is her tone. And I almost think that that's a harassment statement, since is it her tone because she's a woman? And if a man said it that way, it would be okay, because that's what I usually hear when it comes to tone. If one has not watched the last 20 hours of planning commission meetings and are only going by hearsay, no one has the right to say Cheryl needs to improve her behavior based on hearsay. You have to have evidence, and there's not one shred of evidence in this hearing that she's done one thing wrong. This is nothing but harassment and retaliation for questioning the incorrect process. And Wendy, you need to stop the theatrical thing that you do. You've done it, you know, at every meeting. You do it in the city council. Now you're doing it here. This horrible, horrible crime. I mean, you haven't even listed one infraction. So those, I've been writing down notes as I've heard different people, but I want to say that she questioned the Brown Act that was being violated. Cheryl committed no crime. She asked staff to follow the Brown Act. She asked for a motion to be repeated, and they refused to repeat a motion. She asked for something to be pulled from consent. They refused to pull it from consent and made the board vote whether she could get something off consent or not. I mean, I can go on and on of all of the things that the council has given misguidance to. And again, this is nothing but a colluded
30
effort
seconds remaining
of 3 of our board members to ruin an overqualified, amazing woman, to ruin her reputation. She's got more credentials than anybody can imagine. And she's more professional than any of you. And there's no evidence or cause. And I would say that you, if any one of you vote to remove her, then the collusion is obvious and it needs to stop. And I will say one last thing. Clarice has harassed me since he's been on the city council. He screamed at me to sit down. At one hearing, he said, he started ridiculing me, and I stood up to show him in their own agenda that you're not to, be rude to the rude. And I just pointed, and he sat there on his dais and screamed at me to sit down. He's never made a statement about ridiculing somebody. Every time he speaks, he's got to put in a dig on somebody. I've had the same thing with Vania. So if it has to do with being rude, then you wouldn't even have a planning commission. So I think you need to look at have evidence before you make a conviction, because this is ridiculous. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Scott Telfer.
Good afternoon, board. You know, I don't just speak for myself, but I speak for 116 members of our organization, Keep Somerset Rural. I, as well as others out here in Fairplay, Somerset area, are appalled at the Planning Commission as well as the Board of Supervisors for even entertaining agenda item number 43. There have been numerous attempts to remove our District 2 Commissioner because of continued opposition to a few projects. We in Keep Somerset Rural feel this violates due process, and we emailed in support of Commissioner Blychester and her excellent representation of our communities. I personally can't believe you still, as a board, are going through this when a great amount of our county is on fire. Now the fire is more important and getting more and more out of control. I think you could serve your constituents better at this time with more important appropriate actions. We in Keep Somerset Rural are also interested on what grounds would you ask for Commissioner Blychester's removal. She stands up when there are policy violations by other commissioners. Make sure when there are Brown Act violations, they are called out, and pretty much has taken continued bullying from other commissioners during public meetings for standing up against large developers and outrageous proposed projects. Like the Dollar General here in Fairplay, which we have proven time and time again, fair argument that it is not ministerial. Staff does not run decisions made for the Board of Supervisors. The board directs staff to follow the board's decision. We have seen multiple times during a meeting the staff clearly has a bigger influence on your decisions than they should. In closing, the attempted removal of present Commissioner Blychester without any wrongdoings on her part or grounds for removal being present goes against due process, and this agenda item should be removed. You should all vote no, and continued attempts at removal should be stopped. You work for us, your constituents, and you need to conduct your business more professionally and stop these dog and pony shows. As for Sue Novosel, we have seen her berate two of our supervisors back in the March 9th urgency ordinance meeting, and I don't see how she can stand up here. Well, she's not standing up there. Even think about saying that Cheryl belittles other commissioners. That's the pot calling the kettle black. And you guys need to vote no. And I'm with Mandy. I think everybody here who usually does not agree with one another's
30
opinions
seconds remaining.
is basically agreeing on one thing, and that's Cheryl Blychester. There's no grounds to remove her, and it's just appalling that you guys would even think about doing this in the times that our county is in right now. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Scott.
Now taking public comment from Jay Standum.
Hey, Jay, you're still muted. Can you unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so my name is Julie Sandum. I'm a resident of Somerset, and I'm more of your regular citizen. I haven't lived there my whole life. I don't have a whole lot of I guess equity in there quite yet, but you know, I've been here about 1.5 years, and I love this community. As a way to try to connect, I did start paying attention to these board meetings and become, you know, part of groups on Facebook and try to connect with my community. And I don't know if you guys know right now, but there is a fire going on. Mm-hmm. We are all displaced. We don't know what we're going to do. We don't know when we're going to get back home. And you guys are worried about, you know, something that we can't even really participate in. I'm on my phone. I took left a little bit, you know, from work. And if you vote today, what are you telling us that we don't matter? Like that it's okay for you to do this when we're not there, and we're supposed to believe in you and trust in you and put our faith in you? I mean, I'm just an ordinary citizen, but I'm sure I speak for many when I say if you really must do this, then you owe it to us as our constituents to at least postpone it so we can be there and state our case. I am in support of Dr. Blychester, and I'm really kind of heartbroken that this community, who I have found to be freaking amazing, has to deal with this right now when we're dealing with the other stuff. And that's basically all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Now taking public comment from 320.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Oh, hi there. My name's Mariana Alexander, and I am a landowner in El Dorado County. I was asked to pay attention to some of the actions by the El Dorado Planning Commission, and in recent meetings that I've observed, this item, bringing Cheryl Blychester forward, is pretty telling. I think it's pretty eye-opening. We all know that an agenda item like this should be thought of, should have been brought forward earlier, and it was kind of snuck under the radar. I think the truth that Cheryl brings forward, it's uncomfortable. I've heard in the planning meetings and seen some of the reaction, because it takes a bold individual with background and knowledge to bring forward these kinds of truths when there's so much momentum that has been moving forward in this commission for so many years that has been going against the Brown Act and bringing forward truth in the public opinion. I think Cheryl is a vital part of keeping honesty on the board. And whether you disagree with some of the things about her personality, that's really not the question. I think we need individuals that are willing to stand up for what's right, willing to stand up for the people. And it's clear that the Brown Act has repeatedly been dismissed, as it is in this very context that we're discussing right now. And I would just ask that the board reject the item before you and utilize Ms. Chester's capabilities. I've worked with her on numerous occasions, and we don't always agree, but I always respect her. And I always have respected her opinion. And, actually, she's almost always right. So I really would encourage those who disagree to really think about why they are taking the position that they are. And if they need to move forward, they should really consider why they are serving in the capacity they are. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
Now taking public comment from attendee.
Andy, you're muted. Can you unmute, please? Attendee, you're still muted. Can you please unmute? I assume we don't have a Zoom compatibility issue that we had several months ago. It looks like it's okay.
Attendee, could you please hit star 9 to indicate you still would like to speak, and then star 6 to unmute yourself, please?
Okay. No, this is the last one. And I'm not seeing him come back on queue. There's somebody. So let's take this one.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
So I'll make this very, very quick. Back in August 10th, this board reversed a decision and a recommendation by the Planning Commission by a 3 to 2 vote. Interestingly enough, Cheryl voted on the same, at the same level and for the same, on the same side as you guys ultimately voted on to reverse. My observation here would be, why, if you're going to remove any set of commissioners, why are you not removing the 3 that you had to vote to reverse? Obviously, that decision would not have been right, because I listened to that hearing. I thought all 5 commissioners were elegant and eloquent and presented excellent recommendations. But now, you know, I'm listening here and hearing, rather than addressing substantive issues, all I can see is a allegation set that deals with personnel issues, some vague comment about concerns from staff, again, unsubstantiated, no background. And honestly, you have a fire to deal with, you have an emergency to deal with. Stick to your name, to the areas that are most critical to this community. Move on, vote no to this resolution, and take it up at some other stage when you actually do have substantive information that then the community can respond to. Thank you and good luck on this fire issue. Please move on.
Thank you, Robert.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, Ms. Whitechester.
Hello, and thank you for unanimously appointing me in January. I appreciate that, and for taking this under consideration very seriously. First of all, on some of the comments, if our planning commission was qualified purely on their tone and had to be disqualified on their tone, the only person who would be sitting at the commission meetings is Amanda Ross. I have to say that people have been wondering where this is really coming from, because it's not about tone specifically. Sue Novosel is taking this action against me in retaliation for my calling out violations of the Ralph M. Brown Act open meeting laws by some of my fellow planning commissioners. It is also in retaliation for my calling her out on Brown Act violations herself, which she and 2 other supervisors took part in last April and May. Specifically, during a hearing on April 22nd, covering an issue in Sue Novosel's district, I refused to participate in and left a closed session where I felt multiple violations of Brown Act were occurring. There had already been a Brown Act violation right before that I had called out in open session and just said, I said very quietly, I think that's a violation. And our county council did not back me up. They didn't say anything. It was a violation of First Amendment right. It was pretty egregious by one of our commissioners. And our county council said nothing. I get pretty exercised about that. That's my area of expertise. It's something that I believe in. I'm serious about believing in process. And when our county council doesn't back us up on violations of the Brown Act, I can get angry about it. And I admit it. And my tone probably does change. I'm protected against Sue Novosel's retaliation by the Brown Act. It prohibits actions against me for voicing my informed opinion about the violations of the Brown Act during a closed session. Shortly after that incident happened, county council told me that 3 supervisors had the votes to vote me off of the planning commission. Well, okay, 3 supervisors form a quorum of the board. And they violated the Brown Act themselves when they were counting votes to see if they could get me off of the board. Whoever you are, the 3 of you who you are will reveal yourself if you vote yes at this point, because conspiring 3 months ago was a violation of the Brown Act. And it doesn't go away just because you waited till a crisis to spring this on people. So last May, I wrote a letter to Chair Heidel explaining the Brown Act violations by the Planning Commission and that the 3 supervisors were conspiring to violate the Brown Act in multiple ways. And I'm introducing that letter to the record. so that everyone knows what we're talking about, because there wasn't any evidence presented otherwise. Other commissions have been identified by citizens. Okay, other of the commissioners have been identified in 2 cure and correct letters. We've had demands for cure and correct that were sent to our attorney. Our attorneys didn't share them immediately with us. They weren't sent to the commission that actually has the cure and correct for the Brown Act sent to us. We didn't even know about one of them until a month afterwards, where it came in front of our commission. When the cure and correct came in front of us, 2 other commissioners and I all started asking for Brown Act training. And I believe our county councils, all of them, who I supposedly am harassing, they need Brown Act training also. So it should be coming from outside counsel, and everybody should sit on it, especially our county council. The most recent one that people got pretty exercised about, and I really did, was that we had a vote. We closed the session, no more discussion. We deliberated, we had a vote. We carried it on to the next session for continued discussion about the findings specifically. During that interstitial period, one of the commissioners had an extensive, long conversation with the developer and changed his vote. And from your own website, from your own description from the League of California Cities, they explain this particular breach of the Brown Act, and it's a breach of the public trust. They say, ex parte communications after a quasi-judicial hearing must be prohibited if the decision is not final. A corollary to due process protection provided by pre-hearing disclosure of ex parte communications is that there must be no ex parte communications during the interstitial period between closure of a hearing and a final decision. This arises most often when a city decision maker closes a quasi-judicial hearing and directs the preparation of written findings by staff. Lobbying by parties to the matter or other persons must be rejected. This is what I was referring to when I asked county council, was that right? Was that right that he was able to do it? She said yes. She doesn't know the law. She didn't know that it was wrong. And I'm not angry at my fellow commissioners, because more often than not, they defer to county council and ask them specifically, is that right? Even when the First Amendment right, which I would hope that our commissioners know about the First Amendment, but even when they violated the First Amendment, he specifically asked, did I violate the First Amendment right? And our county council didn't correct him, didn't have a comment, let it go. When Sue Novosel here said, I was told to cool my jets, what I was told was, if I hear a Brown Act violation, if I hear something illegal going on during a session, I'm supposed to keep my mouth shut, wait until afterwards, and quietly discuss it with people after the action has been taken. It is not in my nature to let illegal things go. It just isn't. And I get exercised about it. I wasn't disrespectful, I don't think, to my fellow commissioners until after county council was giving really, really bad advice or failing to give any advice. So that's really what happened. That's what we're here about. You have to ask yourself, why is the whistleblower about Brown Act violations being called out when the people who are actually causing this county to come into legal liability, having Brown Act violation cure and correct letters sent to them repeatedly here, and different commissioners have been the subject of those Brown Act violation cure and correct letters, where we have to redo hearings possibly, and something else that happens with our attorneys kind of regularly is that when they ask the attorneys for a decision. Our attorneys should not be granting us decisions. They should be giving us counsel. Now, I know one of the things that's happened during this hearing is repeatedly our county council has been referred to as staff, that I've been harassing staff. I've been challenging our county council on their interpretation of the Brown Act. That's what I've been doing. The county council, when they're serving us, they are not staff. They are our counsel. They are our advisors. They are not staff, but our counsel has themselves reported out as though they were staff. During hearings, they've spoken on behalf of staff actions as though they were a party to the decision. If they're a party to how something came before us, they need to recuse themselves from advising us independently because they are not independent. If they partook in any part of a negotiation with a developer or any part of collecting of scoring for any sort of a merit award, they cannot offer us advice as an independent counsel if they have acted as staff in developing that advice from staff. So that's what's happened. I'm sorry that I ruffled a lot of feathers. I know I do. I've been in engineering for 44 years, and that's just since I graduated. So, I mean, I guess I started working for the state in 1977. And back then, if you were a woman in civil engineering, you learned how to say things very, very directly and firmly, so you couldn't be misunderstood and you couldn't be shoved under a table. That's how I've developed my characteristic direct conversation. I know it's not appreciated by everybody. Some people really appreciate it, and I know I have a more masculine tone, which some people aren't used to hearing come out of a woman's face. But that's not something that's going to change real soon. I will work very hard on being much more respectful to the county council, but frankly, those aren't the only problems we've had with county council not stepping in or overstepping their position. And the fact that you haven't heard about the other ones means that I have been restraining myself. Those two were just the ones that were the most egregious, and I had to speak up, and I really won't take it from supervisors or from county council or anyone else that I am supposed to be quiet when illegal things are happening. And I have so far, anybody can review it. Every time that I abstain from a vote, it's because I thought the due process was being violated. I thought somebody's rights were being violated. I thought that the public trust was being violated. So I abstained from the vote. I've done it probably, I know 3 times, maybe 4 times, maybe even more than that. So you can review my votes. When I've abstained, that's what I've been objecting to. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. So we have concluded the public comment. I'll just ask if anybody on staff would like to make any responses to any of the public comments that were made.
I feel compelled to respond to a certain extent. I'll start by trying to answer some of the questions that I think were posed. That might be the best place.
Please.
So I think this question was probably more so posed towards Don, but I could hopefully answer a little bit on his behalf. It was the question of whether in his statement about staff having considering resignation if Commissioner Blychester remains, and whether that includes county council. Quite frankly, I think it would be inappropriate for him to disclose who, in fact, he had a conversation with. It may have, I'm not personally aware, but it may have included county council. It may have included planning staff. I just don't think it's appropriate to disclose that communication. The question was asked about, I think actually Ms. Michelson posed, the notion of requesting kind of a second opinion on one's advice. And this isn't about that. This isn't really about that. I've had commissioners push back on advice given. That's not what this is about at all. It is about the harassing manner in which Commissioner Blychester has continued to do that. I think Ms. Michelson also made note, as others did, of Commissioner Blychester's qualifications, and I would say it's also not about that. I don't think anybody disputes that Commissioner Blychester has numerous credentials. The real question is whether she has the temperament to continue to serve and represent El Dorado County on the Planning Commission. And then many asked about whether there was evidence to support her removal. And so I'm just going to go back to your board's authority in that regard. So the county charter states that the board shall appoint or remove members of boards and commissions, except as otherwise provided for herein, or by superseding federal or state law. The members of all county boards and commissions shall serve at the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors. That's echoed in the county's ordinance code, which makes clear that appointed commissioners serve at the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors. And further, in the sections dealing specifically with the planning commission, state that a planning commissioner can be removed by a simple majority vote of the board. In other words, without any cause whatsoever. And I think that there was, because this is to a certain extent a personnel matter, I think there was trying to be some sensitivity to putting things out there that might be perceived to characterize Commissioner Blychester in a negative way publicly. I'd still like to refrain from doing that, despite the fact that she has repeatedly maligned me in my office over the course of the past 10 minutes. But I'd just as soon try to avoid having to do that to her. I will say there was also, I think, some comments made about whether additional Brown Act training would be warranted. I certainly don't disagree, but to represent that it has never been offered, I think is a complete misrepresentation. I'm looking at on my email, I just was looking at the email that was sent to all new planning commissioners in January of this year, wherein it contained links to a number of resources for new planning commissioners, including a training on the Brown Act, a training that was provided in person the prior year. So all of the existing planning commissioners would have received that training, and the new ones had access to the video of that training. And my office actually separately reached out to Commissioner Blychester following her receipt of that email to offer to discuss any questions she may have. So to say that that there's been no offer of Brown Act training, that is just a misrepresentation. That's not true. I think it's also a little bit of a misrepresentation to say that this is about, in some way, the position that Commissioner Blychester has taken on numerous issues. Quite frankly, many of her views, as I think one of the commenters noted, are shared by others on the Planning Commission. This isn't about that at all. It has nothing to do with her particular viewpoints on development. Again, there's others who have those views. Again, this is, in my mind, a very straightforward matter. You wear many hats during your course of your time here on the Board of Supervisors, and today you're wearing your hat as an employer. And you are just dealing with this, what amounts to a personnel matter, where you have a member who is serves at your pleasure, who has been abusive to county staff. And it is your responsibility as employers to protect your county staff. So I'm happy to go into it further. I'm happy to share with you some of the criteria that is specified in the personnel rules regarding abusive conduct in the workplace, because quite frankly, much of what we've heard from Commissioner Blychester, including what we just heard from the dais today, qualifies, I believe, under the county's abusive conduct in the workplace policies. Again, I prefer not to get into more detail unless you specifically requested of me.
CAO, any additional comments? I know there was a lot of coaching and other things that went on that you were understanding of, maybe some history of that. This didn't come blindly before the board, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Just for background for the public and for the board, per our ordinances, the CAO's office doesn't get involved in the Planning Commission. My job is to make my recommendation on any item that comes to the board, except those that come from the Planning Commission. So that's why you will see in the staff reports, I don't have a CAO recommendation. And because of that, I don't watch the Planning Commission meetings. That's not my role, and we're all busy, and I have other things to do. It's 5-6 months ago, whenever it was, that I wasn't watching the meeting. And after the meeting, I received calls from, as I said earlier, multiple planning commissioners and multiple staff expressing their concerns over Ms. Blychester's behavior. The first thing I did was went and talked to Supervisor Turnbull in confidence. And since that time, we've had multiple conversations on this issue. You and me alone, you and me with county council. And then there was, hopefully from my take, a cooling off period, and let's try to get everyone to start over. And that's where I'm assuming that's where the cool your jets comment came from and things like that. And Supervisor Turnbull informed me that he advised Ms. Blychester to be respectful of staff. Then after a more recent planning commission meeting, again, I wasn't watching the meeting. My phone started blowing up. Same people calling, expressing concerns. Supervisor Turnbull called me over to his office It was after the meeting. Ms. Blychester was there. And again, I hadn't watched the meeting, so I had nothing to base it on. And I heard what her frustrations were. And I'm not going to dismiss all her frustrations. I'm not saying she did everything wrong. I'm saying I am getting complaints from staff. And as your CAO, it's my job to try to protect your staff. And if I don't, it exposes the county to further litigation if those staff were to complain. Both. So I'll leave it at that. After that, myself, Dave, and the chair of the board met with Supervisor Turnbull to discuss these concerns. So there's been multiple discussions that we had problems on the planning commission and significant concerns from our commissioners and our staff. After one of the more recent planning commission meetings, Supervisor Novosel told me this was a couple of weeks ago, told me she wanted to take an item to the board to put it on the agenda, requesting the board to remove Ms. Blychester. I listened to her and I didn't do it. Didn't follow up with her, didn't do anything. And then last Tuesday, I guess after the meeting, she texted me, she was reviewing the agenda, the draft agenda, and said, "Why isn't it on the agenda?" And I said, "Do you still want it to go?" That is my job. If any of you, I have helped all of you put items on the agenda. So for people to allege that I am in cahoots with Supervisor Novosel, then I'm in cahoots with all of you, because we all have those conversations. When she made that request, I then discussed with the chair, do you want this to go on the board for this meeting or not? And Supervisor Heidel, your response was no objections. We need to discuss it. That's how it got on the agenda. So that's my understanding and recollection of the conversation. So for people to say they were blindsided, they didn't know this was coming, those things. Supervisor Thomas, Supervisor Parlin, you didn't know it was coming on the agenda. That's correct. Supervisor Turnbull, I told you it was coming on the agenda.
You did tell me, but it was simply in a roundabout way. I still felt like I was blindsided by it.
But I told you that Tuesday.
You also told me that Sue Novosel was going to reach out and call me, and she never did.
And I told you that Tuesday night, shortly after I heard from Supervisor Heidel to put it on. I let you know. So no one, I can't say no one was blindsided. It was there. It wasn't on agenda review. That's absolutely correct. Per our board protocols, our new protocols, the chair has the right to delay an item, but board members still have a right to put an item on. That is not my role to determine when it goes. I have influence in that discussion for sure, but those processes were followed. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
So I would just like to follow up with saying I had no direct communication with Supervisor Novosel on this. I've been accused of that. That did not happen. I wish the rumors would stop and the facts would come out, because I'm getting a little tired of it, to be perfectly honest. You get accused of things you don't do all the time. It's inappropriate. It's not civil. It's not behavioral correct. So we ought to really listen to what's going on from the standpoint of facts. Where's the reality in these things? The other thing I will tell you is that in discussions on whether this should come on the agenda or not, every board member has the right to bring something and put it on the agenda. The decision then is when. And I had received any number of correspondence indicating the kinds of problems that were being experienced, the discussions that were happening, emails, et cetera. And I made the decision, yeah, it needs to go on here. It's important enough to have the discussion. So consistent with what a board member had proposed to be on the agenda, I agreed to put it on the agenda. I don't know or control what communications happen with staff and other board members from there on. By the Brown Act, I can't communicate to anyone other than one other board member. So I'm not going to necessarily try to reach out to all the board members and let them know what just happened. So did we have some communication breakdowns? Maybe. Can we be accused of not properly executing everything? Possibly. But there's a lot on our plate. And the last thing I wanted to do is have this discussion with the fire the way it is right now. So that was, all those decisions were made before the fire expanded to be what it is. Because given the current circumstances and the emotion and everything else involved, including myself, I'll acknowledge that, this is not a good time to be discussing this, but it's on the agenda. We need to complete the discussion. We need to decide how we're going to go. But the one thing I have to ask of Supervisor Turnbow is if this action is not taken as Supervisor Novacell has proposed, what assurances can you provide that changes will be made? Because I've heard that before. I sat in a meeting with you with County Council and our CAO, and we asked and pleaded with you to please address this as your appointee. And I think you had a discussion. I don't know what that is, because again, I don't want to get a Brown Act stuff.
You know, the only thing that bothers me is bringing this to the agenda. We have had closed session meetings before that every one of the board members have voted on.
Closed session.
It could have been closed session. It couldn't have been, this should have never been agendized, period.
You can't take this.
Now, wait a
action in
minute,
closed
just wait a
session.
minute. It should, why can't it be? We've done it before and voted things in closed session
I'll
before.
refer to County Council, but
I prefer not to discuss the specifics of prior closed sessions, but I will say that there isn't a specific exemption in the Brown Act for discussion of discipline, dismissal, or release of a public employee. It very clearly excludes members of a legislative body. So this would not be an appropriate subject of closed session. So, and I would, to your point, Supervisor Turnbull, I would concur that it is extraordinarily unfortunate that that's the case, because I think this, for everybody's sake, including Commissioner Blychester, I think this would have been better to have been discussed in closed session if that was an option, but the Brown Act unfortunately does not allow that.
You know, the thing is I had an issue that was brought up to me a long time ago when I exposed the county on the diamond mine issue, the contamination. When a certain supervisor that appointed me said that the higher ups did not want me on the commission. And she wouldn't give me an answer. I asked who the higher ups are. She couldn't give me an answer. So you know what they did? They knew that I couldn't be in Tahoe to have the meetings up there. So they had 3 meetings in a row and voted me out.
That's just ridiculous, George.
That's
Stop with the
exactly what
accusations.
happened, Sue.
You know,
don't
it's interesting. You are
there.
trying to attack. You are trying to attack the person who's trying to figure out a process for this because of a different issue. So let's stay on the issue. Let's stay on the issue,
Whatever you
okay?
wanna do,
The
Sue,
issue,
forget it.
yeah, the issue at hand is do we have a commissioner who is harassing and intimidating our employees? And is that okay? That's what the vote is about. We can talk about projects during project times. You know, I've heard a lot of people during public comment today want to talk about the project and saying that, you know, indicating that there's some government, you know, collusion going on or something. It's something ridiculous. What this process is about, and I would like it if we could all stay on it, is to talk about, is this kind of action and, you know, intimidation. We heard it. You want some proof? We had 2 commissioners stand up today and say they felt like they were intimidated. That's not okay. Okay, that's all I'm asking is for us to sit down as a board of supervisor and discuss that specific issue. Is it okay to have somebody harassing us? If it's not, then you should vote to get her off of this, because that's exactly what this commissioner has been doing. And the proof is in all the videos. Look at the videos since March. There has been harassment. There's been intimidation. It's there. Thank you.
Wendy?
My final comments. I think we all hate that we're here today. But this item isn't about male and female. And we don't need to have a uniformity of views. We don't on this board, we don't on the Planning Commission. There's great value in diversity of opinions as long as we are able to deal with them with civility and respect. It's also essential that our Planning Commission function efficiently and effectively within a diversity of opinion, especially as we look at helping lead our county through the process that's facing us. It was mentioned that it's up to us, our board, to make sure that this ship runs smoothly, and that's true. The dysfunctional process and the accusations of illegality, which we heard today, continues to put us at risk of litigation, as well as a loss of staff. And if we don't take this course of action today, we as a board are condoning that course of action. And I wouldn't want to work for us if we did that, especially when those accusations of illegality are not founded.
Lori, do you have any comments?
I do. I don't know
Please
how to
share.
express myself right now. I'm so disgusted by all of this. I really am. And Wendy, that is not true. If we don't support this, that we condone whatever you said. That is not accurate. So please don't put that on me. I despise the way we got here. Chair, I'm going to put this again right on you. Did you know there was no supporting documentation on this agenda item when you said, yes, let's put it on there? Did you know? Did you know what you were putting on here?
I could not find any supporting items at the time, but
And
I
that you
assumed
allowed it to come
that it
on.
would probably be presented, but it was not. Because again, going back to the county charter and other references, there is no requirement.
Our good governance that we just finished because of this dysfunctional board here. How many good governance workshops have we had already this year? And then you're supposed to be our leader and helping us get through these things. And you allowed such a controversial item to go on without a public record attached. I just cannot get over that you did this. So you're the one that got us in this position. You did, you are. You are. Yes, you are. You should have said,
can make me
no,
whatever
there's
statement you want."
nothing attached. Let's delay this until you have something on the public record. You could have done that to help us all out, but you didn't. So I'm putting this on you. So frustrated. I would have liked, and I'm not sure I'm still there, I would have liked that we afforded Commissioner Blychester the same opportunity that we afforded Chair Vania when we were having issues with his behavior with staff. He was argumentative. My commissioner was too, actually. So, and at that time, we had the chair and the vice chair of the Board of Supervisors work with those two. I think we should afford Commissioner Blychester that opportunity and continue this item and see what we can do, as former Supervisor Briggs said, and coach her. If she's not willing, and if she says she's not willing, then yes, we should let her go. But I think we need to be fair and give her the same opportunity that we've given others in the past. I do.
Okay. Any other comment from board members? I did have one alternative that I was going to discuss. It was really my request to you, George, of what would be different. What could we do to make it different? You did not mention a continuation. So I think Lori's proposal has a little bit more merit, but I want to know, what are your expectations at the end of that result, that something different will be presented than what it is today? Because we have tried and tried and tried.
Listen, you're the chair, she's the vice chair. This is my commissioner.
Yep.
You know, sometimes it's like talking to your kid. You usually, the kids won't answer you, you know, talk back to your parents or vice versa. I think Lori's got a great point there. I think it should be you and Lori, just like they did in the past, talk to my commissioner and the other commissioners too, because I think there's other issues there too that comes from some of the other commissioners. Because John, we talked about that. And you know how John can be. He can be very abusive too, and very disruptive, especially when he challenges Cheryl, because she's, you know, he feels like that he plays down to her because she's a woman. That's my understanding, what I've heard. So I would recommend that you and Lori talk to them, you know, talk to her and talk to them. That's what needs to be happening.
And
That's my
honestly,
personal opinion.
I was thinking of Chair Vania and Commissioner Blychester together with Heidel and I, because that's exactly how we handled it in the past. And I think we should be consistent and fair. If that's what we've done in the past, that's what we should do now.
So I would like to respond. I really feel we addressed this in March as a board. And I believe it was unanimous that we all decided that that behavior needed to change and that George was going to talk to her. So there has been given the opportunity. She clearly today in her response was not willing to accept that, saying things, you know, that it would had to do because she was a woman, whatever. I just don't buy this, that this is going to make any kind of change. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we remove Cheryl Blychester as Commissioner on the Planning Commission.
I will second that.
So then I guess I'll make a second motion, I think is what I do.
Yep.
And I would like to continue this item. I don't know if I want to say until after the fires, but that's so indefinite. I don't know. But in the meantime, while we're continuing this, that Chair Heidel and I meet with Chair Vina and Commissioner Blychester and see if we can work this out, just that it's been done in the past. I think we owe that opportunity. I think it's the right thing to do. And we may still end up with the same result, you guys. Just saying, we could still end up with the same result, but I think we need to be consistent.
I'll second.
I know, when's the fire gonna be out? Should we say a month? Should we say 30,
I think
30 days? Is that?
recognizing the calendar, it's got to be into October. I think the first meeting is like October 12th. Isn't that where we're looking at? So the 12th, 19th, or yeah.
Oh, you want to pick one of those? dates?
26th.
Within 60 days, is that good enough?
Is that good enough for staff? Okay, within 60 days.
Okay, so that's my second motion. I hope you got that, kind of,
Okay, and
Kim.
I'll second that.
Okay, and I just have a question to staff because I don't know what happened with the previous consultation. I was not the chair or vice chair when that happened. So is this the normal process the board would go through for this kind of an event? To have two
You
and
were
two?
the vice chair. You and Veerkamp met with, remember?
I don't recall being in a meeting that
No,
you described.
you were
Carlin.
with, you and Veerkamp met with Vina and James, remember? When they were having issues. Can you remember?
I remember a discussion. I don't remember what I would call a formal meeting, but okay.
Well, we'll make it more formal now, but that's what was done before. There were
was
some
not an
issues.
assignment given from the chair to do that, was it?
Absolutely, you were correct. It didn't get this far. It was handled more informally before it got to this point. And I felt it was very constructive is what I've heard from my commissioners. So that's why I'd like to go that route. I don't know if you felt it was constructive, Commissioner Vania, but I heard it was. So I'd like to go that route.
So I'm not aware of whether there's a formal process for it. But I have to interject to say that I think that the trying to build an equivalency between any of the past behavior of Commissioner Vania and Commissioner Blychester is entirely inappropriate. They are totally different things. The maliciousness that coming from Commissioner Blychester, professionally maligning county staff on multiple occasions. I am telling you that if you decide that you want to give her an opportunity, I hope you understand that there's going to be claims filed.
Let county
Guys,
counsel
stop,
speak,
please.
Stop. Thank you. Please finish, David.
You have a duty as employers. You need to look out for your county staff and you need to protect them from conduct such as that. If you fail to do so, I don't want to get into an argument about whether that means you condone it or not. I'm sure there are principled objections to the actions being requested today, but do you believe that your county staff is going to appreciate that, or are they going to see the action that you failed to take? That is the decision in front of you today. It's quite simple.
Thank you. So with that, we have a second motion and a first motion. We start with the second motion. So I think we're ready for roll call. Is that
Can you
correct?
read the second motion, just so we're all very clear on what
Yes.
we're voting on, please?
Excuse me, I don't have it.
Perfect. Okay. A motion made by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Turnbull to direct staff to return within 60 days with a report of advancements made while having the chair and vice chair of the board meet with Commissioner Vanga and Commissioner Blychester in working towards appropriate conduct.
It wouldn't be coming back from staff. It'd be coming back from us because we're the ones doing it.
Okay. So noted.
Thank you.
So can we have roll call, Kim?
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote? No. Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
So now we'll take the first motion, please, if you'd read that, Kim.
A motion was made by Supervisor Novosel, seconded by Supervisor Thomas to approve this matter. Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
It's done. So,
Hey, guys, keep your comments, please. Not appropriate.
I think we need a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 4:10. Yeah, 4:10. We'll be back at 4:10. 10-minute break.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have resumed the Board of Supervisors meeting. And at this point, we're going to move into department matters, items that have not been conducted, but we are going to go a little bit out of sequence. I want to cover 40, 41, and 42. And then we're going to pick up items 14 and 32 that were pulled off the consent calendar. And then we're going to go back and pick up 39. So that's the preferred sequence. So with that, Kim, if you would read, please, item number 40.
Of course. Item number 40 comes from Supervisor Heidel, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing September 11th, 2021 as Least We Forget Day, to remember the victims of September 11th, 2001, and to honor and thank our local firefighters, law enforcement personnel, emergency rescue workers, military servicemen and women, and the volunteers in these fields who work diligently to ensure that we may live our lives in safety and freedom.
Thank you, Kim. So this has pretty much been an annual proclamation, but I felt it was important again to remember what happened on September 11th, 2021. Despite everything else that's gone on in El Dorado County, there is a bigger world out there. And so this was a major event. So I'm going to read the proclamation and then we'll move from there. Whereas on September 11th, 2001, the United States of America was suddenly and brutally attacked by terrorists, resulting in an enormous loss of American lives. And whereas during this great tragedy, the lives of many rescue workers, firefighters, law enforcement, and military personnel were endangered or tragically lost. And whereas the heroism and bravery of these individuals who, in the face of grave danger, continued to help and save others, was demonstrated in the great loss of life. And whereas the brotherhood and sisterhood of law enforcement, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, and other rescue workers throughout the United States mourned, rallied, and raised funds for assistance for those who were lost and their families. And whereas heroism and bravery have also been demonstrated by our military troops overseas in the war against terrorism and in the protection of our homeland. And whereas all communities, large and small, throughout the United States have local heroes serving each day in their communities as law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency and medical rescue workers, military servicemen, women, and as volunteers. And whereas because of the war on terrorism, many of our local citizens serving in the military have been placed in harm's way, with some returning home injured and some giving the ultimate sacrifice for freedom. And whereas the County of El Dorado wishes to acknowledge and thank the brave and honorable individuals who serve our citizens in demanding and dangerous jobs each day. And whereas the citizens of the County of El Dorado do not want to forget the importance of these individuals and the role that they have in keeping us safe and in protecting our freedom. Now therefore be it proclaimed that September 11th, 2021 be recognized as Lest We Forget Day, this year, as in years prior and in years to come, in recognition of the great dedication of those who serve us. And therefore be it further proclaimed that all citizens are asked to thank and honor our local heroes by treating them with special respect and courtesy, not only on this day, but every day.
Hear us, so she's.
Oh, did the
she's
room not get
on.
unmuted?
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah. There you
There you
go.
go.
Okay.
Do you think we ought to do this again?
So-
Do you
Sue, did you hear us? Sue Novosel, are you there?
Can you hear us now? That's weird. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Sue looks like she's logging in, maybe. Sue, can you hear us? Connecting to audio. Maybe that she got disconnected.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, yeah, I was just temporarily cut off. Sorry, I'm evacuated, so it's a little crazy. Thank
I
you.
understand. Did you hear the reading of the proclamation?
I did, and I approve.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Thank you
So we were
very
taking
much.
roll call when we got to you.
Okay, yes. Sorry.
Okay. With Supervisor Novosel voting yes, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Kim. And with that, we will move on to item 41, please. Well, excuse me, let's take any staff comments. I know it's been a long day, but any staff or board comments?
I appreciate we do this every year. It's
Yes,
important.
I think it is too. We got to remember. We got to remember. Mhm.
And we also need to take public comment.
Okay, and public comment, we have, looks like maybe one.
Now taking public comment on item number 40. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Yes, turn green.
Okay.
There we go.
Hi, Gabe Williard. Thank you for that. And I think it's very important that we never, ever, ever forget. And hopefully this will never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Gay. Appreciate that.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood. Don't know what to say here. Last May, I went to the 9/11 memorial in Manhattan. And this was before I went to Arlington, so I wasn't quite as odd as I was at Arlington. But seeing that whole thing there, and my ex former wife's cousin was on floor 81 or so of one of the towers just below the impact zone, and he made it out. And he wrote a story that was incredible. And what I saw at that memorial was more of the same. It backed up every word that he said in that incredible statement. I publish it every year on the 11th. I've also been at some of the shelters here locally, and I've seen some of the damage, sadly, post the collateral damage of our brave people who went over and fought this war. And I also think about, sadly, the people being yanked out of Afghanistan, just to bring it right up to the current moment. I'm sad and I'm glad and I'm impressed and I'm not. And to see some of the people that I've been working with, or that, been evacuated with, if you will, it has been really hard knowing what I know, seeing what I've seen. And, it was amazing. And I recommend to anybody to go to that museum exhibit, go to the reflection pond, go there. And you'll never a jet coming in. When the DC-10s were flying over my house last week, doing their retardant drops, they sounded just like those planes going into the buildings, and it was terrifying. Right after that, I went to Arlington and Washington, D.C. for 3 days. And Dulles, I guess, or JFK is right next to it. And they use the Potomac essentially as an approach pattern. And I'm hearing these jets, after hearing those jets, the recordings going on and on and on at the memorial. And it just scared the holy whatever out of me. I looked over my shoulder because a plane came in every 5 minutes. And I mostly walked around all the, thank you. I walked around, but anyway, it is, yes, never forget. And never forget that, this whole thing and process and all that, like we may or may not have just seen, is precious. And I think that the abuse of it is not precious. And I'm very disturbed at the way things seem to go. So thank you very much. And thank you to all the people who sacrificed so greatly after 9/11 and during that event. It was a horrible event, and who knows, I think it's coming back our way now that the Taliban has taken over again.
Thank you, Ken.
And God bless America.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so with that, I think we're ready now to go to 41. Kim, if you please read that.
Now taking public comment on 41, Supervisor Heidel recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing September as National Preparedness Month.
Again, similar to the previous one, this is a proclaiming the month of September 2021 as National Preparedness Month in El Dorado County. Whereas El Dorado County residents are currently viewing the massive devastation of the Grizzly Flats from the Caldor fire, and many others are experiencing the stress and suffering associated with the mandatory evacuations of tens of thousands of residents to community shelters, while others are having anxiety and are struggling with rapid preparation for an evacuation order. And whereas the 2021 fire season is far from over, and the severe drought conditions that El Dorado County is experiencing this year is resulting in extreme high-risk fire danger that may not diminish until the end of 2021 or even into 2022. And whereas the time and effort you invest now in preparing will help you and your family navigate through and recover more quickly from what may come your way as the most unexpected moment. The time to act now, to act is now. Everyone should be prepared to survive for 72 hours before help arrives. And whereas all residents of El Dorado County are urged to plan ahead for disasters and encourage their family and friends to also do so by participating in neighborhood preparedness activities, registering their contact information in the Code Red mass notification system, and visiting the county's preparedness campaign website at edcgov.us government/public health/public health preparedness for essential information and preparedness tips. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the El Dorado County does hereby proclaim the month of September 2021 as National Preparedness Month and encourages the citizens and businesses of El Dorado County to prepare for local threats such as wildfires and winter storms by visiting the website and by following the 4 steps of emergency preparedness, which includes building a disaster supply kit, making an emergency plan to include both people and animals, being informed, and getting involved. Passed and adopted this day by the Board of Supervisors. I'll move the proclamation.
Second.
Second, third.
4th and 5th. Okay, we got them all in. So with that, is there any board comments? Okay, let's do the roll call first, please, Kim, and then we'll take comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
The Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So board comments at this point, if any?
I just wanted to comment, did we ever have an emergency commission? You know, especially.
We had the disaster council.
That's what I was,
Yes.
yeah,
And I
referring to.
do not know what has happened to it.
Yeah, whatever happened to it, Don, do you know?
We should probably look into that.
Being activated.
You know, I don't remember enough to be able to make sure I'm giving you a correct answer. I know there were a lot of discussions on it. Let me research that tonight and tomorrow, and I will let you know. We did have one before, but I don't believe it exists anymore. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It does exist. The membership, it's coming back to me. It does exist. It is led by the sheriff's office. The membership was changed a couple of years ago. So it's led by the sheriff's office. I believe you have representatives from emergency preparedness and response, fire, the cities. But the public appointments, I believe, were taken off the disaster council a few years ago.
That sounds like what I remember too.
And I believe the bylaws of the disaster council require that it meets at least once a year.
Has there ever been a report from the supervisors from the disaster council?
Not that I know of, Mr. Chair.
I kind of recall that there was a change, and yeah, I believe it came from the sheriff's department that they wanted to reorganize the disaster council to include more of the first responders, if I recall correctly.
But I will pull the public record, the documents that relate to it, and forward it to all of you so you can see the history of that. Okay.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I would appreciate it because if it's still operating and functional, then we should get a report. And if it's not, then we ought to consider doing something different. But we need something for sure.
Yeah.
So
That's what I would recommend too. So.
all right, thank you for that. Any other staff comments, questions from the board? Okay. So with that, Kim, if you'd open up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 41. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Recall Placerville.
Yeah, we could add recall board of supervisors to that name as well. You know, I really do urge everybody to prepare for yourself, because I have zero confidence in most of our board of supervisors and our county council. And, you know, when we talk about destruction of our rural areas, it's really a wet dream for Wendy Thomas's Green Means Go infill project. Also, I would like to know the relationship of John Heidal's son with David Livingston's with David Livingston. Is your
You're
son
off
best
topic.
friend? Are you BFFs with Heidal's son?
You're off
Is
topic.
that why I'm seeing this? Is that what's going on, Heidal? Because it's obviously this was about Livingston. So just want to put that out there to everyone to look into that. I'd like to put that out there to look into the relationship of John Heidal's son and
How
David
does this have to do with
Livingston.
the proclamation?
It has to do with the safety of our county, and I don't have faith in you or our county council or the Dons, our CAO. And I'm very concerned about our county right now, because we just spent the last 2 hours on your pettiness, Sue Novosel, while our county
Andy, this is off topic.
burning to the
We're
ground.
going to shut this down.
Yeah,
It's off
yeah,
topic.
shut it down. Violate my Brown Act. Go ahead, violate my Brown Act.
Not on the
Just because
topic of
my comments
discussion.
make you, yeah, just because my comments make you uncomfortable doesn't mean, or my tone doesn't mean that you can cut me off during public comment. I would like to know the relationship of your son and county council. What is the relationship and what is
Let
going
me
on
make this
here? It's
simple. I do
obvious.
not have a son. I have 5 daughters. Cut it off. Jeez.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Jeez.
If you did have a son.
Breathe in, breathe out. Ken Greenwood, District 2, on location at the evacuation center. Anyway, yeah, evacuation was quite interesting. I knew it was serious when my neighbor packed up his Harley Davidson. It was hard to go through and decide, and I'm glad I had actually 5 days to do it. I got it mostly done on that first day, and then I did stay, because I felt that it was a better place to stay instead of going to a shelter. And then I go to the shelter days later, and then I get a real, what's the word, education in shelter living. But anyway, as far as preparation is concerned, yes, when they say ready, set, go, they mean it. And if you are elderly, if you have any, I think they should have a kind of a amber or whatever, I don't know, that's before yellow, to give you a little more time, perhaps, I don't know. But you know, when you get that yellow alert, it's usually moments later you get the orange or the red one. So there's maybe this new council or whatever could do that. But hopefully nobody gets too argumentative, or heaven forbid. But anyway, there's so much to apply to this whole thing. But the basic thing is that, yes, be ready, have your list, do your inventories beforehand, because doing it then is kind of last minute, and you may not have time to do so. And I really, I've seen these people at the shelters, and I suggest that all 5 of you go to the shelters and look after your people. And they need your help. I know George has been out there. I've seen him, and but I haven't really seen anybody else. I understand that some Supervisor 3 did make a visit. And I really recommend you do this because people are stressed. They're hollow, and I mean, you can't almost tell the difference between the people who are there that are the homeless people and the Iraq war vets that have come in. You looking at these people who have been evacuated, they kind of have that same look about them, and it's really weird. And it's been quite an adventure. And I hope nobody ever has to do this. But we must prepare for next time around and get our clearances going, because we are wasting a lot of resources right now, saving individual houses that really shouldn't have needed to be saved. And that's where about a third of this effort is going to, maybe more. Thank you very much, and be prepared.
Thank you, Ken. It's always a good statement. Be prepared.
There is no
Come when you
additional
least
public
expect
comment.
it. So, pardon?
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you, Kim. So with that, I think we can bring it back, and we are now going to take on item 42. If you would read that, please, Kim.
Item 42 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board consider the draft Board of Supervisors response to the 2020-21 Grand Jury Final Report and take one of the following actions. 1, direct staff to make changes and return to the board with final report by September 21st, 2021, or 2, approve as the final report and submit to the presiding judge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. For those who have been on the board in prior years, this year is a little different. In prior years, the grand jury issued reports as they were finished. So we would have this discussion multiple times on each report. This time they issued a consolidated report all at once, but I believe there's 4, maybe 5 reports in there for us to review. Per the penal code, the response from the Board of Supervisors is due the end of September. So we wanted to bring this to you now in case you have changes in any of the language that is proposed. We have time to bring it back to the board for final approval on the 21st. As a reminder, when you're going through the grand jury report, you see the responses to the findings and the recommendations. They're very prescriptive. That is language specifically out of the penal code. We do not have I remember Supervisor Heidel and I talking about this. We do not have we don't have any flexibility in how we respond when we say we agree or disagree with the finding of the recommendation. That frustrates us sometimes because we'd like to put some caveats in. We try to do that in the explanation, but in regards to disagree or agree, that's the language required by the penal code. So we do have staff from each of these programs here available online if you have questions. Obviously, my office worked with those departments to receive their input and provide the response. And I guess my suggestion would be we just go in order of each one, unless you're good with all of them. That's my suggestion.
I guess I would just
They
ask.
seem fine, all
Does the
of them.
board
I
have a
didn't see
lot? Yeah,
anything.
I don't think we need to separate. it
Pretty
out.
straightforward this time.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, I understand the constraint. So you want to respond differently, but you can't. You got a narrow box you got to select, and then you can try to explain it. But to me, it's a flawed process, but it is what it is. So, okay.
Can Supervisor Novacell, are you okay with any?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Right. So we don't have any board comments beyond this, right? No questions of staff. So Kim, if you'd open it up for public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining the meeting by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
All right. Thank you very
Move.
much.
Move. Second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Excuse me. Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So I think we're going to jump back up and take the two pulls from consent items. So Kim, let's start with number 14.
Are we doing 39 today or no?
We are, I
Oh,
think
we're gonna do it later?
the suggestion was we do that last.
Okay.
So I think these will move very quickly, but
Item 14 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board provide conceptual approval pursuant to Board Policy A3 of the development of a new county ordinance to satisfy the requirement to join the health plan of San Joaquin Med-Cal Management Care Plan.
okay, I only pulled this because I received 3 late pieces of information coming in. The first one was a letter received at 8:09 last night, even though it's beyond the comment period, raising concerns with respect to whether or not Medi-Cal patients would be able to receive care locally or whether they might have to go out of county. And that's part of the letter that was submitted by HealthNet. And then I also received input that there are potentially unintended consequences with this, where Medi-Cal patients may have to go to Stockton or Lodi for care. That concerns me a little bit. I think the board should be fully aware before we make that decision. Maybe you all are, but that one concerns me, and I was hoping staff could comment. And then lastly, we also received a letter from the El Dorado County Chamber recommending that we letter support for health and wellness, HealthNet's care. So that again is a consideration. That was actually going back to August 17th. So I just wanted staff to be able to respond to those concerns expressed, because I have the same concern where Medi-Cal patients will be treated with the way we're going forward with the San Joaquin organization.
Hello again, board. Daniel Del Monte, Chief Assistant Director with HHSA. As you recall, HHSA presented a board item on April 13th regarding the Medi-Cal Managed Care Program, which is the state of California's organized service delivery system for residents on Medi-Cal. During the item, HHSA recommended that the board approve following the state's process that allows us to move our county to a 2-plan managed care model with 1 public plan selected by the county and 1 private plan that will be selected by the state through a request for proposal process. As a reminder, this recommendation was and remains unanimously endorsed by Barton Health, Marshall Medical, El Dorado Community Health Center, Alpine County, and of course, El Dorado County. Over a 3-month period, all of our described healthcare leaders in our county held meetings and explored HPSJ, the health plan of San Joaquin, and their performance as solicited through data by peer hospitals, clinics, and health and human service agencies. And from that review, the group unanimously approved moving this direction because it benefits our residents on Medi-Cal, which led to your board's approval on the 13th. This item specific to the next steps associated with that approval, the county has to develop an ordinance and submit it to HPSJ as part of their submission to the state. The ordinance is due to HPSJ prior to October 1st, which will then be sent to the state and will finalize the process. County Council has been involved with HHSA and HPSJ to develop the language in the draft ordinance, and today's item that was on consent allows us to move forward. In terms of questioning if folks are going to be going to other counties. Again, this due diligence has been thoroughly conducted with every healthcare provider and hospital in El Dorado County. Our healthcare leaders explored data and have been working with HPSJ to establish themselves as the public plan in El Dorado County. It's worth noting that most of HPSJ's work for El Dorado specifically is contracting with providers here locally, and letters of support and inroads have been made between HPSJ and the number of local healthcare providers that I've referenced twice now. Beyond that, there's also going to be an expansive operational readiness review from DHCS, the State Department of Healthcare Services, on HPSJ. And HPSJ will have to show the state that the provider network here locally is being built out, that contracts are in place, that they're identifying providers that serve our Medi-Cal beneficiaries as residents, and prioritizing that list and developing network capacity locally. So that will be another due diligence process that HPSJ will have to go through to ensure that they're prepared to serve El Dorado County residents locally. Thank you.
So Daniel, I think what I heard is the consequences which have been referred to as unintended of patients having to go to Stockton or Lodi is not validated by the process we're at right now, right? There will be other alternatives for care locally.
Correct. Yeah, this process is to establish a network, the local providers here in El Dorado County. HPSJ is involved with each of those healthcare providers right now and developing those contracts and relationships for services locally.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions on this one?
The only thing that my concern is it going to be a competitive processing, you know, especially when you reach out to different insurance companies and stuff, then that you got a bidding process, which gives actually a lot of these seniors even more of a break. Is this going to help or not help, or can you clarify that?
Yeah, so there's going to be two plan options. One is this public option, and one is a commercial private plan option. The commercial private plans have been directed by the state in the past as to which two providers El Dorado County has access to. So now all we're doing is working with our healthcare providers to select a local plan, to have local control over one of those options for residents. And so residents will still have an option to select a commercial private plan if they would like, or they can select a public plan. In terms of the process, this is a state-defined process. So the state's allowing local counties, in particular 18 rural counties, to opt in to having that local control and selecting a local plan. And so we're following the state's process to identify that plan here, while the commercial private plans can go through the state's RFP process and compete to be that alternative plan option in El Dorado County.
Okay, any other board comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. Sue Novacell, I don't see your hand raised or anything, so I'm assuming you're okay with this?
I'm good.
All right, and so now that we've accepted staff's comments, let's open it up for the public real quickly, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 14. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Brianna Learman.
Hi there, good afternoon. I assume you can hear me. I will look for a head nod or a yes.
Brianna, can you speak up a little bit? We can just hear you very faintly. Can you speak up?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chair and members, and of course, county staff present. I am particularly glad to be able to provide comment on this item because I think it's important to clarify what the nature of our comments are and the concerns are. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Brianna Learman, and I'm here speaking on behalf of California Health and Wellness. We are one of 2 Medi-Cal plans serving the 30,000 Medi-Cal patients across El Dorado County. We are deeply appreciative of the opportunity to speak today, particularly given the time on the clock. I've been here since the meeting started and our catastrophe, outside the doors. I'll endeavor to keep my comments crisp today. So to put a fine point on agenda item 14, it provides the conceptual approval for you to join the San Joaquin County Public Health Plan for administration of medical services, but also for shared governance. We are contracted to serve you through 2023. And of course, hope to have the privilege to serve you beyond that through a competitive procurement process that's scheduled later this year. And I can talk about it in more detail. I want to speak to that ongoing service and then offer a couple suggestions for your consideration on this proposed ordinance. First, a suggestion was alluded to in the letter.
Speak up again a little, Brianna. We're having difficulty hearing some of the words.
Sure. First, is that better?
Yes.
Great. First is a suggestion referenced in the letter submitted by our CEO, Brian Ternan. And that, Mr. Chair, is what you alluded to about the services. And I want to put a little bit of a finer point on that because it's a little distinct. El Dorado County and of course San Joaquin County are not connected by any shared borders, by any shared care pattern. So for example, in our 8 years of service, we do not see members seeking care into San Joaquin or Stanislaus County as an example. There are not overlapping demographic factors or really many geographic similarities. And we call these out because these are traditionally factors that you look for that could produce a reliable result for improving care in a way that will benefit this county of El Dorado. A point of reference here is
30
that,
seconds remaining.
that Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne counties just south of you, and that are contiguous to Health Plan of San Joaquin actually have declined to join San Joaquin for that reason in part, but also because a competitive procurement process is being bypassed by Health Plan of San Joaquin. With my time left, I want to call out that there are other options for this county to build local governance and local reinvestment that are not being explored. In the time you have left to finalize the ordinance, we would suggest that you explore those options of shared governance. We've done this in other counties. It's a model that works very, very well and has demonstrated success. And the Department of Healthcare Services at the state has confirmed it's an option available to you. So we are committed to being your partner today and for the long term, and appreciate being heard on this item, and would encourage you to look at this issue, care delivery of the shared borders and alternatives available.
Public comment at 3.5 minutes.
To improve services locally. So thank you.
Thank you, Brianna.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so back to the board. And since this is a conceptual approval, I'm going to move item 14 consistent with what was originally on the consent calendar.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so on to item 32. Would you read that very quickly, Kim?
Mr. Chair, can I make a
Yes.
suggestion? Just because we have HHSA staff here, can we do item 39? It's
Okay.
HHSA as well. I apologize.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
that.
no, that's fine. Let's go to item 39, Kim, if you'd read that, and then we'll come back and pick up 32. Thank you.
Item 39 comes from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, 1, make findings in accordance with county ordinance that it is appropriate to contract with Interface Children and Family Services for the provision of 211 information and referral services. 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign agreement for services with Interface Children and Family Services. And 3, authorize the Health and Human Services Agency Director or designee to execute further documents related to the agreement for services.
Hello again, board. Daniel Del Monte with Health and Human Services. So I'm going to provide some data on our 211 system over the past few years. I'm going to provide a sort of overview of some comparisons between our prior 211 contract, or actually our current one, which expires tomorrow, and the recommended new contract. So before I get started, I just want to share a short video. 211s exist across many California counties in the US. And so this short video does a good job at providing an overview, an example of the types of navigation services that are available to residents through 211.
Daniel, we're lacking the audio. I'm not sure if somebody's working on that, but.
Yeah, let me see. Bear with us a second. Okay. Well, for the sake of time, we'll go ahead and we'll just skip the video. I thought this video did a good job. I'll have to share it another time. Just kind of giving examples of services that are requested, folks that are supported, and how 211s assist residents in the community. So I'm going to go ahead and flip over to some PowerPoint slides that I have prepared. So let's see, we'll start the slideshow. All right. All right, thank you for bearing with us. So 211 El Dorado is our local program providing navigation services for residents who call and are seeking different types of assistance in the community. It's a free, comprehensive, and confidential information and referral service, linking residents to vital health and human services information and resources in our community related to PSPS events, fires, and more. In recent years, folks often utilize the term navigation services or a navigator. That's exactly what 211 does. They first assess what callers' needs are, and that's really a underrepresented use of the program, because callers might feel they have a need for food, but their needs are actually more than that. So 211 can assess what the true needs are, and then can help them understand what locations there are locally to support those needs and what types of resources would be most beneficial to them. Next slide. So as a quick background, in 2017, the board directed HHSA to research how to establish a 211 system in El Dorado County. In 2018, after returning to the board and laying out the process, the board authorized HHSA to launch an RFP for a provider to offer these services to county residents, as these services are often contracted out to the United Way or other navigation service providers across California. And this approach was deemed fiscally responsible. Thereafter, an RFP was launched to solicit interested organizations, and after the process was completed, the board approved an award to Interface Children and Family Services, or ICFS, to offer 211 services locally. ICFS was selected as they're an experienced 211 operator supporting 14 other counties, which you can see are listed at the bottom of the slide. Next slide, please. So here on this slide, you can see the terms of that agreement. A low cost to start up in year one, with the assumption that the trailing 6 months of year one would launch 211, and years 2 and 3 would be the first full years operating, to then focus on assessing use of the local system and developing a path forward for the program based on needs. At the time, ICFS utilized a rate to calculate contract costs. The rate factored in their staffing size and the available 211 features, coupled with an assumption of estimated call volume. For El Dorado, as we were just getting started, the assumption was we would receive no more than 5,500 calls annually based on trends of smaller communities starting up 211 programs. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a comparison between years 2 and 3 for call volume and some other statistics that I'm going to speak to. As the first year was primarily used to get all of the pieces and investments in place to launch and operate, again, years 2 and 3 were the only full years of operating and therefore data to pull from. What you can see is that fiscal year 1920 had a low call volume, under 2,000 calls, with a calls handled rate of nearly 80%. For some context, the national standard for 211 operators is to strive for a calls handled volume of about 80% or better. And so year one met that national standard. Though the national standard strives for 80% calls handled, a key factor that plays into that statistic is how many callers hang up, or in other words, how many calls were abandoned by the caller before an operator could assist them. It's important to keep in mind that 211 is not 911. It's not intended to be a crisis or emergency line. 211 is essentially as if someone walks into an organization and goes to the front desk to ask for help. There could be a line. Folks may need to wait for their turn as others are being assisted, etc. And as a free service to residents, the next available representative, of course, comes into the line to assist. In fiscal year 1920, 186 callers over on the left of the slide, or a little over 11%, hung up their call in less than 60 seconds, meaning the caller called and hung up fairly quickly. 144 callers, or 8.8%, abandoned their calls in over 60 seconds. So that combination of calls abandoned plays into that calls handled statistic. Now for some perspective, I'm going to move over to fiscal year 2021 to compare that call volume compared to the prior year. It's important to remember that the contract was set up to launch a program for the first time, assuming a reasonable increase in calls under normal circumstances. However, this contract was set up in 2018, and fiscal year 2021, unfortunately, was in the heart of the pandemic. Also, there were PSPS events that occurred, as well as normal business. The inbound calls received in fiscal year 2021 were 7,308, a massive spike from the year prior. Per our contract, El Dorado County had only paid for 5,500 calls annually. So this call volume reflects 33% more calls than we paid for, and this had an impact on the service level. The prior year, nearly 80% of calls handled, while this past fiscal year, due to the large spike in volume, nearly 60% of calls were handled. Worth noting, 665 callers, or about 9%, hung up in less than 60 seconds. Again, those calls were abandoned. And 2,364 callers, or 32% of callers, abandoned their calls past 60 seconds. It's important to note that though roughly a third of calls were abandoned over 60 seconds, the average call abandoned for the quarterly months is reflected here on the slide. September average call abandoned was at 1 minute, 7 seconds, December, 5 minutes, 44 seconds, et cetera, et cetera. Considering that 211 is not an emergency line like 911, and that ICFS received 33% more calls than El Dorado County had paid for in our contract, the call abandon times reflect the large spike in calls fueled by the first COVID vaccination efforts that were underway between December 2020 and March 2021 for seniors and vulnerable populations. Next slide, please. So let's look at that fiscal year data. Who uses the 211 system in El Dorado County? For some context, this slide provides an overview of age groups from the last fiscal year. Less than 30% of the callers were under the age of 60, and 18.1% did not provide their age. Of the total callers, what you can see is that the majority were our seniors. Nearly 1 in 5 were age 75 or older. And at least 52.2% of callers were age 60 and older. It can be assumed that of the 18.1% who didn't provide their age, at least some of those callers may likely have been seniors as well. And therefore, this service in El Dorado County is predominantly assisting with navigation and linkage to resources for our seniors and most vulnerable at least 52.2% of the time this last fiscal year. Next slide, please. This slide shows a side-by-side comparison of the annual rates from the expiring contract compared to the proposed contract. You can see some of the key differences. An increase in approximately $50,000 per year. However, worth noting that we would receive a bill credit of $7,710 per year through a new service feature that I'll describe shortly. Considering the credit, the cost would be approximately $43,000 more per year. Though there is a doubling in price, the operator staff size is multiplying by 4, going from 25 operators to 100 available to serve El Dorado County. Additionally, the call volume is being increased from 5,500 per year in the expiring contract to 7,500 per year in the proposed contract. As referenced prior, fiscal year 2021 had a little over 7,300 calls. So this would accommodate that call volume while maintaining that industry standard of 80% calls handled. Now, in terms of services and features, let me speak to some of those, because with the context of COVID, PSPS events, and now with the Caldor fire, the county has an opportunity to bolster navigation services to support the needs of seniors and any caller through this service. Of course, the proposed contract comes with the same basic functions of calling, using their website to search for local resources, or texting them and communicating back and forth via text. In addition to the two-way texting feature, push texting will now be available. This text feature has been upgraded in response to COVID, fires, and PSPS events. For example, El Dorado residents would now be able to text fire or PSPS to 211-211 from their mobile device. And once the text is sent, ICFS responds with the most current information available regarding the specific event being referenced in our local area. The texter is asked to send their zip code, which localizes the information that they receive regarding whichever event they're texting about. In regards to fires, information put out by local or state Office of Emergency Services can be continually updated in the ICFS system, which is then sent as a response to fire texts with that updated information. In regards to PSPS events, ICFS works closely with PG&E, and ICFS now will continually update power outage information and estimated recovery times in their system, which is then sent as a response to the PSPS texts with that updated information. A second feature that's new is the PSPS Household Assistance. This one is very exciting. It's a new feature set to begin within a few weeks in September. ICFS will be able to help households to proactively prepare for PSPS events year-round by understanding what their specific needs are, and through this, helping them to develop connections and referrals as a part of their plan for what they will do before and during PSPS events. For this service, I mentioned a bill credit, and El Dorado County will receive $7,700, a little more, $7,710 annually in the form of a bill credit. This is being paid for by PG&E. Also, during PSPS events, PG&E will pay for non-PSPS calls during those events if the call volume for the year goes above our contract total of $7,500 annually, which provides a buffer of support for our cap of 7,500 calls to ensure that ICFS has the resources to maintain our contract call volume. A third additional support comes through statewide contracts and partnerships that ICFS has developed. During a disaster response associated with PSPS or fires, ICFS has developed partnerships with Airbnb, Lyft, and DoorDash to assist, if necessary, to provide shelter, transportation, and food delivery support where those services are available. In an emergency, should local food, shelter, or transportation options not be available during a disaster event, these partnerships have expanded what could be tapped and available to residents during disaster responses should they call 211. ICFS has also secured several statewide 211 contracts, which will provide support for some of the county's 211 costs over the next few years. While these state contracts will not lower our fees, they're anticipated to help control fee increases. Finally, the remaining two services are optional and through our contract could be requested. The first is enhanced disaster staffing. This feature was available in the expiring contract and continues as an optional feature in the proposed contract. By our county authorizing a disaster activation with 211, ICFS will immediately make available additional staffing specifically for answering calls and supporting the county's response during the incident. The decision to activate is at the sole discretion of the county. The increased number of call specialists will relay information as provided by official county channels, such as the County Public Information Officer, the Sheriff's Office, OES, or from other official county information blasts as designated. The second optional service is called Disaster Case Management. As California counties have experienced more regular wildfires, a disaster case management system has been developed within ICFS that can be requested during fire events. Through this system, ICFS can track residents who, for example, went to a community resource center to register for FEMA or for other recovery services. If the disaster case management system product were requested and made available in El Dorado, when a resident would call 211 to use that system, ICFS would monitor and track linkage and referrals to community and government organizations as clients go through their long-term recovery process. The case management system allows ICFS to not only make referrals, it also allows for an organized case management function to see what types of disaster recovery services the caller has received. It's important to note, however, this feature doesn't come standard with the updated rate. However, with the contract, if this service was requested, this function can be made available for a cost of license fees and training on how to use the system. And currently across other counties supported by ICFS, there are several thousand California residents being tracked and supported through that system. In closing, HHSA is recommending approval for the continuation of services under the new 211 agreement for a 2-year term. 211 is mostly being utilized by senior residents as shown by the data this past year. However, regardless of the age of callers, we should see the 7,308 call volume last year as an assurance that the foundation has been laid for 211 And with proper payment for an adequate call volume in our contract, we can support the services availability to assist residents with navigation services and referrals. Though the price has increased, so has the call volume, the staffing levels are quadrupling, and while additional features have been added to support residents during times of need. That concludes my talking points, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Daniel. Questions from the board? Not seeing any lights. Oh, District 4.
I turned on my light.
You got it.
I remembered. Hey, Daniel, on the last slide, can you add this presentation to Legistar for us, please? So we have it for a few, so everybody can have it.
Will
It's
do.
great data. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I love data. You know that.
Supervisor Parlin, on that note, I want to apologize in supporting our agency through the fire this past week.
Of course.
It was tough to pull this together timely for this board item today, and appreciate your graces. And so thank you.
I appreciate it. This is great data. This is exactly what I was looking for. So I appreciate that you were able to pull it together. On the optional items, you had said it would cost license fees and whatever that is. What can you give us an approximate idea of what that might be? Do you know approximately?
So let me speak first to the enhanced disaster staffing.
Okay.
So that one, there's a fee which is included in this contract total, by the way. It's I believe $2,500 per incident, and that would allow then again increased operators to be available on 211 to support our system and increase call volume.
Okay.
Specific to the disaster case management, I'd have to get back to you. I was unable to get the cost of the license fees and the training, but my understanding is it's a low cost in general, but I'll have to get back to you on that.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood the two different items or so. Okay, gotcha. So the enhanced disaster one is included. You said 2,500-ish, and it seems that where we are right now, that would be a great thing to probably opt into it. So, okay, I got it.
So Daniel, could you explain what an incident is? I mean, with fire season and everything else, what constitutes an incident here? Is it something where a state of emergency is declared by the county and the state, or what constitutes an incident?
So we as the county have sole discretion to declare a disaster with 211. So it can be a fire, a PSPS event. And so by essentially communicating with them that we authorize this, they will immediately divert staffing resources to respond to the incident. I think the primary concern is fires, but PSPS events also can activate this.
That's interesting.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Do you have any data from the other counties, how satisfied they are with this service? We didn't, in my mind, use this service very well since we've had it. It just didn't seem like we used it a lot. And of course, we got the cheaper contract and the lower call volume, but I really see the potential to market this, and get it used more by our residents for assistance. So are other counties pretty satisfied? Do you know?
So I haven't reviewed recent data from counties. However, ICFS has been contracted with these counties for many years. They're now getting state contracts, and they've increased more counties that they support. So they're able to show the metrics that they're meeting these industry standards for 211 navigation services. What I would say is in 2018, when this was developed, I don't think anybody could have predicted a once in a century pandemic and how that would influence this contract. I mean, the intent, what they believed based on all of their experiences with rural counties was we may get up to 5,500 callers during that pay period or during the term of the contract, but it would slowly increase as we do more outreach. Now you factor in increased call volumes across the state based on sort of an old staffing model, if you want to look at it like that. And, we got what we paid for unintentionally, without foreseeing such an emergency that came in. So now with this information behind us, the data to support it, we can really kind of recalibrate the call volume, the expectations, and the services to meet the moment and the emergency needs. There's also an ability to work with ICFS, in hindsight, now being able to look backwards. Now there's a process in the contract to every 6 months at minimum to check in with them and see if the contract's addressing the needs in the community, if we need to revisit anything. And so we're going to be monitoring that. The last point I'll make too is 211 it really requires having a local staff person, a local folks, supporting it, advertising it. And Health and Human Services, we're predominantly federal and state funded for mandated services. We get very little discretionary funding. And so, it would be ideal if there were a staff person and this were their full-time job, to your point, Supervisor Parlin, to really push it out. We have done bus ads. We have done information blasts on Facebook. And I am aware that OES and Carla, our public information officer, have been in contact with 211 during events so that they can provide information to them that then is accurate for the community. I'll pause there for now.
Okay. Well, and I think Don Simone shared with you that my thinking was that I think we each of our supervisor offices have a newsletter. If you gave us a nice banner to put across the bottom of each of our newsletters at the top, maybe to start and help spread the word about what 211 is and isn't, make sure it's clear what it can do. Don't call it an emergency, but if we had a nice banner with the icons on it and stuff, we could definitely get the word out and help market it. And it could be I think it could be very successful. I really do. Get our money's worth.
I think there's also probably more of a heightened awareness of the need for this because people are hungry for information since we're in the middle of an incident. Yeah. So makes sense.
That's, I think we need to advertise it more. I really do. It needs to get out there. And it would be good public knowledge for at least our constituents, especially when we have a disaster like we have right now. So.
Right. So to that end, Daniel, can we initiate the enhanced disaster staffing for what we're currently facing, or is it too late to add that in on a per incident basis? Is that an option we can exercise very near term?
Well, I believe first the board would have to approve authorizing this contract. And then, yes, the current contract expires at midnight tonight. So we can immediately reach out to 211.
Wow, the timing just blows me away. Okay.
If it didn't go home.
Because short of getting comments from, our staff, CAO's office or whatever, it just seems to me like it's the right thing to do to add that as quickly as we can so that people calling 211 will have the ability to get the response and they can be directed to any number of services and centers and anything else. So I think where we are today, we need to exercise that as quickly as we can.
They help our recovery process.
Right. And the CAO recommendation also notes that if we really find we don't like the service, 7-day without cause or something.
Sounds good.
So
Sounds
I
good.
think we should just go for
I agree.
it.
I think that's a no-brainer. So it's good.
Yeah.
So one other question, Daniel, I've been asked, particularly by our Human Rights Commission, what kind of data is being requested? What information is coming through the 211 center? Is there a breakout of categories of calls? How many of them are looking for some kind of health and human services? How many of them are reporting something that may be child protective services? I mean, how do we get some sense of what kind of calls, what the volume is, it constitutes in terms of a pie chart or something? Is that available?
Yes. So my intent was to bring a deeper dive into some of that data. I was unable to bring a full picture. And so I had to prioritize kind of the terms and the services for today. However, there is that data. In general, this past fiscal year, I don't think you'll be shocked. The top 5 requests were regarding vaccination, COVID-19, or communicable disease, which I would interpret as COVID-19. Typically, in years past, the data is requesting shelter, housing, food. Those are typically the top ones. But moving forward, yes, we can provide ongoing reports to your board quarterly, sharing data with you all. We could have myself or Don Simone provide you with data updates when we meet with you all individually. Whatever you need, we can provide that information. There's also a deeper dive into demographics as well. Average calls, some of the data points I talked to. So, but yes, that human services data is there. And happy to provide more details in the coming weeks ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Any other board questions? Sue, do you have anything on the 211?
No, I'm just really pleased. I remember when I was on the Mental Health Commission, how important people felt that this service could be, to be able to have this, to reach out to those who had questions. So I'm all for this. This is great. Thank you.
I guess I do have one question of Don Simone. The things like we just experienced with the COVID calls and stuff, I'm assuming those go to our public health officer's referral. Is that the way this process works?
So we did get calls around COVID into 211. The call that.
Ron, you're breaking up pretty bad. Like we can't hardly hear you. I'm not sure what's going on, but.
I can try to answer that question, Supervisor.
Okay.
Again, really first it starts with the 211 operator assessing what the needs are of the person. If the person is seeking, a vaccine, for example,
yep.
The operator would look to understand where they're located, if they have transportation, what the closest location is that they can get a vaccine, et cetera. And so it's really person-centered. It's based on their needs. So I wouldn't say that a general COVID call is referred to public health. It's just about what services do they need, and based on that, where are the closest locations that offer that, and how can we assist with transportation for that person if they don't have it, to address whatever their request is. Does that answer your question?
I think it does, but I can see where some calls maybe should be referred to the public health officer and stuff relative to masking and kids and those kinds of things. So I'm just interested in finding out a little bit more detail when we get to the point of being able to do the deeper dive and understand the transfer of information, that where it goes, where the referrals are made to and how the questions are answered. If the 211 service is answering 82% of the questions without any referral, it'd just be good to know that that's the way it's working. So something of that type would help us know the effectiveness and actually the notification of some of our agencies that, probably should have some contact for certain types of calls. And I don't know how to filter that right now, but I think it's very worthy of a discussion. I would look forward to that in the future. So thank you. Any other board stuff? Okay, Kim, if you'd open up for public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
Okay, back to the board.
Oh, move is recommended, yes.
Second.
Okay, and do we have direction then to staff to initiate the enhanced disaster staffing authorization ASAP?
I believe so. That was like, that one, the top item was
Right,
included.
right.
We should go for
Okay,
that.
I just want to make
with
sure
our-
they knew they were directed to do it, so.
Don or Daniel, do you know if is the contract written in a way that allows you to do that without any additional changes to the contract?
Yes, the contract established to do that. I believe we have 4 incidents included in the contract. And so this one would count as 1 incident, and we're moving forward.
We're gonna get our money's worth.
This
out
is
of
a
it.
bargain one, so
I hate
yeah,
to
yeah.
say it, but we
Okay.
will. That'll be really
So
helpful.
amend the motion
Yes.
with
to-
that
to
added, the
include
direction
that.
to staff and second?
I did,
Okay,
yes.
very good. So with that, Kim, if you'd have roll call, please.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote? Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So I think now we're,
Done.
yes, thank
Thank
you.
Daniel. Yeah, thank you.
Very, very informative, very helpful, and more to come. So I appreciate that. Number 32, and I pulled this strictly because of the fire incident, and I'd received a lot of text messages and other things from people asking for it to be continued, but I'm going to turn to Supervisor Novosel and see if she's good to go with this, because I just hate the criticism after the fact that you guys did it again while we couldn't comment. But if you're comfortable with it too, I'm comfortable with moving forward. I just want to make sure we didn't skip past that. So
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go-
I'm comfortable with it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read it into the record. Item 32 comes from Planning and Building Department, recommending the board approve the final passage, second reading of ordinance 5146, amending Title 5, County Business Taxes, License and Regulations of the El Dorado County Ordinance Code, Chapter 5.5.6, Vacation Home Rentals, adding Section 5.56.056, Vacation Home Rental Clustering.
thank you, Kim. I skipped past that, but thank you for bringing that up. And I heard Sue say she's okay with just moving forward with it. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
she said.
I think, we've had, like I said before, we've had over a dozen
public meetings. We brought this up before. There's been a lot of discussion. I do believe we've had plenty of hearings on this, and we did direct staff to work with those that were having some issues with the wait list issue. But other than that, I think because of that, I'm very comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Any other board comment?
No.
So with that, I'm going to move approval of item 32. It was pulled off the consent calendar.
Second.
Well, we have to have public comment. I'm sorry. I didn't, there's nobody here.
There's nobody here, but we
Look at
still
here,
have
there's
to
nobody here, so I'm jumping
through the
past it.
motion.
Public comment, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those that participated in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
So at this point, I will move the item 32 for approval for this consent calendar.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. And I think we're ready to look at closed sessions, and we do have some changes that we're going to propose, that all 3 closed session items be continued to our September 8th meeting. Is that correct?
September 10th. Mr.
September
Chair.
10th.
That
Got the
sounds
date wrong.
good.
Is
September
that a
10th.
special meeting? That's a special meeting.
It's a
right?
special meeting, but we'll add these 3 closed session items, and obviously we'll take public comment at that point, unless, David, you think we need to take it today?
No, that's fine to defer it till then. And it, just to be clear, there's nothing that's so time sensitive about any of these items that it couldn't wait until the 10th.
So I think that's a way to spread the workload a little bit. So I appreciate staff's recommendation on that. So we will do that. We'll continue those items to the September 10th meeting. Make sure that they're agendized appropriately and put on to into Legistar. And so with that, I think we're ready to do items to and from. So who would like to start?
I'll start, given
Go
the
ahead.
late hour.
Yep.
I don't really have anything to report. I've just been busy out in the community with different shelters, supporting those where I can, and just, yeah, it's just that time. So
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to report.
Okay, let's go to District 2.
Yeah, same thing as Wendy. You've been out meeting constituents and stuff and their concerns and stuff. And I also had a ride along with Tom McClintock. He visited the site out there in Grizzly Flat. And also we went up Iron Mountain Road and looked at the good forest management, you know, how the RCD, the good things that they have done and stuff. And he really appreciated that. And then also we had a ride along with Kevin Kiley the following day. And Lori and we joined them and stuff. And we had showing the different things, and we experienced the fire breaking out on that one point.
We did. We witnessed a
blew up is
spot
what it was.
fire.
So, yeah, spot fire and stuff. So
It wasn't rekindling, it was a spot fire that
it was
blew
a
out.
spot fire, yeah.
We didn't see anything on our tour. Wow. It's
So
just-
anyway, it was
awful.
kind of scary because it was only 1.5 miles away from Holiday Market and
Oof.
about 3 miles away from my house. So anyway, you know, it's been good meeting with people and giving out gift cards and visiting all the different facilities. And so anyway, it was awesome.
Yeah, and I'll just say that I appreciate tagging along with you, Supervisor Trimbu, so that, you know, we're going together, not using more resources, because you need an escort to go out there and all that. So I appreciate that. I did want to say, I got some emails from some folks. I just got them this morning, so I haven't read them really closely, but apparently there was a house fire out on Gold Hill area. So that's, you know, North County more, my way more. And the folks are emailing in saying how much they appreciated, even with the Caldor fire going, that there was still a strong fire response. It was a house fire and it had started moving. And they say right here in these emails that because the neighbors had all done their defensible space, they were able to contain the fire. So, you know, really that defensible space is so important, and it helps our first responders help you. So thank you for everyone that understands that and has been working on it and plans to do work on it. I'm guilty. I'm working on mine. And I appreciate these emails, thanking our first responders. So And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you.
You know, and I gotta say one thing, Jeff Lakoff and myself, we were laughing and stuff and joking a little bit. We're gonna go in the goat business. No,
I
I'm
know,
just
right?
kidding. Yeah,
Station
selling goats.
management, yeah, right.
There you go. So anyway, it was kind of comical. We were talking about it, so.
Okay, Sue Novosel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ditto my thanks and heartfelt thanks. I watched my neighborhood go up in flames yesterday, and a spot fire developed across the street from me on their video. It was just so hard to watch, and the pain of people up in Myers now. It's still threatening a lot of homes up there, including mine. I'm on my second evacuation drive. You know, it's been difficult as it has been down on the west slope, feeling it up there now. And the first responders have been amazing. They've been down every street. I watched them on my Ring video. They are amazing, up and down the streets, making sure that everybody's safe and that they get out those spot fires. So thank you. I can't thank them enough. That's it.
Thank you, Sue. So I'm going to be brief. On Wednesday, the 25th, we had our LAFCO meeting. It's a monthly meeting. A lot of things going on with LAFCO. I'm not going to belabor it. Friday, the 27th, we had the Southeast Connector monthly JPA meeting. We hadn't had one the month before, but there's a lot of things starting to happen in terms of construction on the JPA. Contracts are being awarded, and a lot of the very western part of what we know as White Rock Road that converts into Grant Line Road. A lot of major construction, and obviously when you're close to Folsom, the construction that's going on with Folsom Ranch and those particular intersections, it's more construction than we've seen along that strip in a long time. So, and then yesterday we did have our Human Rights Commission meeting. Things that are still being organized with Human Rights Commission. We're looking at things related to how we better communicate, how we really focus on getting data. So I think all those things are good. And then I would like to mention lastly that Supervisor Thomas and I went on a tour with Lars Knudsen. And by happenstance, we ran into the other two supervisors and Assemblyman Kevin Kiley at the same intersection. It was kind of like deja vu, what's going on here? But we did not have any Brown Act violations. We kept it strictly to the subject at hand with the fire and sharing information and stuff. And
I'm really glad that you guys were able to go out there and experience what I've gone through. I've been out there 5 times now, you know, and looking over the different areas and stuff. And it's just amazing how devastating that fire was.
Yeah.
And some of the houses that are still survived, which was really amazing. Like Art Davison's house across from the post office.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It was.
Lars was a retired firefighter, so listening to his interpretation of what he's seeing in the comments and stuff, I mean, that just provides further verification that we all are learning. We don't really understand how these things work, and this spot fire activities, and a mile away, spot fires occurring, and then the recombustion, rekindling of fires. I mean, there's a whole lot to really understand in that fire science area, which none of us will ever be experts at, but it just helps to get, a continuing education on some of those things. So I want to thank Lars for volunteering to do that. I want to thank Supervisor Tom. I think that all worked out well. But my last statement is to Lars' invitation to double down on our vegetation management effort. We have to do that, to the extent that I would like to look at hosting a workshop in the future to really put everything on the table, talk about it, and what can we do to even further accelerate the activity that we've taken on. We have to do it. And if it's money, then we have to talk about the sources of money that provides it. I agree with you, Lori.
We thought about, bringing a task force together, a workshop setting with maybe the RCD and some of all the different players that could help us really tackle this going forward.
Right. So there's some urgent things we have to take on as a board within our purview to try to organize, orchestrate, fund, whatever it is, and get this going, because we've talked about it for a long time. Thank God we started a vegetation management ordinance program, but there's not enough going on. So I think this is a wake-up call for all of us. And sometimes it takes that disaster to start happening before you realize, hey, it's real now, and we have to go about our business with an accelerated pace. We can't just wait for normal processes to happen. So,
and I think with
well, yeah, he had his update before, but I'm going to turn to him again.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
Don?
Go ahead, Don.
as a reminder, the board has to adopt your final budget by October 2nd. That meeting to consider it, my recommendations is on September 21st. I have shared with the board chair, and we have a meeting with the budget ad hoc committee, but I will be recommending some money to go into the budget for vegetation clearance of county property. So that's a step in the right direction. It's not going to be enough, but it's a step in the right direction, because when we started the vegetation management ordinance, we never put funding in to clear our own property. So there will be a recommendation there, and we'll talk about that more on the 21st. And then maybe at that time would be a good time for the board to direct staff to return with a workshop on it, once hopefully we're moving past the crisis response by then.
I think it's just important to add, I recognize the DOT commitment that we had to get our roadways cleaned up, right of way, et cetera. I didn't realize to the extent that we have properties that the county operates on a regular basis that do not have vegetation management on them. So that's definitely something we have to take on and get done.
One example is right out here, the building A, the dirt lot. I mean, every year I ask facilities, knock down the weeds, and they say, we don't have money. I say, well, you got to do it here, because if we can't do it here, we can't do it anywhere.
We got to get it before the board. We got to get the funding straightened out. We got to move out on it. We have to, by example, set the example of what we'd like to see across the whole county. If we're not willing to do that, that sends a message. So I'm in. We just have to make that commitment, and make it happen.
I think when we pass that deal with Drake coming on board, especially getting this cogeneration plant up and running in our county, is going to help a lot, especially with that vegetation management and good forest management.
Sounds good.
So seeing no further go backs or anything else, I'm going to call this meeting adjourned at 5:33. Kim, thank you for all your attentiveness and help in getting through this. I hope everybody has a more relaxed evening than what today was.
Stay safe, everybody.
Yep. Thank you, Sue. Yeah, our prayers and thoughts are with you and all the evacuees. I know how difficult that is. Not personally, but I can only imagine. How's that? So
Yeah, it's been a tough one, but thank you. Appreciate that.
thank you.